All right, good morning, everyone. We're going to get started on our agenda for the second day of our June council meeting. But before we get started, I'm going to turn to Executive Director Merrick Burden for some announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, council members and everyone listening online. Couple of announcements. One is update on our COVID situation. I have been informed that we have another 2 positive test cases. I believe all of the close contact folks have been you've been let know if you were a close contact. We've received several questions what to do if you are a close contact. And so where we are is that we are following CDC guidance. If you have been in contact with someone that is known to have had COVID, please wear a mask. If you would like to do more than that, there are some people that have elected to quarantine until they know their status more fully. You are, of course, welcome to do that. We have hybrid capability for that very reason. So that is where we are. I'll continue to keep you informed if there are more cases. Please be safe and let me know if you have more questions. I'd be happy to take any questions now, or if they come to you later, I'd be happy to take them then too. That is the only remark I have this morning, Mr. Chairman. Happy to take questions though. We also do this evening have a chair's reception that'll be out here. We'll have Chuck Tracy will be joining us. I believe there's a bit of a ceremony we'll have with NMFS leadership and Chuck toward the end of the day, and he'll be available to, I think, catch up with everyone here, and I know he is looking forward to that. So thank you for that reminder, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Merrick, for the COVID update. Just curious if it's prudent, maybe we should do a midweek test. I mean, it seems like there's been a lot of people around with it, and might be good to know the dynamic of how that's affecting everyone.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last bit of that, Bob.
I'm sorry, I wasn't close enough to the mic. Sorry, I just think it may be prudent to do a midweek test just to see where we are. So, I mean, we have the test kits, correct?
Sorry, your suggestion is that everyone test more frequently? Or
at least once in the middle. We did it to begin with, but maybe now that we have a developing situation, it might be prudent just to know.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dooley. Everyone should have an extra test, and yeah, you're of course welcome to use that at any time. We do have extras. We have a full box in the secretariat if you feel that you need more. We've been offering more of those to folks that we believe are close contacts also.
All right then. Well, let's get started on our day's business. We are going to start with agenda item E1, current habitat issues, and I'll turn to our staff officer, Carrie Griffin, to get us started.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is agenda item E1, current habitat issues. There is a situation summary and a supplemental Habitat Committee Report 1 in your briefing book materials. The situation summary covered a lot of the main topics that the HC discussed. A bunch of those were marine planning topics, which are being captured in a separate report on the marine planning agenda item. Really your action today is just to listen to the report, which we'll hear in a moment from Dr. Green. And then I think there are no reports and comments from advisory bodies or management entities, and then public comment, and then your action is to consider the report and any recommendations that are contained in the report. So that's my overview of the agenda item, and we have Corey Green here to read the report if there aren't any other questions for me.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions on the overview? And if there are not, Dr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. I'm going to be reading agenda item E1A, Supplemental Habitat Report 1. And for the record, my name is Corey Green, and I'm chair of the Habitat Committee. This is the Habitat Committee report on habitat issues, and we reviewed a number of issues, several of them in California and the Central Valley. The first one concerns the Sites Reservoir. The proposed Sites Reservoir, formerly known as the North of Delta Offstream Storage in the Sacramento River Basin, would become the 8th largest reservoir in California. Fall run Chinook spawning and juvenile outmigration would be impacted by potential adverse effects to EFH related to the project, including a decrease in water quality and quantity, and fish screen interactions, including impingement and mortality. The National Marine Fisheries Service expects to receive a draft biological assessment and essential fish habitat assessment from the Bureau of Reclamation in July 2022. The revised Sites Reservoir Draft Environmental Impact Statement and Draft Environmental Impact Review was released in November 2021, and the final EIS is targeted for January 2023. Second issue is the Delta Conveyance. The Delta Conveyance project, which tunnels under the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta, is the reimagined California WaterFix project that was consulted on in 2017. In the WaterFix biological opinion, NMFS concluded that the project would not jeopardize listed species or adversely modify the critical habitat in the Central Valley. In the associated EFH consultation, probable effects of the action to Pacific Coast salmon included temporary construction effects, bank armoring, changes in flow, and potential fish screen interactions, including impingement and mortality. NMFS technical assistance on the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, document to date has focused on areas of departure from the WaterFix project and whether an adequate level of species protection is provided. The HC intends to track this issue and notify the council if and when it is appropriate to provide comments. The next issue is the Central Valley Project and State Water Project. The court granted the federal government's request for voluntary remand of the NMFS and United States Fish and Wildlife Service biological opinions. So the Bureau of Reclamation is operating the Central Valley Project State Water Project pursuant to the standards of the 2020 Record of Decision. Federal and state agencies are working on developing the proposed action, and NMFS has established a core consultation team. The current timeline is a complete Endangered Species Act initiation package by March 2023 and a final buyout by March 2024. While the consultation is ongoing, the CVP SWP operations are modified by an interim operations plan, which includes, among other things, NMFS approval of a temperature management plan to meet Sacramento River winter run Chinook salmon habitat criteria. Bureau of Reclamation recognizes the benefits of maintaining 53.5 degrees Fahrenheit for egg incubation, but due to limited cold water resources in the reservoir, the water year 2022 plan targets a warmer temperature for a longer period. Even with this attempted optimization, about half of the eggs are forecasted to experience temperature-dependent mortality. Therefore, the HC recommends drafting a letter for the September council meeting to Bureau of Reclamation, California State Water Resources Control Board, and NMFS that recommends first, BOR continue to use the 53.5 degree target, and second, that the control board integrate the 53.5 degree target into future water rights orders. And thirdly, NMFS include it in the Central Valley State Water Project buy-up. My next topic is about the California Drought Plan. Endangered Species Act listed species and Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act managed species are facing the adverse effects of historic drought. NMFS West Coast Region's California Coastal Office is working with the California State Water Resources Control Board and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife on measures that will help protect these species and reduce the likelihood of extinction or extirpation during the extended drought periods. The Water Resources Control Board has responded to the drought with emergency regulation in only 2 watersheds in coastal California, but this is not adequate to prevent the extinction of these species. More resources are needed to move more quickly on developing water rights and in-stream flow recommendations to prevent extirpation or extinction, recognizing that droughts will become more frequent and severe. There are some legislative efforts in progress to provide more resources, for example, the California Assembly Bill 2451. All right, the next issue is Central Valley Spring Run Chinook freshwater and marine habitat indicators. Central Valley Spring Run Chinook are listed as threatened and have been exposed to very poor freshwater conditions for several consecutive years. Assessment of the population is challenging for various reasons, including run timing. Given these factors, one assessment strategy in lieu of population assessment would be to use habitat indicators that the HC developed for Sacramento River Fall Run Chinook. At the March 2022 council meeting, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration requested assistance from the HC on tailoring indicators to spring run by November. Northwest and Southwest Fisheries Science Center staff have identified a number of potential changes to the habitat indicators used for fall run to tailor the assessment to spring run Chinook. Additional work to be considered includes, first, gather indicator data relevant to spring run Chinook, verify directionality of indicators, determine indicators that most strongly predict population productivity retrospectively, and finally, automate indicator updating. The goal is to have updated indicators for spring run Chinook by the November 2022 council meeting. Next issue is Southern California Desalination Project update. In May, the California Coastal Commission unanimously denied Poseidon Water a coastal development permit to build a water desalination plant in Huntington Beach. The denial was due to the inability to identify adequate mitigation measures to offset impacts from the intake and discharge. The next item is the Humboldt Bay Oyster Aquaculture Expansion Project. The Humboldt Bay Harbor District anticipates recirculating the Humboldt Bay Mariculture Intertidal Pre-Permitting Project Draft Environmental Impact Report in July 2022. The prior DEIR proposed an expansion of 136 acres of intertidal aquaculture in North Humboldt Bay. The council previously commented on this project in July 2015 for project impacts to eelgrass habitat areas of particular concern and other resources. And the HC recommends reviewing the revised DEIR. Depending on the publication date of the notice, the comment period may end prior to the September meeting and may require the quick response procedure if comments are warranted. The HC recommends that the council task the HC with drafting a comment letter should the revised document require comments. All right, the final topic was an informational report about Protected Seas Navigator, a guide to the regulatory seascape. Representatives from Protected Seas presented an informational report on Navigator, their seascape mapping tool. Multiple uses and the regulatory impacts of each use can create complex landscapes. Navigator creates a comprehensive clearinghouse for all marine regulations that spatially restrict activity, compiling a database and mapping tool for marine protected areas and marine managed areas with a focus on regulatory information, and is intended to aid in marine spatial planning. Navigator is presented as a data-driven tool that seeks to map the global marine regulatory seascape in a neutral, agenda-free, spatially explicit manner, and is designed to be transparent and accessible to users. Their database currently covers 20,000 MPAs in 110 countries, and they plan fully global coverage by the end of the year. The database also includes marine managed areas and has consideration for other effective conservation measures, such as non-spatial management measures that have conservation benefits. Outputs are available as raw data or visually through the mapping tool, which allow the users to see all summaries of activity restrictions and allowances coded for specific fishing gears for each query. Analysis can be by location, but can also be by gear type and other marine activities across the seascape. Future efforts include moving beyond aggregation of diverse regulatory frameworks to understanding compliance and enforcement. They intend for Navigator to be dynamic, updated as new regulations come online. Protected Seas is looking to improve their database with feedback on the water information for what's actually happening relative to the regulations themselves. So in summary, HC has two recommendations. The first is drafting a letter to the Bureau of Reclamation, California State Water Resources Control Board, and NMFS on the California, the CVP SWP water temperature thresholds for the September briefing book. And in addition, a possible draft letter to Humboldt Bay Harbor District on the Humboldt Bay Mariculture Intertidal Pre-Permitting Project Draft EIR for the September briefing book or for quick response. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Are there questions for Corey? Marcy Remco, followed by Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Corey, for the report. You hardly know we are in Washington State with the content of this report being very heavily California-centric. Just a question on your recommendations. You are suggesting a draft letter be available for the September briefing book to BOR, California State Water Resources Control Board, and NMFS on the water temperature thresholds in the Central Valley, and then a second possible draft letter on Humboldt Bay mariculture. My question is, looking ahead to the MPC agenda item, I know how closely the HC and the MPC have been working on the content of letters generally, and I'm just trying to assess your workload, your priorities, and I don't know what's coming yet in terms of letter recommendations in the MPC item, but maybe you can just speak to the HC's capacity to take on the recommendations in front of us in light of what we expect to hear later in the week.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the question. We queried the Habitat Committee on whether there was specific members of the committee that were available to help with these letters. And the answer is yes, there are members standing ready to work on these letters as necessary.
Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Corey. As Marcy pointed out, there's a lot of California items in here, and as usual, mostly bad news for salmon. Looking at the top of page 2 of the report under the California Drought Plan item, it says the State Water Resources Control Board has responded to the drought with emergency regulation in only 2 watersheds in coastal California, but this is not adequate to prevent the extinction of these species. Did the Habitat Committee discuss the other watersheds that should have been included, or is there anything additional there? Thank you.
Thanks for your question. It's an issue across California, and so the issue is a very general one. And so we didn't discuss particular watersheds other than the extent to which this is affecting the entire state, and which and because of this, it's generated this legislation.
Further questions? Let me look online. I'm not seeing hand. Thank you very much, Corey.
Thank you.
I have no other reports, but I do believe we have a public comment from Glenn Spain.
There, can you hear me?
Yes, just speak up a bit, Glenn. Welcome.
Okay, my apologies, by the way. I was supposed to testify under item B1 yesterday, and I was launched into it for about a minute before I realized no one could hear me. My mic was broken. So in any event, and this is also a habitat-related issue, I want to brief people a little bit about the current status of the climate change adaptation tools for California Current Fisheries Project, CATCH for acronym. One of the problems we have, of course, is trying to figure out what habitat interactions we have. But an even worse problem is what will happen over the next few years, given the impact of climate change. And what this project does is try to wed the current and best available technology in terms of predicting overall geological or geographical climate change changes likely, and mating that with a biochemical and fisheries management tool so that we can try, at least as best as we can with information we have, to predict where things will be in 5, 10, 20 years. This, of course, is vitally important to the future of our fisheries. I want to read a bit just about a very short introduction about what this is, about the CATCH project. Global fisheries are at risk from climate change because rising temperatures reduce ocean oxygen concentrations and increase stress on commercial fish and invertebrates, causing changes in migration and spawning patterns. Existing fisheries management tools are not equipped to handle such changes as they do not offer seasonal to multi-year forecasts at high enough resolution, which would be around 10 kilometers minimum as pixels. The CATCH project is designed to address these shortcomings by using the latest high-resolution ocean atmosphere models, along with geochemistry, to forecast changes in the future distribution of commercially fished species. While CATCH initially concentrates on the California current, the model can be used to forecast fish species distributions anywhere, assuming that the background data are available. In other words, it's going to be an expandable tool. CATCH is a new resource for fisheries managers that can help ensure that fisheries remain sustainable for many years into the future. I've posted, to go with my comments, a brief written summary update. And also there is a website listed in the summary and an invitation to anyone who is on the council or associated with the council or the industry to attend the National Science Foundation Convergence Expo. And there are presentations of this model for trial run on July 27th and 28th, and the information on the presentations and how to register are in my written submission, if you could include that with my comments. And a little housekeeping thing. I noticed that I am, for unknown reasons, also signed up to testify on item C3. That is under marine planning. That is an error of my own creation, flailing about trying to figure out how to fix the problem I had yesterday. So please remove me from the list for that purpose. And there is information on the website on how to contact members of the review team. I'm serving as the liaison to the fishing industry for that review team. And we're more than happy to help guide people through the modeling and see what we can do to make it as usable and as user-friendly as possible. Thank you. That's all I have today. Thanks.
Thank you, Glenn. Are there questions for Glenn? Thank you, Glenn. So that concludes public comment and takes us to our council action, which is to consider the comments and recommendations developed by the Habitat Committee. And there were two very specific recommendations there. So let's see what the sense of the council is here, what sort of discussion we want to have. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. just like to thank the Habitat Committee for their thoughtful recommendations and offering us a little bit of detail. I note that temperature control matters have come in front of the council a number of times this spring and last year as well, of course, is ongoing need to ensure adequate cold water flow for a number of our target and listed stocks. So I appreciate the HC prioritizing this activity and taking up the opportunity to offer some comments to other agencies. On the Humboldt Bay proposal, I think it's noteworthy that the council has previously offered comment on this project back in 2015. So we would be following up from prior remarks. So I think, we already have a track record of having interest in this topic, and appreciate that the HC has offered to do some legwork when the revised DEIR is released, and then give them the discretion to determine if a letter is necessary. So I appreciate them tracking this item. I think it is a priority. I'm also aware that at least within CDFW, we do have capacity to assist with these two letters, both within our HC ranks and also beyond. I've had some discussion with our inland fishery management managers about their ability to aid us so that we have a quality work product. I am cognizant of the workload between the HC's obligations to aid with the content in the MPC subject matter area. But it sounds to me like they've had pretty detailed conversations about their ability to support letter writing efforts, both under the HC agenda items as well as in the MPC arena. So I support the HC's recommendations and look forward to their work over summer.
Thank you, Marcy. It sounded to me that if it were the desire of the council that they could prepare those letters for consideration at the next council meeting rather than using the quick response. Marcy?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the goal is always to not use the quick response, but in the case of the Humboldt Bay project, the timeline is uncertain, and given there's quite a bit of time between now and our next meeting, the comment period deadline may require us to use a quick response.
Thank you. Further discussion, do we want to provide guidance to the Habitat Committee based on their recommendations? Is there any objection to accepting the recommendations? I'm not seeing any. I don't think we need a motion, but certainly if anyone has any reservations about those recommendations, please speak up. I know it's early in the morning and people's engines haven't started going yet, but and I'm not seeing any hands. Let me just check online. And I'm not seeing a hand there either. So the sense I get here is that we appreciate the Habitat Committee's report and we accept their recommendations. With regard to the first recommendation, it seems like the September meeting would be timely. With regard to the second recommendation, after review of the draft EIS, they'll consider drafting a letter that may need to use the quick response. All right. Anything else under this agenda item? All right. Carrie?
Nope, I think that's good guidance. I appreciate the discussion and the guidance to the Habitat Committee, and that concludes your work on this agenda item. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So we're going to shift gears from habitat to groundfish. So let's take a moment. I think there's some staff members need to get repositioned, so we'll just give them a moment to do that. Also like to welcome Troy Buell to the council table.
Thank you. It's been a little while, but I'm happy to be back.
Yes.
Engaged in some groundfish items. Thanks.
So Todd, when you're ready, why don't you please provide us with an overview?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Council. It's really nice to see you after 2 years. Today before you, we have National Marine Fisheries Service Report, or F1. So today the region, Ms. Keely Kent, will be giving the overview of what the region has been up to in terms of rulemaking, as well as their proposed schedule. The Northwest Fisheries Science Center is also online. We'll be giving a presentation that will be missed through Dr. Craig Russell, or Mr. Craig Russell and Dr. Jim Hasty. And we also have a supplemental gap report for you. Your action, like usual, is to provide discussion and guidance to the region and the Science Center. That's my very brief overview. I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I would recommend moving to Keely.
All right, thank you, Todd. Any questions of Todd? All right, well, welcome Keely Kent. Welcome, Keely.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Keely Kent, the Groundfish Branch Chief with the NMFS West Coast Region. I will be speaking to agenda item F1A, which is the supplemental NMFS Report 1, as well as I have a couple other items to raise under this issue. So in the supplemental NMFS Report 1, we just have a handful of items in there in terms of rulemakings that have been published since the last meeting. We spoke verbally to this, but back in April, on April 13th, we published the proposed rule for the 2022 Pacific whiting specifications. Public comments were accepted until April 28th. And then the final rule published and is effective on June 2nd. We are in the process of issuing the remaining Pacific whiting allocations for 2022, and we expect that this should be completed shortly. In the report on the second page is our typical workload chart where we show all of the ongoing actions, who is staffed from the branch on those items, and kind of our general understanding of the timeline. There's nothing specific to raise under here except to note that since the last meeting, we have welcomed Maggie Summer on board to the Groundfish branch, and you'll see that we've started to add her name to the list of the items that she will be leading. So just noting that. A couple other things just to update the council on. One is that we have been working with Oregon Sea Grant on developing our pot gear and line marking workshop. At the moment, we have a tentative date. I did bring this to the GAP and the GMT, but would like to share publicly that at the moment we are planning on Wednesday, November 16th as the date of a virtual workshop. We're looking to hear if there's any immediate concerns about the timing of that. We've tried very hard to thread the needle between the November council meeting and the November IPHC meeting, trying to get as many folks as possible. We are planning on doing a single workshop, but then in light of making sure we have as many voices as possible, we are planning on releasing a draft report after that workshop, allowing anybody who wasn't able to attend to add their comments as well. And then we would compile that into a final report that we would present to the council and the advisory bodies at the March 2023 meeting. We're still working through the full agenda of that. We've been working with Amanda Gladix at Oregon Sea Grant. She's been in contact with a lot of fishermen. She's also starting to reach out to the state fish and wildlife agencies. And if anybody has any questions or concerns, please let me know. But Amanda's working on doing as much due diligence in the planning as she can ahead of time. And then the last update that I wanted to provide the council is relative to the non-trawl logbook. If you recall, you took a I believe we called it a clarified final action at the March meeting. We've been working hard on pushing that forward. We expect that the proposed rule will publish soon. We are still working on some of the development details of the electronic logbook. Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission is going to come to the meeting on Sunday and sit down with the GAP in particular and talk through some of the logistics of the electronic logbook. The one piece that I did want to make sure the council knew about, because it's a little different than what we discussed in March, is that after the March meeting, we had some good discussion with Oregon Fish and Wildlife, who I think, as the council knows, already has a fixed gear logbook in place. And they requested that their fishermen be able to use paper logbooks for 2 years, and then that they could assist in the transition to the electronic logbook. We think that's reasonable and are slated to let that happen. The part now that is up in the air is whether or not we would extend that 2-year period to the fishermen off of Washington and California. If you recall previously, we had noted that we would only have a 1-year transition period. That's something that we're going to leave open in the rulemaking. We're not going to make that decision now. We're going to see how the implementation goes. Ultimately, we want as many fishermen to pick up the electronic logbook early in the process, because that'll allow us to learn from their experiences and work with Pacific States to refine the electronic logbook app as necessary. But I did want to be clear with the council that that use of the paper logbooks will change the availability of that data. So using paper logbooks, that will certainly mean that that data is not available in season. And I wanted to make sure that that implementation detail was clear. Happy to answer questions about that, but those are my general updates, and maybe I'll pause to see if there's questions before turning it over to Mr. Russell.
Thank you, Keely, for that report. I'm sure there will be some questions on your report. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Keely. As you know, the topic of the new non-trawl logbook off California is a pretty significant topic of interest and discussion among our delegation. And I was just wondering, there's not really, I appreciate that Dave Cope will be joining the GAP. That's I think, a very positive development. Look forward to hearing about that discussion. But I recall the council recommending some sort of outreach and I think some targeted workshops that were slated to occur to both educate and get some feedback from the broader fleet, acknowledging that, particularly off California, we're talking about OA fishermen that are probably not doing a lot of following along of this issue very closely. Recognizing the implementation deadline of January 1, I'm just wondering if maybe you can speak to the plans and if there will in fact be some sort of workshop. I'm concerned about a new requirement that potentially will affect some 400-ish California open access vessels, and want to do all we can to make sure that they're trained on the use of the log and that there are contacts for them in terms of where to go for questions or assistance. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Emco, for their questions. Yes, I don't recall a specific request for a workshop, but we have been in discussion with industry members. This has been going on for a couple months. My lead on the action, Lynn Massey, has been talking to a number of industry folks about that. We've connected them with Pacific States about initial feedback about things to off the bat when take into account when designing the application. I believe that's the intention too on Sunday, to continue to gather that feedback. We did, in providing the funding to Pacific States to develop an app, part of that funding does include creating help guides, being available to fishermen to help when there's challenges and things like that. So that is our expectation, that Pacific States, but as part of the funding, we'll work through that. Obviously, we'll be, a major player in that. And something as we get later in the summer, we are hoping to talk with the states about whether or not they have additional ideas of how to make sure that folks are aware. I think, one of the things I've been thinking about that we did with the Seabird streamer lines was we started sending out flyers and letters well before the rule published, letting people know when things were coming. That's something that we can consider doing. The states were very helpful in some of that, like putting up flyers, having the port bios put up flyers and things like that. So that's something that we're going to consider doing as well. So we'll work together with Pacific States, who's ultimately in charge of designing the app, and then making sure that fishermen have the guides and the help that they need to do that. But if anyone, around this table or otherwise has any other ideas that would be helpful for us to keep in mind as part of our implementation plan, we are certainly open to that.
Further questions of Keely? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Keely. Question, I might have missed it, but is there an equipment requirement with this as well that is more than, is this available to tablets and iPhones or, those type of phones? Or is it something you need a laptop to operate? Do you have that information yet?
Thanks for the question, Mr. Dooley. Yes, the first round of the app is going to be available for free for smartphones. It'll be available on kind of the two main operating platforms. We're going to work on a tablet application as well. And then we are going to consider whether or not folks need a laptop, which I think would be a web-based portal, would be how it works, if they need that as well. But our understanding from our initial discussions with industry that the availability of smartphones are generally widespread, and that's kind of the best way to get the most people. Again, we have that paper logbook in trying to get us through a transition period. I don't doubt that there's a handful of fishermen that don't have smartphones. We have not heard anything specific yet on that. And so it's a little challenging to know what to plan for, how much money to spend if there's only a couple of fishermen. That is something we would like to continue to work through, but I think having the smartphone app available as the first big thing, hopefully will get the bulk of fishermen with the equipment that they already have.
Thank you, Keely, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anything further? Thank you very much, Keely. We will now go to the Science Center, which has a presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Craig Russell. Can you hear me okay?
Good morning. We can hear you loud and clear. Welcome.
Wonderful. Well, good morning, everybody. For the record, my name is Craig Russell. I'm the Director of the Fishery Resource Analysis and Monitoring Division at the Northwest Fisheries Science Center in NMFS. And today I am going to share, along with Dr. Jim Hasty, a few brief updates on 4 topics. Next slide, please. Those 4 topics are survey updates, recent workshops, 2022 assessor workload, and offshore wind energy potential survey impacts. I'll cover the first 2 topics, and then I will turn it over to Jim Hasty to pick up the last 2. Okay, next slide, please. And one more, please. So the Northwest Fisheries Science Center, as you know, fields a broad suite of surveys to provide critical data on the Northern California current, juvenile salmon recruitment, southern resident killer whale, and of course, groundfish. And so today I'm speaking just to our groundfish-related surveys. I provided additional slides with the survey details in the PDF that was uploaded as a supplemental NMFS presentation for those who would like additional information on each survey. In short, the Northwest Center plans to execute our surveys on schedule. This includes the full 4-vessel West Coast Groundfish Bottom Trawl Survey, the Southern California Rockfish Hook and Line Survey, and the California Current Hake Ecology and Survey Methods research crews in support of the Hake Whiting Treaty. And just as a reminder, the Joint U.S.-Canada Hake Survey is a biennial survey and will be conducted next in 2023. Next slide, please. So the latest from the West Coast Groundfish Bottom Trawl Survey includes a successful mobilization, very much thanks to the efforts of the vessel captains, the crew, and the science team. Leg 1 was May 23rd through June 2nd, and the last straw sampled from Newport, Oregon to the U.S.-Canada border. And the Miss Julie sampling was impacted by COVID and is planning to survey the area between Newport and the U.S.-Canada border as part of Leg 2, which is scheduled June 6th to 17th. Both vessels will be underway during that time frame. And as we often need to during surveys, we are adjusting to these impacts by shifting to get the best coverage in consultation with our stock assessors. Though as we've seen, things can change, and we can encounter weather, unexpected staff shortages, or other conditions that could force us to reevaluate or adjust otherwise. Next slide, please. Okay, I'd now like to share information on 2 recent workshops we were involved in, and I want to thank and acknowledge Drs. Kristen Marshall, Kathleen Westfalls, Mary Hunsaker, and Eric Ward for their work on these workshops and providing this information. The first workshop is the Hake Cooperative Research Workshop. As you know, cooperative research with fishery participants is a really important part of our research portfolio at the Northwest Center. In April, Northwest Center researchers, led by friends Kristen Marshall, co-hosted a virtual workshop to incorporate fishermen's knowledge about how hake are influenced by ecosystem conditions in the 3 ongoing projects. They convened the workshop with industry partners, Dan Waldeck of the Pacific Wading Conservation Cooperative and Heather Mann of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative, and 14 fishery participants with funding from the Northwest Center's Cooperative Research Program. Next slide, please. So Pacific hake, of course, are known to be a dynamic species strongly influenced by ocean conditions, but their exact mechanisms aren't always clear. So the goal of the workshop was to share knowledge about how ecosystem conditions influence Pacific hake among fishery participants and researchers. The participants discussed 3 areas of ongoing research: the drivers of hake recruitment, weight at age, and the distribution of hake in incidentally caught species. And information shared in this workshop is still being summarized, and we expect a workshop report will be completed this summer. 2 main take-home messages were that fishery participant observations about where and when hake of different ages are present expand our understanding we have from the acoustic survey and published studies. Also, there is a desire for more ongoing dialogue and collaboration in the future between fishery participants and researchers to improve science for hake management. This workshop focused on a relatively small number of fishery participants and was effectively a trial effort. But certainly our researchers are interested in continuing to engage with the fishery participants in the future and welcome opportunities to expand these kinds of conversations. Again, I would like to express our thanks to Dan Waldeck, Heather Mann, and the participants for this fruitful collaboration. And if anybody has any questions, I invite you to contact Dr. Kristen Marshall. Okay, next slide, please. So the next workshop was an ecosystem thresholds workshop, incorporating ecosystem thresholds research into management decisions. And this was led by Dr. Mary Hunsaker at the Northwest Center and colleagues. Thresholds research acknowledges that there can be rapid and dramatic changes in stock status or ecosystem condition that are driven by seemingly small changes in an ecosystem or environmental driver. And when threshold relationships are present, setting management targets outside of the threshold region can help ensure maintaining status within that safe operating space. So while scientific theory and methods exist to find and detect thresholds, much less work has gone into how to incorporate that science into fisheries management in our region. And so this workshop, with participants from several NMFS science centers, the West Coast Regional Office, some university researchers, and participants in the Pacific Council process, sought to start that conversation. Next slide, please. And the goals of the workshop were to discuss ideas for potentially useful on-ramps for incorporating thresholds, theory, and application into management decisions, and scope priority stocks and methods that could be used to inform potential case studies. The workshop discussions or topics focused on reviewing threshold research and methods that are already used and in development by scientists on the West Coast, and to identify potential future pathways to management application. Participants from other regions, primarily Alaska and Northeast, shared their experiences incorporating threshold research into their ecosystem science products used to support decision-making. The outcomes of the meetings are a workshop summary to help guide future research efforts that can be most relevant to council activities and potentially inform research in support of initiatives such as the fishery ecosystem plan being considered by the council. Workshop results are still being synthesized, but some initial take-home messages were that communication and collaboration around on-ramps for thresholds research needs to focus on developing clear, simple language and examples. Second, that simulation studies are an important way to demonstrate how incorporating thresholds could improve decision-making. And third, acknowledging that councils are mostly set up to manage one species or complex at a time, suggesting focusing on single species examples of this first, rather than aggregate or FMP level thresholds. However, ecosystem scale products like the ecosystem status report continue to be critical to connect all the dots in all these pieces. And I encourage anyone interested in learning more to contact Dr. Mary Hunsker at the Northwest Center. Next slide, please. Now I will turn the microphone over to Dr. Jim Hasty to address the topic of assessment workload planning and his recent analysis of offshore wind energy potential impacts on surveys. And I'll remain on the line if you have questions later.
Thank you. Hopefully you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So back in March, Executive Director Burden asked if we could report back on the workload that we're anticipating for our assessment scientists over the remainder of the year. And so just have a quick report on that, identifying some things. First of all, as I'm sure all of you are aware, this stock definition issue is something that we intend to be involved with to the extent that we can. Obviously, as we get into assessments for next year, that will start up towards the end of this year. In this PowerPoint, I refer to PPAs, and I use that term very loosely by November. Mainly what we're going to need from the assessment perspective is to have a reasonably clear idea for those stocks that are selected here later today. What sorts of stock definition boundaries the council is leaning towards for those species. Also would note that we have two more council meetings coming up this year, and we have 4 members between Northwest and Southwest Science Centers who are engaged in that process, who are active members of the assessment and related research group. In addition, 2 or 3 of those folks will be attending the National SSC meeting in August. Next slide, please. As we look forward to a lot of the preparatory meetings for 23, the Groundfish subcommittee of the SSC has identified 5 meetings to be held from later this month through the November-December timeframe. One of those on estimating independent indices of abundance from surveys. Another to follow that probably in late July, coordinating our aging activities and talking about catch estimation for those 2023 assessments. And nearly all of our assessment staff will likely be participating in that meeting. Another meeting that will happen in early August, exploring approaches for looking at large closed areas and their impact on assessing species, whether those have come about through more traditional regulatory changes or the advent of marine protected areas. Then in September, in the last week, we're looking to have another meeting that will cover Oregon's ROV acoustic drop camera methodology, and also look into WDFW's hook and line survey for potential use in assessments. And then finally, probably in the November-December timeframe, a meeting on incorporating data from California's ROV survey. So a lot of meetings lined up. Our SSC Groundfish subcommittee members will be attending most of those, but also engaged in planning, running them, and summarizing those meetings. And of course, depending on their particular expertise and interest, several other of our staff we expect to participate in each one of those meetings. Next. And then finally, here's a list of other assessment-related activities. We have ongoing involvement in developing our agency's new stock assessment modeling platform. That's very exciting. We're hoping that that is going to be available to use in the ballpark of our 25 or 2027 assessment cycles. We have a meeting in July with the Hake JMC, the American Fisheries Society meeting in August. Many of you are familiar with the MRAP meetings that have been held over several years and know the value of those. And the Northwest Center will be hosting this year's MRAP meeting in early October, or at least that's the plan right now. Our staff who are involved in the Pacific Hake assessment will be beginning to work on that around October, and then other assessments will be ramping up in the last quarter of the year. There's an important CAPM workshop that'll be held in October on assessment practices, and then other activities as well. So there's quite a lot on our plates over the remainder of this calendar year. Next. And so now I just want to draw your attention to a submission that we've made under this agenda item. And under F1, there is a supplemental Northwest Center report that provides information on the Oregon call areas and the extent to which our surveys have been conducted in those areas and what they've found. And this report will hopefully address for you two questions. Number one, the value of the Oregon call areas in the overall context of our surveys, and then also looking within each of the call areas to see which survey cells in the bottom trawl survey are relatively more important than others. Next. So I'm not going to go through the entire report. Here are a couple of tables from selected species that we looked at for the bottom trawl survey. There are sets of columns for each of the two Oregon call areas, and then on the right-hand side, a set of columns that summarizes the amount of catch for these species that has been observed on average over 2 time periods within those Oregon call areas. So for instance, longspine thornyhead, 10%, 9.7% of the coastwide survey catch of longspine has on average been found in one of those 2 Oregon call areas over the period from 2003 to 2019. And then you can see the low and the high values in the far right-hand columns. You can see a couple of species where, for instance, dark blotched in 1 year had nearly 70% of the coastwide catch in the bottom trawl survey from, in this case, the Coos Bay call area. At the bottom, you can see a similar sort of metric for the amount of age 2+ survey biomass that was observed on transects that passed through one of the call areas. Now, some of that catch may have actually occurred outside of the call areas, but since that survey operates on a transect basis, we've assumed that any transect that passes through the footprint of those areas might be impacted in the future. And so you can see there at the beginning and end of this time series of our surveys, roughly 20% of the survey biomass, and this includes the biomass estimated in the Canadian portion of the survey as well, were associated with transects that run through these two Oregon call areas. There's more information about these elements and figures to support them as well in the report. Next. And then finally, a slide here. We went through an exercise of trying to identify the relative value of individual survey cells within each of the call areas. We looked at 5 factors. We've shown a couple of those here. The presence of young fish that came out of a recent analysis by Northwest Center scientists. Basically, the ability of our survey to help inform us about recruitment that will be coming into the population is extremely important, in part because in many cases our surveys see much younger fish than we see through sampling of the fisheries. So you can see here that generally speaking, and these are scaled across the two areas from 0 to 1, with 1 being the highest amounts, and those shown in red in the left-hand figure. And you can see that generally where those occur is towards the shoreward edge, and certainly and generally in the shallower areas within these two call areas. We looked at 3 measures of average catch, 1 for a group of the 8 most important species, 1 for 22 species that really contained a lot of the biomass that was caught on the survey, and then another group of 79 species that included everything that had been seen in any of the bottom trawl years, except for hake. And so once again, in the Coos Bay area here, you can see that the highest valued areas are again kind of towards the shoreward, and the northern extent of the Coos Bay area is a bit shallower going farther offshore. And so that's reflected in these catch rates as well. We see generally somewhat higher catch rates throughout all of the Brookings area. And then finally, we have a composite of those 4 factors plus another that reflects species richness. How many species do we see? And in particular, how many species do we see of the ones that would be possible for us to see given the depth range of individual cells? And we evaluated that within 3 distinct depth regions in which the survey is stratified. So this is a composite look at that. I would point out that where you see the color of the ocean coming through, that light gray blue, that means those cells haven't been sampled. And in fact, our survey is a very sparse survey, and fully 1/3 of the cells within each or within these 2 call areas combined have not ever been sampled. And 85% of the remainder have been sampled fewer than 3 times over the 17 years that were included in this analysis. So in the report, you'll also see another comparison side by side between these final figures and measures of logbook average catch across all species from the trawl fishery. You see a very consistent comparison, but sort of an ability to fill in some of the gaps from the denser logbook in commercial trawling activity throughout the Coos Bay area. The picture's a little bit different in Brookings, but it's there for you to look at if you care to. And so I believe that concludes our slides.
All right, thank you very much, Craig, and thanks, Jim. As is usual, I'm sure that report will generate a number of questions from the council floor. So I will look to see what hands there may be.
And I certainly plan also to be observing the agenda, the council discussion on Monday on marine planning. And so if there are questions that come up later within the council discussion that you need an answer to, I will be around as well.
All right, thank you, Jim. Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Russell and Dr. Hasty. In regards to slides 9 and 10 on the ecosystem thresholds workshop, you talked about developing on-ramps and pathways for ecosystem thresholds. What were some of the workshop findings and recommendations around those vehicles for management integration, and how do you recommend the council take advantage of them? Thank you.
Through the chair, I'll try to take a stab at this and certainly invite Jim to weigh in here as well. Thank you, Ms. Ridings, for that question. I would offer that if a fishery ecosystem plan initiative is adopted, that we would look to leverage that and follow that timeline and process. And also, looking to the advisory bodies for additional inputs and on-ramps for that. And our staff are certainly going to be looking for those opportunities through things like the ecosystem status report, working with the ecosystem work group, and with management teams and advisory panels. But I would also certainly defer to the SSC and FTT for their thoughts and additional inputs too on where that might be. I don't have any specifics beyond that, but I certainly could ask the team that hosted that workshop if they have additional ideas.
All right, further questions? Troy Buell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is, I think, for Dr. Hasty. Jim, on the survey information that you provided inside the BOEM call areas, appreciate that. Look at that data. Those aren't, however, the only surveys that might intersect those areas, thinking primarily of the coastal pelagic species survey. Maybe there's some additional surveys like the Northern California Current Ecosystem Survey, or even the every 5-year NOAA White Ship surveys for marine mammals. Wonder if there's any plans to look at potential impacts on those surveys from the call areas.
We haven't had any plans to do that at the Northwest Center up to this point. As I understand it, there were staff that are at the Southwest Center who were looking at the potential impacts on the coastal pelagic surveys. The other thing we're up against here too is that we've been trying to feed information into the National Marine Fisheries Service Committee that has been interacting with BOEM and that has been preparing the agency's draft comments to be submitted at the end of this month. And so I suspect that potentially their focus was more on that activity, but we didn't have all of our analysis had to come together very quickly over the last 3 weeks or so. And we really didn't have an opportunity to interact with anyone at the Southwest Center to see if they might be able to add some content for the Oregon call areas relating to coastal pelagic. So I'm not sure really what has been going on either of those other two surveys. Some of them the committee may be looking at directly, but I'm not fully familiar with the scope of what they're doing.
Okay. Thanks for answering that to the best of your ability.
Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Chair Gorelnik. Thank you, Dr. Hasty. my question is for you. I'm looking at the assessor workload considerations, which are numerous. Slides, 12, 13, and 14. And I know we've been tracking the load on the SSC's plate in their workload planning statements that we've been receiving this year. What I'm wondering is, we're going to be hearing recommendations on stock assessment priorities out of the SSC later today. And your information here nicely tees up things I think we need to consider in our decision-making for recommendations for 2023 stock assessments. I'm wondering if we need to do more to account for this list of activities that you've provided us in these slides as we consider assignments for stock assessments. And I know, last cycle we found ourselves in a real bind with staff capacity and making sure that the work could be done fully and completely and at the normal high level of quality. And I'm just concerned looking at this list that our assessors may be being spread too thin. And I want to make sure that we're doing all we can to make sure that we make the right recommendations when we get to the stock assessment agenda item. So I guess what I'm looking to hear from you is when we hear the recommendations out of the SSC later today, are they in line and with the content here you're providing us in the NMFS report? And will we be able to get all of these tasks accomplished? Thanks.
Thank you, Marcy. And I really appreciate, your recognition of the importance of these workload considerations. I do think that I'm not exactly sure what the SSC is proposing in the way of assessments for next year. I did interact yesterday quite a bit with the GMT and the GAP. And I think that the recommendations that are likely to come forward from them are consistent with a reasonable workload for next year. One of the biggest concerns that I've had is the timing of these latter ROV workshops, and particularly the one that is scheduled for November and December. And so I think to the extent that we don't adopt too many species that where that are the ROV surveys would be an important consideration, that will probably be a good idea, because by November, December, we're really starting to get into the time frame where assessment authors need to be ramping up their activities to get those assessments completed, and looking at structural issues and how assessments are going to be developed. So I think that might be a useful thought to have in the back of everyone's mind as we go forward. But I think that what the GMT in particular is recommending is a very doable recommendation, and provides us with some flexibility and doesn't spread our assessment people too thin.
Thank you.
Further questions on the Science Center report? Thank you very much. We'll now go to our other reports. I have one other report, and that is from the GAP. So welcome, Mr. Richter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Council. I'll be reading from Agenda Item F1C, Supplemental GAP Report 1, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on National Marine Fisheries Service Report. Ms. Keely Kent, National Marine Fisheries Service West Coast Region, informed the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel about progress on current rulemakings, West Coast Region staffing updates, and other items of relevance. GAP also received presentations from Mr. Craig Russell and Dr. Jim Hasty, Northwest Fisheries Science Center, about groundfish science activities and a recent analysis of the potential impacts to groundfish research surveys because of offshore wind development in waters off Oregon and California. In addition to the rulemaking and staffing updates, Ms. Kent informed the GAP about an upcoming workshop convened in coordination with Oregon Sea Grant about pot gear line marking. The workshop is tentatively planned for November 16th, 2022 via an online format. Ms. Kent emphasized that NMFS is interested in receiving input from the public and plans to provide several opportunities for public engagement. The GAP consistently encourages these types of outreach efforts and appreciates learning that NMFS is making strides to coordinate with the fishing industry on this topic. Ms. Kent also updated the GAP about development of electronic logbooks for non-trawl groundfish fisheries. The proposed rule is expected to publish soon. In addition, NMFS is interested to learn from and coordinate with the fishing industry about implementation details. Ms. Kent discussed plans for a 2-year transition period from paper logbooks and efforts to encourage fishermen to understand and begin to use the new electronic logbooks. To assist in this effort, the GAP will convene an informal session with staff from Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission on Sunday, June 12th, where fishermen will engage with PFMC staff about developing an electronic logbook that is suited to the needs of fishermen, which should facilitate adoption and use by non-trawl groundfish fishery participants. Mr. Russell updated the GAP about several groundfish surveys occurring in 2022. He also reported about a recent workshop coordinated with Midwater Trawlers Cooperative and the Pacific Whiting Conservation Cooperative aimed at gaining insights from whiting fishermen about environmental drivers that influence whiting distribution, recruitment, and abundance. Mr. Russell also reported on a workshop designed to better understand ecosystem thresholds and their interplay with fisheries management and how management could adapt in response to the environment. The GAP thanks the Northwest Fisheries Science Center for their work on these initiatives. And finally, Dr. Hasty presented a summary of Agenda Item F1B's Supplemental Northwest Fisheries Science Report 1, which is potential of wind energy areas currently identified off Oregon to adversely impact future groundfish surveys conducted by the NOAA Northwest Fisheries Science Center. GAP very much appreciated the high-level overview Dr. Hasty provided and looks forward to a more detailed presentation when we take up Administrative Item C3 under Marine Planning. GAP will provide detailed comments about this topic in our Marine Planning Report. We encourage the Pacific Fishery Management Council to carefully consider this analysis because it appears likely that OSW development could negatively impact the science that is the foundation of the sustainable management of Pacific Coast groundfish fisheries. The results of this analysis are troubling to fishery participants and should be of great concern to the council because of the potential harm to council-managed fisheries. And Mr. Chairman, that completes our GAP statement. Glad to take any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the GAP? Thank you very much. That concludes all of our reports, and I don't believe we have any public comment. So that will take us to our council action, which is to discuss the reports and to provide any guidance as appropriate. Is there any guidance? I'm not seeing any interest In further discussing this item, I don't want to foreclose it. Mr. Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Well, I just wanted to express my appreciation to Dr. Hasty and the Science Centers for doing that, taking a look at what the potential impacts of placing wind energy farms in areas where our surveys collect valuable information that enable this council to make wise decisions and to fulfill our objective of having healthy fisheries resources off the West Coast. I think this is a very, very important step. It's a very, very important piece of information that can be brought to bear on the decision-making relative to potential placement of wind energy farms. I will have an opportunity, of course, to talk about this further on Monday, and I'll have some other things to say at that time, but I think this is an example of a service, if you will, that National Marine Fisheries Service can provide the West Coast interests as we face the potential impacts of wind energy development on our fishing industry and our fish stocks. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Pete Hassemer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope this doesn't seem a little off topic here. It is the NMFS report on groundfish, but I wanted to use one of the Science Center slides there, the Pacific Hake Fisherman's Knowledge Workshop as a launching point to comment on a couple of one other thing we didn't have an opportunity to comment on in our informational reports are the annual Whiting Cooperative reports on performance for the prior year. They're in there because we just don't take the time to discuss them. But as I looked through those, that's part of the groundfish fishery. And if you look at the performance of those fisheries relative to what we're trying to achieve, high volume yield, and the amount of bycatch, and I've said this before and I'll say it again, I looked very closely at the salmon line items in there because that's a particular interest to me. If that were a private business, a stockholder or shareholder report, and you looked at the performance in there, there'd be trophies and awards and bonuses given out because they were very successful fisheries. And I'm not just highlighting that particular whiting fishery at this time, but that happens to be the reports there. And the reason I want to mention is the reason reports are in there is there's a federal regulation that they produce those reports. The federal regulation citation is in the reports. We have to see those each year, and they're very good reports, but we just, for the sake of our business, we put them in the informational reports. To get back to the Science Center, the workshop they held, I know in the past I mentioned this once too, Netflix recently had this documentary, Seaspiracy. And again, I encourage you, if you haven't watched it, to watch it. The bottom line in that documentary is that by 2048, our oceans are going to be empty because of what you might consider malevolent fisheries that poorly managed and such. And there's been a number of rebuttals to that. And I'm a member of the American Fisheries Society. In the April issue of the Fisheries magazine they produce was one such counter to that. And I want to read two sentences from that report that I think strongly relate to what we're doing. It says, the reality is that local fishers, fishing cooperatives, and fishing organizations generally demonstrate strong environmental ethics and stewardship. They also serve as a critical resource of local and traditional ecological knowledge, and in some cases provide the only records of historical changes to stocks and environmental conditions. And there's a citation to back that up. So that statement is in there, and we heard about the workshop that the Science Center held with the hake, the whiting fisheries there, to gain some of this environmental or to gain some of this knowledge. So I compliment the Science Center for that, and I encourage them to look, continue to look broader, to engage with fishing communities and fishing organizations to seek that type of information. I think it's very helpful to us. And lastly, then the other report I should mention, I focused here on the whiting because that's the reports we had. That's the workshop that was held. But also the annual enforcement report is in those informational reports, and again is a gauge for the recommendations we make to NOAA and the regulations put in place for these fisheries, and then the enforcement side of it. I think it paints a very good picture for the West Coast here. There are violations that occur, but as I read that, there are in a couple of cases, there's some pretty stiff monetary penalties for violations, and I suspect that's a good disincentive to continue to fish cleanly in these fisheries. So again, I just want to take this opportunity, because we don't do it anywhere else, to recognize the efforts on the enforcement side. We don't recognize the efforts and the risks that they have to take on to do that work, but provide this information back to us on how the fisheries are being prosecuted out there. So thanks for the opportunity to just mention that.
Thank you very much, Pete, for those comments. Anything further? All right, thank you. Todd, how are we doing?
Yes, excuse me. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. You have heard both from the region, the National and the Science Center, as well as a report from the GAP. I believe that your discussion was appropriate, and I think that you have concluded this agenda item and addressed all the issues. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Todd. Before we get started on our next agenda item, we'll take a break. We'll be back here at 9:45, and we'll then get started on agenda item F2. All right, welcome back. We're going to get started without any further ado on agenda item F2, limited entry fixed gear catch share program, and I'll turn to our staff officer, Jesse Dorpinghouse, to get us started.
Good morning, everyone. This is agenda item F2, the LE fixed gear catch share program review. The Magnuson-Stevens Act requires that all limited access privilege programs undergo periodic reviews at least every 7 years after the first review. You conducted your first review of the program in 2013 and 2014 and initiated the current review at your September 2020 meeting. In March, you reviewed a draft document and adopted it for public review, which included new list of research and data needs and council recommendations. And we made this available to the public on our Amendment 14 webpage on April 18th. At this meeting, the council is expected to adopt the public review document as final, incorporating any final changes. In addition to finalizing the review, you may wish to provide guidance on when you want to consider the next program review. For example, for the trawl catch share program, the council has set a 6-year cycle to avoid periods where there is heavy groundfish workload. And you may want to consider overlap with other review projects as well. At a minimum, the council would need to initiate the process by September 2027. For reference materials, attachment 1 is the public review draft of the program review. You also have an SSE, GMT, and GAP report for this item. Your council action for today is to adopt final limited entry fixed gear permit stacking program review document and provide guidance on the timing of the next program review as appropriate. Be happy to take any questions.
All right, any questions on the overview? All right, thank you very much. So we have a number of reports here, and we'll start with the SSC. Dan Holland, I believe.
Hi, Dan Holland, Chair of the SSC here. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. I'd like to read into the record agenda item F2A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on Limited Entry Fixed Gear Catch Share Program Review. Dr. Jim Seeger provided the Scientific and Statistical Committee with an overview of changes made to the draft Limited Entry Fixed Gear Permit Stacking Program Review document, agenda item F2, attachment 1, in response to SSE comments on a previous draft. The SSE found the changes sufficiently addressed previous concerns raised by the SSE and appreciates the hard work of the authors. That concludes our statement, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thanks very much, Dan. Are there any questions of the SSC on their statement? All right, thanks very much, Dan.
You're welcome.
We'll next hear from the Groundfish Management Team. Katie Pearson, welcome.
Thank you all. My name is Katie Pearson for the record, and I will be reading Supplemental GMT Report 1. The Groundfish Management Team reviewed the materials in the advanced briefing book, including the updated draft for the Limited Entry Fixed Gear Permit Stacking Program Review, Attachment 1, and received a briefing from Ms. Jessica Dorpinghouse and Dr. Jim Seeger of the Pacific Fishery Management Council staff. The GMT appreciates council staff incorporating GMT comments into the LEFG review and recommends adopting the LEFG review document as final, as the analyst's additions make it a very complete and thorough document that the GMT believes fully meets the needs of the review. In regard to the timing of the next LEFG review, which is mandated to be initiated by September 2027, the GMT notes that the next catch share review and intersector allocation agenda item will have to start in 2028. Given the high workload for the analysts and the review burden of the GMT recommends providing enough space between the program reviews the council must conduct and starting the next LEFG review in 2026. This may allow the council to complete the LEFG review before initiating the catch share review. And that concludes our statement.
All right, thank you very much for the statement and the recommendations. Are there any questions of the Groundfish Management Team? Thank you very much. Our final report is from the GAP and Bob Alverson. Welcome, Bob.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is the GAP report on agenda item F2A, Supplemental GAP Report 1, June 2022, Groundfish Advisory Panel Report on Limited Entry Fixed Gear Catch Share Program Review. The Groundfish Advisory Panel heard a report on this agenda from Ms. Jessie Dorpingas and offers the following comments. The GAP recommends the council adopt as final the public review draft of the Limited Entry Fixed Gear Permit Stacking Program Review document under this agenda item. Regarding the following items discussed in the GAP earlier this year, the GAP understands these will be added to the groundfish workload and new groundfish measures update item on the agenda in September. Those included the allowance for slinky pots, a permit, price reporting, cost recovery, allowing a fourth permit on a vessel, taking multiple cumulative landing limits for each limited entry fixed gear permit, and removal of the base permit. Further, the GAP agrees with the Groundfish Management Team recommendation that the next limited entry fixed gear catch share program review should take place 6 years from when the current review started. In this case, since this review started in 2020, the next review would be in 2026. This would also take place after the next expected essential fish habitat program review and before the next trawl catch shares program review. Those are our comments, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you very much, Bob. Are there any questions on the GAP report? All right, Krista, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the report. I'm appreciative of you saying that you want all of these items added, but was there much discussion around if that was as added as a package, or if we were just adding these to the omnibus to pick and choose from?
Through the chair, these were considered as a package back. I think we talked about these at the previous council meeting in April. And so 3 of these are from National Marine Fisheries Service and 3 of them are from industry, and the fixed gear industry from the GAP is assuming they'll move forward as an omnibus package, be considered at the September or at your March meeting, whenever is the most appropriate time to prioritize these.
All right, any further questions on the GAP report? All right, thanks very much, Bob, but don't go anywhere. That completes our reports. We have 1 public comment card, and it's yours. So change your hat now, and we're ready for public comment.
So, Mr. Chair, on behalf of members of Fishing Vessel Owners Association and the fixed gear group that Lynn Walton speaks for, we support the GAP recommendation, GMT recommendations on this, and look forward to further testimony in September on these 6 items. I'm not going to be present for the last agenda item at this meeting, which we sent in a written public comment on that to keep these together and move them forward. So that ends our comments, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thanks very much, Bob. Are there any questions? Bob? Thank you very much. That concludes our reports and public comment. Takes us to council action. This is final action, and we've received fairly specific recommendations and fairly consistent recommendations from the reports we've heard. So let's have some discussion and then perhaps a motion if when folks are ready for that. Heather Hall.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Grelnick.
I just want to start by thanking staff for putting together a very nice streamlined program review document that we've had to work from. I know in March, we recommended some additions to that program review document, which have been confirmed are satisfactory by the SSC and others who made recommendations to those. And so I think we have a really good document to work from here. I know the overarching discussion has really been that the limited entry fixed gear program has been meeting the goals and objectives of Amendment 14. It's required very few changes since it was last reviewed in 2014. And so it allowed for this narrow focused look at the program. So I just want to start there. I'll leave room for more discussion, but I do have a motion when the time is right.
Thank you, Heather. Further discussion? Heather Hall.
Thank you. Sandra, if you could put my motion up. Thank you. I move that the council adopt the limited entry fixed gear permit stacking program review document as shown in agenda item F2, attachment 1, June 2022 as final. And within the motion, I offer the guidance separate, just to consider the limited entry fixed gear program review in 2026, which will hopefully allow the council to complete the that program review before initiating the CAT share review.
All right, thank you very much for the motion. Heather, is the language on the screen accurate and complete?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'll look for a second. Seconded by Phil Anderson. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. As I started out with, the program review has been kept narrowly focused and streamlined. I think this action here is just adopting that as final. I do want to speak to the follow-on actions that the GAP has mentioned and that we heard Mr. Alverson speak to in public comment. I think it's important that while we had this streamlined look at the program itself, we recognize that some improvements to the fishery could be made by some of these recommendations. In March, we did put those on the groundfish workload prioritization list. I believe we did that as a package, but I'd also like to make sure it stays that way to create efficiency to the extent possible. I mean, if some things are more logical to move forward, that as appropriate, that's fine. Just to make sure these fisheries improvements do actually get implemented. And so I hope we can have more discussion about that in September. Also want to express some support for the slinky pots that are proposed as follow-on action. I'm just noting that we've heard about their efficiencies in fisheries in Alaska. We know they have general benefits like reduced interactions with yellow eye rockfish and albatross and potentially depredation issues. So I just want to speak in favor of that specific item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Heather. Are there questions for the maker of the motion? Any discussion on the motion? Keely Kent.
Just a quick question. Just believe this is correct, but in terms of nomenclature, the last part of your guidance before initiating the catch share review, you mean the trawl catch share review, yes?
Thank you, yes.
Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am appreciative of the motion and the ability of all of us to work together to streamline. And I am in support, both of the motion of the guidance, but also of the need to keep all of these items together as we move forward. So just wanting to reiterate and add to the base of support for that.
Further discussion on the motion? I am not seeing any hands. And if there's no further discussion, it's appropriate to take a vote. So I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Heather, thank you very much for the motion. Is there further discussion or motion on this agenda item? All right, Jesse, how are we doing?
You've done great. So you have adopted the final review document. And so we'll get that posted to the council website, which means that you have officially completed the LA Fixed Gear program review this time around. And we will look to begin the next review in 2026.
All right, thanks so much, everyone. You did a great job on that 2-hour agenda item. Sadly, that ends my turn on the gavel on today's agenda. So I'm going to hand the gavel off to our Vice Chair, Brad Pettinger.
Well, thank you, Chair Grelnick, for the gavel and all the actions that may await us in the next couple of agenda items. So hopefully we have time. So anyway, I will take this time to John DeVore to start us off. If we get the staff switched around. Take it away, John.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. We'll be addressing agenda item F3, which is stock assessment plan in terms of reference final action. The task before you today is to make a final decision on groundfish stocks to be assessed next year. And then a tentative list of stocks to be assessed in 2025. This is the final meeting of a two-part process to decide stock assessment priorities and the terms of reference which guide the process. In March of this year, you adopted a preliminary list of stocks for assessment in 2023. Which included full assessments for black rockfish, petrale sole, copper rockfish, quillback rockfish, and yellowtail rockfish or rough eye and black spotted rockfish. Choice of those two, one of those two. You also indicated a preference for data moderate assessments for long spine thorny head, short spine thorny head, English sole, and Rex sole. And then catch-only projection updates, which will inform harvest specifications for 2025 and beyond for cowcod, Pacific spiny dogfish, and yellow eye rockfish. Your tentative list of stocks for assessment in 2025 included assessments for sablefish, yellow eye rockfish, Pacific spiny dogfish, and yellowtail or rough eye and black spotted, whichever is not chosen for assessment next year. As part of this agenda item, we'll have some input from Doctors Jim Hasty and Chantel Wetzel from the Northwest Fisheries Science Center. As always, they've been very helpful in providing a lot of information to inform your decision on stock assessment priorities. And to that end, you saw in the advanced briefing book that you had beyond the situation summary, you had a revised attachment, an attachment 1, which is an overview of the assessment prioritization process and analysis that Doctors Hasty and Wetzel put together for you. We have a supplemental revised attachment 2, which is that extraordinary workbook with all of the rankings associated with a number of different factors that are helpful in making this decision. You have attachment 3, which goes into a little bit more depth on the methodology used to develop those rankings. Attachment 4 is a data summary, and this was electronic only because of it's quite a voluminous tome. Attachment 5, which summarizes the available data that could be used for stock assessment from the California Collaborative Research Fishery Program. And then to help your decision, we have some supplemental reports. The first of which is a supplemental PowerPoint of that you are about to receive from Dr. Hasty, but you also have supplemental reports from the SSC, the GMT, and the GAP with their recommendations for stock assessment priorities. So just to be very clear, the task here is to decide, make a final decision on those stocks to be assessed next year, a tentative decision for stocks to be assessed in 2025, and then an adoption of 3 different terms of reference that help guide our process. As you might have noticed in the situation summary, 2 of those were not produced as attachments, but there are hyperlinks to those documents. Those include the terms of reference for developing groundfish rebuilding analyses and the terms of reference that guide methodology reviews for groundfish and CPS methodologies. In the course of this process, and not to take the lead from anyone, but no one has recommended any changes to the current versions of those last 2 terms of reference, the rebuilding analyses and the methodology reviews. And the stock assessment terms of reference has undergone some change, not the least of which is a separation of groundfish and CPS stock assessment terms of reference into 2 different documents. We're only talking about the groundfish one at this meeting. To assist the decision on that particular terms of reference, there's a supplemental revised attachment 6 that's available now, and this is the final terms of reference recommended by the SSC. It's electronic only in your briefing book because it is quite a large document as well, but it is referenced in the SSC report, so we wanted to make sure that it was there for you to see before you consider a final adoption of that. So with that, that concludes my overview. And if there are no questions to me, I recommend you take the slideshow from Dr. Hasty.
Very good. Thank you, John. Questions for John on his overview? Okay. Thanks, John. Dr. Hasty, are you there?
I am. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And thank you to John for an excellent introduction to this topic. I want to thank my co-author on this, Dr. Chantel Wetzel, who is also contributing to discussions as a member of the GMT. Apologies for my phone ringing in the background. Next slide. So our goal today is to identify species that will be assessed in 2023. We're primarily going to review individual species considerations, talk about workload and possible star panel configurations based largely on the recommendations that the GMT brought forward and shared as part of our discussion with the GAP yesterday afternoon. And then if there's any discussion of the attachments that is desired, we can also respond to those questions either up front here or later as part of council discussion on this issue. Next. Just from a broader perspective, I'd like to give the council some comments here about the number of species that we're trying to maintain assessments for. Over the years, we've conducted benchmark assessments, full assessments for 35 species and data moderates for another 8. And more importantly, too, those 43 species that have been assessed have involved 63 modeled assessment areas. So that's quite a bit of workload for a relatively small group of assessment scientists to maintain, particularly since we have a biennial process. You can see here at the bottom, we have 11 species that haven't been assessed since at least 2013, and another 5 that were last assessed in 2015, 9 from 2017. Next. So getting into details for specific species, black rockfish is obviously highly important to both commercial and recreational fleets. There's likely to be new survey data available in Oregon, where the model from 2015 had quite a few issues, and potentially more nearshore survey information available to include in assessments in other areas as well. We do anticipate having to use area-specific assessments. We had 3 state areas in the 2015 effort. Whether the council's ongoing discussions of stock definitions lead us to use state boundaries, or in particular a state boundary between Oregon and California, is yet to be seen, but I think there are considerable differences in data and exploitation that would merit consideration or future use of area-specific models. Canary is another stock that is highly important to both commercial and recreational, and will become more so in the future as we get yellow eye rockfish rebuilt. It was also last assessed in 2015, and it used a single assessment model, but that was a 3-area model, and included within that were many area-specific breakdowns of fleet data. The last assessment for short spine thorny head, a little bit older, in 2013. That stock only ranked 21st overall, but was the number 5 commercial producer of revenue, not counting hake, over the last 5 years. Also, I'm sorry that I just see here now the ranking on Canary isn't right. I'm not sure right off the top of my head, but I think Canary was more like about number 9 in this year's, a copy and pasting error. In addition, for short spine, that was recommended as for consideration as a length-based data moderate by the council in March. Effectively, our prior assessments for short spine thorny head have been length-based data moderates with the inclusion of a survey index. since we don't yet understand how to age thorny heads reliably. And we're working on some alternative approaches in the background, but those aren't likely to be ready for several years. Rexol was another species to be considered for length-based data moderate. It was not ranked 21st overall. That was another mistake yesterday in trying to get this done by 5, but it was the number 15 commercial revenue producer. And it is also, as with short spine, well sampled by the bottom trawl survey. Next. Petrale sole is a very important species to the commercial trawl fishery. While it had an update in 2019, the last full assessment wasn't conducted or was conducted last in 2013. In more recent years, research conducted by Melissa Haltuck and Nick Tomieri at the Northwest Center identified an ecosystem relationship or driver of recruitment that we think should be included in the next full assessment. This would be similar to the research that supported inclusion of that kind of relationship in the sablefish assessment. Of great concern for Petrale is the lack of length evidence in our bottom trawl survey for any strong recruitment since 2010. You can see on the left side here a reference to there having been 3 strong recruitments in 2006 through 2008, as indicated in the last assessment. And you can see in the green box how there are larger bubbles in those years for the lengths that would correspond to 2- and 3-year-old fish. And we just don't see that kind of evidence in the length data in the more recent years in the red box. At least on the right-hand side, we see that there hasn't been a steady decline in the survey biomass estimate, but still think that this would be an important species to do next year. Next slide, please. Copper rockfish was assessed last year as a length-based data moderate. There were issues raised particularly in the Southern California model about additional data that might be available to be included there, where the population in that area was seen to be more depressed than in the northern part of the state. I've listed here a number of sources of information, some of which are available throughout the state. Some would be more focused in areas north or south of Point Conception. Next slide. Quillback was a species that continued to be highly ranked in this year's analysis based on the 3 factors shown here: high fishing mortality relative to the OFL, its potential as a future choke species, and the low coastwide status. There might be some new abundance data, trend data available for a 2023 assessment. However, one of the major factors in last year's assessment was the lack of sufficient new age data to estimate a California-specific growth curve. The growth relationship that was used in last year's California model was based largely on data from Oregon quillback. And so having a new California-specific growth relationship available for the next assessment has been identified as an important factor to accurately reflect any differences in growth that might underlie that the population stock dynamics in that area. We don't have the ability at this stage to guarantee that there would be enough data, even with expanded efforts that California and its fishing community are undergoing to promote collection of more age structures for quillback. It's probably likely that there'd be a much higher chance of being able to develop a California specific growth curve by 2025. Next. So the last assessment of rough-eye and black-spotted, that complex, was in 2013. We have identified that the future catches of rough-eye could approach the ACL contributions from the projections of that earlier 2013 assessment, taking into account that our scientific uncertainty buffer continues to increase as the years since the last assessment increase. One factor that might come into play is that this complex was designated as Category 2 by the SSC back in 2013, largely because of the uncertainty of differences in rough-eye and black-spotted dynamics, but also not really knowing what the makeup of that complex was in terms of species proportions. We have a better idea about that now based on genetic testing from survey collected samples over the last decade. And so it's certainly possible that even just SSC review of those data could lead to a revision of that category without a new assessment. And if that were the case, that would make some additional fish available perhaps sooner than that. Unfortunately, we became aware at this meeting earlier during the SSC discussion that there were substantially more unaged rough-eye age structures than we had thought previously, to the tune of about 15,000. And as a result of that, we're supporting, even though we included rough-eye in a lot of our scenarios in our attachment 1 for this agenda item, we're now supporting postponing that assessment until 2025, and then focusing on trying to find ways to get some of that aging backlog dealt with in the interim. And some of that might involve trying to see if we can find a successful way to age rough-eye using the near-infrared spectroscopy approach that we've been exploring for a few years now. That's in part because these age structures are more challenging to age than most of our other species. Next slide, please. So based on the GMT recommendations that we discussed, and I think that the GAP agreed with yesterday afternoon, we've got a couple of options here. One in which we would have a panel for black rockfish that would be expected to have 3 modeled areas. Another panel in this option A that would include petralisol and canary rockfish. And then a third panel where our agency assessment staff would assess copper rockfish for the California area only, and then have a couple of length-based data moderates for short spine and Rexol developed by the grad student class that our staff lead at the University of Washington. And then we'd also have catch-only updates or updated projections for cowcod, widow, and yelloweye. One of the advantages of this configuration is that petrale, sole, and canary will represent the largest lifts for aging amongst all of these species. And so having them together in a panel that doesn't involve the class could allow that panel to be scheduled later in July that would buy us some additional age reading time. Option B, on the other hand, includes the same species, but has the grad student class generating the petrale sole assessment, which would still be reviewed with canary, but the timing of that review would be best limited to late May or early June so that the members of the class would be able to participate in that review during the school season. Next slide. Here's a look at the calendar. The weeks that are highlighted in purple would be possible weeks to feed into SSC and council consideration at the June council meeting, now identified as being in late June. The olive green weeks represent potential star panel review weeks that would then feed into the September council meeting beginning around September 7th. And next slide. And then I've highlighted here the 2 weeks that we think would probably be optimal for reviewing whatever assessments are developed as part of the grad student class at University of Washington. Next slide. So I've listed here also based on, I believe the GMT will have a table similar to this, but without the updated NMFS rank column, but based on the set of species that I just covered in the previous slides. I fed that information through the spreadsheet, one spreadsheet tab that is designed to provide a partial updating of the species rankings given a set of assessments for 2023. And so you see in the upper box there are all of the species that are included in the GMT statement, plus then 3 additional species, more higher level or more visible species that were not included in their list. So as you can see, there's still a lot of species that are apt to be of considerable importance in 2025, and again, probably more than we'll be able to do. So with that, I think that's the end of my presentation. I can take any questions you have now, and certainly will remain on the meeting if other questions arise during council discussion.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hasty. Questions for Jim on his presentation? Oh, John DeBoer.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Jim. I have one clarification and one question. The clarification is, and I'm looking at supplemental revised attachment 2, which is the prioritization workbook. Canary rockfish, the overall ranking is number 13. And,
thank you, John.
And Rex Sole is 23. So if that's helpful to you, that's right out of that workbook. My question, Jim, is when you showed the star panel scenarios and what stocks could be assessed in different star panels, you also had the catch-only updates listed on that slide, and you had listed cowcod, yellow eye, and widow rockfish. However, the council in March showed a preference for cowcod, yellow eye, and spiny dogfish. And my question is it safe to presume that switching out spiny dogfish for the widow rockfish that's on this slide would not increase the workload?
I don't think that there would be more workload involved with doing widow than spiny dogfish. I guess our concern with spiny dogfish was that it was just assessed last year, and so there was some concern about widow not having been assessed for a longer period in the past. And so I was taking the lead of the GMT basically and listing these as updates or as catch-only updates.
Okay, thank you, John. Further questions? Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And a bigger picture question, Jim, but yeah, first, thank you for all the coordination and communication and laying this out for us and for the gap in the GMT, and really impressed with what it's become and looking at the trade-offs here. And to my question, one of the biggest constraints on the process and our ability to do these assessments is the ability to process ages, determine the ages of a lot of these fish, like you were bringing up with rough eye. I remember last cycle we had an exchange about Dover sole, and even that's a data-rich assessment. But just looking at the ages you all able to use in the assessment in recent times compared to even 10, 20 years ago, it was shocking at how few ages are actually incorporated compared to what used to be. And from my agency's perspective, we have PACFIN funding that supports this, but has been flat funded for probably going on 20 years now. And the age reading was something that was cut, I don't know how long ago. I'm on my time, but a long time ago. So can you, just for everyone's benefit here, remind us, like, what is the coastwide capacity here for determining the ages of these fish? And do you have any, you talked about having, I think you said 15,000 for rough eye, but yeah, what are the prospects for 2025, and what is the funding situation? Any general thoughts you had there? I know you have a long time perspective, but yeah, just highlighting how important that is to our process. And I know we might not have you on the job too much longer, but this might be my last chance to ask you to provide an update of where we are in terms of where we used to be and where we could be on getting this key data.
Thank you for the question, Corey. Yes, ages are incredibly important to our assessments because we have a lot of very long-lived species, and many of them tend to stop growing in terms of length a lot at a fairly young proportion of their maximum age. So for many species, say they might live to 80 years old, but the growth curve might reach asymptotic maximum length by the age of 20. And so once fish reach those lengths where they're not going to grow much anymore, it's very challenging to know much about the age structure of the population just from the length data. I'm familiar with your flat funding situation, and that has presented challenges to us. Right now, we have 6 people in our aging lab that we fund through a grant to Pacific States, and they're located in Newport. One of those people is a supervisor of the staff, and so effectively we have about 5.5 readers. As I understand it, in the past, Washington has frequently had 2 age readers, and I think you're down to 1 right now. I'm not sure when that would change. For most of the last decade, I'm not sure this has changed, but California hasn't had an age reader. The Southwest Center in Santa Cruz did have one of their staff who did some age reading, but that person retired a couple of years ago. So, and we also, I should say, Oregon has somebody who's aging most of the time. And as I understand it, they're focusing on black rockfish right now in reading their structures. So we have a very limited number of people when we're thinking about how the rate at which ages are developed for a lot of our species. We're looking at 35 to 50 age reads a day, where people break and burn the otoliths and then count annuli under microscopes. As I mentioned, we're exploring an alternative as part of a national strategic initiative that is looking at using near-infrared spectroscopy to develop age estimation. And that approach has shown promise, but it requires a lot of species-specific testing. And I can guarantee you that the next species that we test is going to be rough-eye rockfish. But it will take a while to do that testing. And then if it looks promising, then to bring those results forward to the SSC and discuss with them the pros and cons of using results from that approach in our stock assessments. But if that approach works, it would present a much more rapid method for obtaining age estimates for many of our species. I will say, there are a substantial number of age structures that haven't been aged for both canary and petrale. However, just to compare canary and rough-eye, the total number of ages that we have from rough-eye is about 4,000, and we didn't have the resources leading into the 2013 assessment to go back and age a lot of the historical structures for rough-eye, and so that work remains. Whereas canary rockfish has a legacy of over 70,000 ages that already exist. And so even in circumstances where maybe all of the age structures haven't been aged from a given year, many have been. And so the absolutely highest priority work is much more limited for those species than it would be for rough-eye. Does that answer your question, or do you have any?
Yes. Thanks, Dr. Hasty, very thoroughly so. And yeah, thank you for recognizing the funding challenges and articulating that. Appreciate it.
Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Dr. Hasty. I have a couple of questions. One is on terminology on the first slide that shows the background of the assessments. It uses the term benchmark assessments. I think their number was 35. And then in the balance of the slides, what I think equates to a benchmark assessment, the term full is used. So we have full, we have data moderate, we have catch only updates, and we have this term benchmark. So a full assessment and a benchmark assessment, is that one and the same?
Yes, it is. The benchmark is kind of a term that the agency frequently uses in stock assessment discussions. But yes, that's the same as a full assessment. And then, of course, some of our full assessments end up being updated where most of the structure of the assessment remains the same since the last benchmark, but data series have updated observations in them, but the structure remains the same. So you have to have a full assessment before you can have an update.
Thanks, Jim. And my second question has to do with slide 9, which has the 2 options that are reflecting the GMT gap recommendations for coastwide. There's that term benchmarks again. My question here is trying to figure out if the council's being asked to pick between these 2 or offer our perspective on these 2. The note at the bottom of the slide where it notes that option A would allow more time for aging of Petrale and Canary, which have the most unread structures, seems to be a really important point, at least as I understand it, given the importance of having as many age structures read and available as possible. So is there, setting aside the question about the grad student class, the timing of that, I'm trying to figure out what the other considerations should be between these 2 options.
Yeah, I suppose the main reason why I presented both of these is I hadn't had a chance to consult with my staff as to whether there was a strong preference that they had as to the thinking about what the class would be better suited to do. And some might depend on the number of students that are participating in the class. But we do also have some additional staff flexibility, noting there in option A that the number of staff in the needed column adds up to 9, and we would have 10 staff at least available to work on these. So there would be a possibility of having the class only work on one of those length-based data moderates and having another person on our staff take up one of them. And so the reason that I included both of these was just the uncertainty and not having had a chance to discuss with my staff how we would prefer to see this shake out. I would agree with your assessment that all other things being equal, that option A, where we would have the opportunity to schedule that panel 2 in July, that would get us basically another 4 to 6 weeks of age reading time for Petrale and Canary, would really be beneficial, because I did some tabulation of the aging that could be done to support both of those assessments yesterday, and it could easily end up being 8 or 9 person months for each of those species.
Thanks, Jim. I just have one more, and it's on that same slide. Under Canary, or modeled areas in both options, there's the modeled areas 1, and then in parens the number 3. So is that to suggest there is, Canary being a coastwide stock, is there some consideration of doing multiple area-specific models for Canary?
Canary was more of a hybrid approach the last time it was assessed. There was a single assessment model, but there were separate areas included within that model that basically supported the inclusion of, I think, largely state level fleet data within the one model. So it's not the same sort of situation that we would have with a black rockfish where we'd have 3 independent models. Basically, the situation that we'd anticipate for canary represents more work for the assessment authors, but not as much of an increased level of review needed as something like the 3 black rockfish models. Okay. That's my understanding.
Great. Thanks very much, Jim, for those responses. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Bill. Marcy Ribgo.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Dr. Hasty. I have another question on process and timing. It's not captured in your presentation, but I'm hoping you can give us your thoughts. I'm thinking back to the last cycle, and I'm thinking about the number of assessments that we tasked the science centers and the stat teams with. And I'm thinking about the intervening events that occurred, like COVID, and the workload and the challenges for staff with getting access to aging labs and telework, and all of us needing to change up how we got our work done. One thing that had occurred to me as things went along in the process last cycle is that we made a recommendation for final assessment priorities in June, and then the topic largely went silent in terms of communications with the council until we received the draft assessments in our briefing book the following June. I know we've had a number of discussions kind of in sidebar about the potential for the science centers to come back and give us some sort of an update or just a thumbs up that the recommendations that we made were going to be attainable and doable by all involved. And I certainly appreciate the fact that stock assessors, once they get going on something, and there's some initial looking at indices and things and trends that might suggest an outcome, that by then we're pretty far along, and it wouldn't be good decision making to say, okay, let's stop this effort because of what it suggests in terms of results. But I'm just wondering, is there something we can build in terms of a process, and even if it's just an update in a NMFS report, that the plans that we're making here today, in fact, are on track as we head into winter. So just wondering what your thoughts are on that topic, and how we might be able to just have some reassurance as the cycle progresses. Thanks.
Thank you for the question, Marcy. I think that certainly one of the most important of those SSC Groundfish subcommittee meetings coming up is the one in July on our aging priorities and our ability to come up with agreed upon catch time series for each of the species. I could see us coming back in September, for instance, with a report from that meeting. The SSC will probably summarize that, but we could certainly include a report from the assessment perspective on how we see things shaping up and have a better idea of that aging workload and how that's going to be distributed across species. There certainly would be, we'd be willing to come back, I think, and provide some general updates about how things are going at subsequent council meetings if that would be desired. But it seems like that first checkpoint, you know, having the ages and the catch time series, and at least if there are issues, say, in catch time series, having a plan for how those are going to be addressed. And so having those things, having a plan for all of that agreed upon and being able to inform the council about that, I think would be something that we could do in September if that would be desirable to the council.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Hasty. I think that's a fine idea. I guess I was thinking beyond just the aging work and the projected ability to have enough age data to include in the various assessments on the plate. I'm thinking about personnel changes or needs. I know we're all going through periods of significant turnover and transition, and you know, I'm kind of thinking more toward, you know, November-ish, if there is a way to just keep the communication and the dialogue going with us in terms of, you know, making sure that things are going according to plan and that that all of the assessments that are scheduled will be receiving the requisite review and scrutiny that we're expecting. So I think your September idea is great. I would just encourage if there is a way to, again, keep that two-way communication going between the science centers and the council, we'd sure appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, and we can certainly make a point of doing that, and presumably by November as well, we'll have a better idea about the timing for pre-assessment workshops for each of the species and how we're going to try and organize those over the following months. So.
Okay, thank you, Marcy. Further questions on the NIPS presentation? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Jim. John teed this up a little bit earlier, but I wanted to ask another question about it. So going to the catch-only projection updates, we had preliminary picked cow cod, Pacific spiny dogfish, and yellow eye, and we're looking at cow cod widow and yellow eye. You noted earlier that it was just assessed in 2021 as possible some justification for that, but I'm trying to more fully understand the trade-offs between doing the projection updates for each of those species. So would like to hear more and get your thoughts about the justifications for swapping widow in, removing spiny dogfish. Spiny dogfish has high bycatch, low productivity, and is a species that we've discussed before and I continue to be concerned about. Thanks.
Yeah, generally the purpose of doing catch-only update projections is to correct or make more accurate the projections from the original assessment model. And so if you don't have any differences between what was projected that forms the basis for the specs projections from the original model, then you'd get no difference from a catch-only update. So not only the degree of difference or divergence between the projected catch amounts and the actual catches that factor plus the number of years over which that difference has occurred, those become key factors in the value of doing a catch-only update projection. And the purpose of that then is if a lot less catch has actually occurred, then the OFL can be set at a higher level than what was originally projected because less mortality has occurred over the intervening years. So with spiny dogfish, there hasn't been a very long period. There may be underattainment of the specifications that have been in place. However, the other question is, let's say you have a species like English sole, where the projections, the actual catch is vastly less than the projected value. The question is if it's going to stay there at a low level, and the sigma uncertainty buffer reductions are not impinging on the ability of the fleet to catch, as they might well be if sigma had been compounding over a large number of years. Then you begin to fail the importance test on the other side. It's like if you're only achieving 30% of an ACL and there's a gap that will be maintained between that ACL and fishing mortality, then why do you need to do an update? And so we generally find that the updates are most valuable in situations where no assessment has been done in many years and the projected catches are considerably different from the fishing mortality that's been realized, or in situations where we anticipate further increases in fishing effort. And widow rockfish, the fishery for widow rockfish is certainly one where we've seen increasing effort in resuming midwater targeting for widow rockfish over the period since widow was declared rebuilt. And so that plays into the motivation, I think, for prioritizing widow for one of those over dogfish. Does that answer your question? And if not, potentially Chantel would be able to share some of the other discussion that occurred in the GMT. Or the GMT might be able to respond to that when they make their comments.
That's very helpful, Jim. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Okay, further questions? All right, Jim, I think we're going to let you go now. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Vice Chair.
All right. Very good. Next up, the SSC report, and Dan Holland. Dan?
Hi, thank you. Dan Holland, Chair of the SSC. I would like to read into the record Agenda Item F3A Supplemental SSC Report 1, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on Stock Assessment Plan and Terms of Reference Final Action. The SSC discussed stock assessment priorities for new groundfish stock assessments in 2023 and 2025, and final revisions to the terms of reference, the TOR, for the 2023-2024 groundfish stock assessment process. The additional 2 TORs for the 2023-2024 groundfish rebuilding analyses and groundfish and CPS methodology reviews are endorsed by the SSC with no changes. The upcoming stock assessments will inform the harvest specifications and management measures decisions for groundfish fisheries in 2025 and beyond. Dr. Jim Hasty and Chantel Wetzel, Northwest Fisheries Science Center, presented an overview of stock assessment prioritization materials, and Dr. John Budrick, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, guided discussion on questions posed by the council and previously discussed by the Groundfish Subcommittee. The SSC appreciates the extensive analyses and reports completed for this agenda item. The SSC agreed on a limited number of final revisions to the draft terms of reference, the TOR, for groundfish stock assessments in 2023. The CPS subcommittee report appended to agenda item D2A supplemental SSC report 1 notes that changes that were made relative to the previously combined groundfish and CPS TOR, most of which have also been made in the groundfish TOR. This revised version of the TOR is endorsed by the SSC and is provided to the council as agenda item F3 supplemental revised attachment 6 in electronic form only. The SSC discussed stock assessment priorities and data availability for upcoming stock assessments, including available age data, the backlog of unaged otoliths, the aging effort needed to produce ages, stock assessment workload, and the proposed star panel calendar for 2023. There was broad agreement that black rockfish is a high priority for 2023 stock assessment, as this species ranked first in the NMFS stock assessment prioritization process. The 2023 assessment is likely to capture spatial stock structure through 3 separate regional stock assessment models. The current lack of size and age data to estimate regional growth curves for quillback rockfish is problematic. There is a lack of samples at small and large sizes that need to be addressed prior to the next quillback rockfish stock assessment. While sampling for quillback rockfish age structures is ongoing, conducting a benchmark stock assessment for quillback rockfish in 2025 may provide the opportunity to ensure the data necessary for growth estimation for quillback rockfish in California is available. So that's 2025 instead of 2023. The SSC discussed additional data from remotely operated vehicle surveys, the California Cooperative Fisheries Research Program, and fishery-dependent surveys that could provide indices of abundance and length compositions for a future quillback rockfish benchmark assessment in California. The SSC discussed that from an age reading perspective, it would not be possible to produce ages for 2023 stock assessments for petrale sole, canary rockfish, and rough-eye black-spotted rockfish in the same cycle, even if otoliths are subsampled from available samples. Rough-eye rockfish are difficult to age, and there's a large backlog of both survey and fishery unaged structures. The SSC suggests that conducting a rough-eye rockfish benchmark assessment during the 2025 cycle would ensure a greater number of ages would be available for the stock assessment. The possibility of conducting a data moderate rough-eye assessment was briefly discussed, but the SSC does not recommend this course of action due to high attainment by the fishery. If a data moderate stock assessment for rough-eye rockfish resulted in an unfavorable stock status, oh my goodness. my laptop just went down as I'm trying to read this statement. Hold on. Not sure what I can do right now because I don't have, luckily I'm on a different computer, but I don't have the statement. I'm wondering if John DeVore is there and can take over.
John.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Dan. I will continue on. If a data moderate stock assessment for rough-eye rockfish resulted in an unfavorable stock status, the council could have similar issues to those encountered during 2021. The aging backlog for canary rockfish is smaller than that for rough-eye rockfish, so could more easily be brought up to date for 2023 stock assessments. While a canary rockfish assessment would require less aging capacity, it will require greater assessor capacity than rough-eye rockfish due to spatial structure and fleet complexity. The SSC endorses conducting stock assessments and making status determinations for all areas concurrently within a stock's designated management unit, i.e. what is comes out of the stock definition process. The SSC recommends 2023 copper rockfish assessments that encompass at a minimum all of California. However, given that stock definitions are not yet determined for copper rockfish, the council may want to consider assessments that encompass the entire coast. Additional data, similar to those described for quillback rockfish, are available for California copper rockfish benchmark stock assessments. A sufficient number of otoliths are available to provide California growth estimates to replace current proxy growth estimates in the 2021 data moderate assessments based on data from Oregon and Washington. The SSC discussed the idea of working on assessments outside of the stock assessment cycle during summer and fall of the even years, with the aim of providing the council an early view of results during November. The purported goal is to allow the council to remove that stock from the stock assessment cycle based on preliminary results. SSC concerns with this approach include the expansion of the current stock assessment process and increased workload, and that such a process could result in the removal of stocks from the stock assessment cycle due to adverse results. The SSC is not in favor of the proposed process that would allow the removal of an assessment with preliminary results at the November council meeting. The SSC suggests deferring the STAR panel schedule and agenda item F3 attachment 1 to the science centers and council staff once council decisions for 2023 stock assessment priorities have been finalized. The review for a data moderate short spine thorny head assessment also needs to be completed at an early STAR panel to allow for student engagement. The SSC provides the following feedback on council questions that were raised in March regarding the 2023 Groundfish stock assessment process. The first question was, how will 2023 assessments proceed in line with discussions on stock definitions? The answer from the SSC is stock definitions for management purposes for stocks to be assessed during 2023 should be defined during November 2022. While the stock designations will not define the spatial resolution of the assessment units will need to be structured so that their results can be aggregated to match the stock definitions. The 2023 assessments will initially assume that the stock designations will match the current regions for harvest specifications, which could lead to mismatches between stock definitions as designated by the council and assessment areas. The second question raised in March was how stocks of the same species may be assessed according to conservation need. That is, do all areas need to be assessed at once? The SSC responds with, there is value in conducting assessments for all areas simultaneously, given the desire to base assessments on similar assumptions and model specifications for all assessment units along the coast. Some stocks may be subject to a full assessment that implements more data-limited methods, for example, the 2021 Vermilion rockfish assessment in Washington, which would not limit the ability to assess all areas. A third question raised by the council in March was presuming nearshore and shelf stocks should be assessed at as fine a scale as the data allows, or when areas are combined, how should regional differences in status be evaluated? The SSC response is regional differences in stock depletion may depend on multiple factors, including fishing intensity and movement. Assessments will be structured so that their results can be aggregated to the stock definition selected by the council, but there may be multiple assessment areas within each stock as designated by the council, providing some information on regional stock depletion differences. Assessment areas will be based on the availability of data and preliminary analyses that will be brought forward at the pre-assessment workshops. In some cases, it may be possible to allocate overfishing limits within an assessment area to a finer resolution if there is evidence for localized depletion at a spatial scale finer than that of the assessment. And the fourth question raised by the council in March was, what is the feasibility of a research assessment for short belly rockfish in 2023, 2025, or out of cycle? The response is the last assessment of short belly rockfish was conducted as a research assessment in 2007. Short belly is currently an ecosystem component species that is not identified as a priority species for 2023 assessment. If the council wishes to assess short belly rockfish, it should be prioritized for a future full assessment and not done out of cycle. That completes the SSC's report.
Thank you, John. Questions on the SSC report? Keely Kent.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Holland, for the report, as well as Mr. DeVore for finishing that report. I wanted to talk a little bit more about the copper rockfish recommendation, and I'm wondering if you could speak to whether or not the SSC drilled into the question. I see the breadcrumbs here about the connection between F3 and F4, our stock definitions. For copper rockfish, thinking through if the recommendation from the council is just to assess California copper rockfish, did the SSC discuss whether or not there would be challenges if ultimately under stock definitions, we ended up with a coast-wide copper, whether or not only assessing California would complicate that in any way that the council should be aware of?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yes, the SSC did discuss that, and that was sort of alluded to, and as you mentioned in the statement, that if the stock definitions are such that that parts of areas of Oregon are included in the area with California, I guess with I think the 4010 line being still in place, then it would be important to assess all of the areas, not just California. So if California is not a completely separate area in terms of stock status determination, and it combines areas with other with Oregon, for example, then coast-wide assessments would be advised.
Thank you. I think you got at one of the parts of the question. More specifically, I'm also wondering about if we were to define copper rockfish as coast-wide and we only reassessed copper off of California in 2023, did the SSC talk about whether or not there would be challenges basically adding together some 2021 assessments with the 2023 assessment, looking at that difference in the assessment years coast-wide? Does that question make sense?
Yeah, my recollection, I think we did talk about that, and I think my recollection was that would not be advisable to use to put together the 2021 assessments with a newer assessment in just California. That we'd want to do a coast-wide assessment in that case.
Thank you.
Thank you, Keely. Further questions for Dan on the SSC report? Merrick Bird.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Holland, for a very thorough report. My question is in regards to question 3 toward the end of your report. That question indicating, presuming nearshore and shelf stock should be assessed at as fine a scale as data allows or when areas are combined, how should regional differences in status be evaluated? The response that I'm keying in on is toward the end of the paragraph, where it says, in some cases, it may be possible to allocate overfishing limits within an assessment area to a finer resolution if there is evidence for localized depletion at a spatial scale finer than that of the assessment. My question is it the SSC's intention to specifically call out overfishing limits as in OFLs that would be specified at a scale that's less than what is identified as a stock area? Or are you thinking of the term broadly, and that could be ACLs, it could be ACTs, or any number of things that would be developed in response to perhaps some concern about localized depletion that falls short of an actual OFL? I hope my question makes sense.
Okay, well, I'll do my best to answer that. Thanks for the question. I think that the suggestion is that you could create an OFL, and I don't think we're proposing that it should be done necessarily. That I think that would be a management question, but that you could create an OFL if you had an assessment that was treating those areas separately. But well, let's see. You can. I'm sorry. We can allocate OFLs. So I may be misstating that a little bit. I think it's more a question of allocating OFLs and being able to then put management measures in place to address that higher levels of depletion and reduce fishing mortality in those particular areas. It wouldn't be for creating, certainly not for creating a stock status definitions. So we're specifically not referring to stock status determinations at those sub areas.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Holland. So I take your response to mean that this sort of calculation is possible, but there could be another approach taken if the council were to presumably identify that there is a localized depletion issue somewhere that raises concern that it's possible to calculate OFLs at that level, but the SSC isn't necessarily recommending that be done. So it could be ACLs or ACTs or something else. Is that a correct interpretation?
Yes, I think that is.
Okay, thank you.
That's correct.
Thank you, Merrick. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. And this is following on Merrick's, but maybe slightly different. And I will have a different question after. But based on what I've seen you all do in the past, I understand what you say it's advisable, but I think it like looking at the 3 area assessments we have for copper that were just done, I'm hearing it's possible to add them back together to construct an OFL, even if you don't do the other 2, Oregon and Washington, over again. Maybe that's a different way of asking the same question that Merrick just said, but it might not be advisable, but are you saying it's not possible to do that? And if the latter, I would be, I think an area would like more detail on, because it seems a lot of things are possible, especially when I will stop there. But yeah, are you saying it is a slightly different question I think Merrick asked, but.
I'm a little bit reluctant to answer the question because I'm not 100% sure of the answer. Not being on the Groundfish Committee or stock assessor myself, my understanding, my recollection of the discussion was that it was not advisable to do so, but not that it was not possible. But that also might depend on how the stock definitions are put in place, right? So if the stock definitions are such that there is an overlap in areas that were assessed before, that's different from the new stock definition, so that you don't have separate areas for California, then it could be problematic. But
Corey? Yep. Okay. Thank you. Further questions on the SSC report? Marcy, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Dr. Holland. I was listening to the exchange that you had with Keely Kent regarding the unfavorable view of combining assessments from 2021 and 2023 to roll up for purposes of determining coast-wide status, if that was the stock definition for copper. I have a somewhat different question. Would the type of assessment matter? For example, would it be possible to combine a catch-only update with a full if they were conducted in the same year?
Boy, I really don't feel like I can answer that question very well. It's a little bit beyond my skill set. My understanding is a catch-only update is not really. If you had an actual update assessment, maybe, but I think part of the issue is that you've got a different type of assessment happening, as well as the fact that it's outdated.
John DeVore.
Thank you. Just to, really maybe make this a more concrete point, a catch-only update is not an assessment. It doesn't update status. It only updates projected OFLs and harvest specifications. That's all it does. So I think that would go against the advice of the SSC regarding, how to make status determinations using old, by combining old and new assessments. You're just not updating status with a catch-only update.
Thank you, John. Marcy?
Yeah, thank you both for that clarification. And I guess I'm just looking maybe to John DeVore to confirm. In past actions where we've dealt with rolling up assessments, we have not hesitated at all to combine assessments of different types. Category 3s with category 1s. I think data moderates with fulls. So maybe you can refresh us. I'm thinking about cowcod, I'm thinking about vermilion, the whole suite of species. We've kind of used what we've had and made it work. And so I'm just wondering if you might reference any sort of rules of the road here. I appreciate the SSC's advice. I'm just wondering where these rules are are down in writing anywhere. Thank you.
John?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Marcy, so we have routinely rolled up assessment results to determine harvest specifications. And the cowcod example is a good one. We used a benchmark assessment for south of Conception and combined it with a data poor assessment north of Conception up to 4010 to determine harvest specifications. However, that doesn't really address status determination at all. It only helps in determining, OFLs if you have separate assessments and forming an OFL for a management unit. So when we get into F4 and status determinations, I think, that's certainly one of the issues we need to talk about is how to, and clearly from this SSC statement, they're very much concerned about making sure that your decisions on stock definitions align with how stock assessments are done so that status can be reported according to your decision on defined stock, what the area boundaries are, et cetera. So I think we can continue to, roll up different types of assessments for determining harvest specifications, but you can't really routinely do that for making status determinations necessarily. You can if they're all done according to the SSC's advice here, if they're all, if the assessments are all done in the same year. But then again, it doesn't work if any part of that is a category 3 assessment because you don't get depletion from a category 3 assessment, the data poor assessment, only category 1 and 2. So there are a lot of little details there that we'll have to work through when we talk about aligning stock assessment prioritization with stock definitions. But, that's the conundrum there.
We want to be careful. This is a lot of council discussion after the report, so we want to be careful about getting too far off the SSC report. So kind of keep it to that if we could. Marcia, do you have one question to the SSC?
Yes, I guess my question to the SSC is, does your recommendation on copper rockfish to conduct a full for areas off California only and not assess the population off the other 2 states? In your view, does this predetermine the decision about stock definitions? And I think that's really what Keely was laying out with the breadcrumb question. And so I guess I'm just looking to the SSC to offer an answer, because it certainly makes a difference in how we proceed. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. I think it's the opposite. I don't think it predetermines the stock definitions. It's saying that the determination of how the assessment is done can't really be determined until the stock definitions have been determined. But we've also talked about, we'll talk about in F4, the need for some preliminary, at least indications of what those stock definitions are going to be. So we may not have them finalized, and certainly that amendment's not going to be finalized, but there's a need for some preliminary decisions, at least indications of what those stock definitions are going to be in order to decide, what the assessments should look like.
Okay. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, I was asking this, my previous question about advisable versus possible was the exact same. I didn't probably articulate well as the first question Marcy asked. So yeah, for council discussion, we'll have some more thoughts. But yeah, case in point, I think, first of all, thanks to the SSC and to the Science Centers for answering those 4 or 5 questions we put in the motion. You can see what questions we're struggling with here on this, trying to do these assessments while not having answers on the stock definition, and your answers were helpful, if still leaving things a bit confusing. But moving to the other topic on short belly rockfish, just this in attachment 1 explains there's been recent retirements at the Southwest Center. So try to get this question out, but that short belly, a research type assessment on population dynamics of that stock is a long-term priority for them. So the question, and I think we came up with those questions pretty much on the fly for the motion, so could have been worded much better. Yet the thought we've heard in the past is that it might be possible to do, like short belly, like the SSC is saying, is an EC species. We just went through this whole exercise here is how limited our assessment resources are in terms of people and data. So was there a way to look at which short belly has been of interest around the council to the public on what happened in recent years about the spike in catches and the presumed boom in that population? So the question was really, is there a way to look at that for the Science Centers to pursue that in a way that didn't take up one of our I want to say precious, but that's the word coming to mind, precious slots in the stock assessment cycle. So yeah, I don't know, Dan, if you're tracking what I'm saying, but that was kind of the clarifier. Is there a way to look at this stock without, because we're not going to likely use it to set an ACL in the near term, but would there be a way for the science to look at that, in a slower pace research type assessment? And wondering if you all discussed that. Because the answer, but in attachment 1 was slightly different than what the SSC and what's in your SSC report.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Well, we didn't really discuss that at the full SSC level. These answers to these questions were discussed by the Groundfish Committee, probably in more detail, and were then just sort of summarized and discussed by the full SSC. But my recollection of the discussion was that it revolved around really whether an assessment was going to be done off cycle or not. It wasn't about whether something short of an assessment, some research into the possibility of whether there's a problem or not. It was, if you're going to do an assessment, it needs to be considered needs to be prioritized as a full assessment as opposed to doing something in the off cycle. You know, whether or not the science centers could do some exploratory work on what the situation is with that species, I'd have to defer that to the science center staff.
Okay, thank you. No, that was a good answer. Thank you, Dan. I understand better now. Thanks.
Thank you, Corey. Further questions? The SSC? Okay. Seeing none? Thank you, Dan.
Right. Thank you. Sorry for the glitch there with the computer dying. Thanks to John DeVore for picking up the slack.
Absolutely. All right. Next up is the GMT report and Dr. Chantel Wetzel. Chantel, is your...
The part that says push. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. The Groundfish management team reviewed the documents in the advanced briefing book and received an overview from Dr. Jim Hasty and myself of the National Marine Fisheries Service Northwest Fisheries Science Center and John DeVore of the Pacific Fishery Management Council. The GMT recommended stock assessments for 2023, shown in Table 1, that have been modified from those provided in the March GMT report, based on feedback from the Council, the Science Centers, and other advisory bodies. The GMT's recommendations on species to assess and level of assessments are informed by the challenge potentially posed by each species, the quality and quantity of data availability, and the capacity of age readers and the Science Centers. The GMT recommends 4 species for full assessment in 2023. Black rockfish, copper rockfish off the coast of California, petrale sole, and canary rockfish. It is anticipated that both black rockfish and copper rockfish will require multiple assessment areas and will not only require multiple assessors, but also a species-specific star panel review. And I'll stop there and provide a quick correction. Based upon the selection of just doing copper off of California, as Dr. Jim Hasty showed in his presentation, copper could be combined in a star panel with another assessed species. A full assessment for petrale sole would allow for the inclusion of new research on fecundity and linkages between environmental drivers and recruitment strength. Canary rockfish was not included in the GMT recommendations provided in March, but was added during this meeting in lieu of rough-eye black-spotted rockfish after considering aging capacity and the time since the last assessment. Rough-eye black-spotted rockfish are difficult to age, and given that there were only limited ages used in the 2013 stock assessment, postponing this assessment until 2025 would provide additional time to read otoliths to support the next full assessment. In comparison, the workload for aging canary rockfish would be lower given the considerable aging effort that was conducted to support the 2015 assessment. Finally, the previous assessment for canary rockfish was conducted in 2015. If this species is not assessed in 2023, it would likely be conducted in 2025, given that it will be 10 years since the last assessment. These 4 species are expected to require star panel reviews in 2023. The GMT notes that if black rockfish and copper rockfish are included in the final selection by the Council will need to provide guidance on stock assessment to stock assessor teams by November 2022 regarding how they may want to define stocks geographically for purposes of NMFS status determinations. Potentially, action will need to be taken to amend the Groundfish Fishery Management Plan to better align status determinations with the FMP and 2023 assessments. The GMT provides additional comments on this type of timeline and the connection to stock assessment definitions in Agenda Item F4A Supplemental GMT Report 1. The GMT recommends 2 species for length-based data monitor assessments in 2023. Short spine thorny head and Rex sole. Both species were last assessed in 2013. The 2013 assessment of short spine thorny head used catch, index of abundance, data from the Northwest Fisheries Science Center West Coast Groundfish Bottom Trawl Survey, and length data, since short spine thorny head otoliths are currently unable to be read reliably. The 2013 assessment of Rex sole was an index-based data moderate assessment, which used catch and index of abundance information from the West Coast Groundfish Bottom Trawl Survey. Conducting length-based data moderate assessments for each of these species will provide needed management advice. The GMT recommends 3 species for catch-only updates in 2023: cowcod, widow rockfish, and yellow eye rockfish. Conducting catch-only updates for each of these species can potentially provide additional flexibility in future harvest specifications. The GMT has compiled a preliminary list of species to be considered for assessment in 2025, shown in Table 2. While recognizing that this list is likely to change between now and 2024, early identification of species having a high likelihood of being considered for assessment in 2025 can allow states and science centers to prioritize aging and data collections appropriately. The list is based on top-ranked species in 2022 assessment prioritization, time since the last assessment, and species that the council or advisory bodies have identified as a priority for assessment but were not able to be included in the 2023 list. If any of the species recommended by the GMT for assessment in 2023 are not selected, these species should be added to the 2025 list provided below. The GMT recognizes that the number of species identified for consideration in 2025 will likely outstrip assessment capacity in 2025, but we consider it important to provide a full list of species with assessment needs. The GMT identifies 8 species for assessment consideration in 2025: sablefish, rough-eye black-spotted rockfish, Pacific spiny dogfish, China rockfish, Aurora rockfish, yellow-eye rockfish, quillback rockfish, and yellowtail rockfish. The GMT discussed whether to recommend sablefish for assessment in either 2023 or 2025 at both this and the March 22 council meeting. The GMT also discussed the public comment received during this meeting requesting that sablefish be assessed in 2023. Sablefish is a highly valuable species off the West Coast and should be closely monitored. However, given the large number of species within the fishery management plan with assessment needs, this requires careful consideration when allocating assessment resources across all species. Given that sablefish was last assessed in 2019 with an update assessment conducted in 2021, combined with a positive trend in the index of abundance from the West Coast Groundfish Bottom Trawl Survey, in recent years, the GMT recommends waiting until 2025 to assess sablefish again in order to meet the assessment needs of other species within the FMP. Rough-eye black-spotted rockfish was last assessed in 2013 and was initially identified by the GMT during the March meeting as a species for assessment consideration in 2023 based on the time since the last assessment, and that recent removals have been approaching the annual catch limit for this stock. However, based on feedback from the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, that the limited existing aged otoliths from the 2013 stock assessment, leaving a large number of collected otoliths to be read, combined with the challenges in aging rough-eye black-spotted rockfish waiting to assess the stock until 2025, would provide the needed time to provide adequate age reads to support the future assessment. The 2021 assessment of Pacific spiny dogfish had a high level of uncertainty around the proportion of biomass observed by the West Coast Groundfish Bottom Trawl Survey during the summer months when sampling by the survey occurs. Additionally, the assessment estimated the stock to be minimally higher than the management target of 40% of unfished biomass, with the stock projected to slowly decline over the projection period based on the default harvest level for elasmobranchs. The GMT recommends that specific spiny dogfish be considered for assessment in 2025 in order to continue closely monitoring the species and allow for additional time to investigate survey catchability and the transboundary nature of this stock, as well as to incorporate updated data. China rockfish and Aurora rockfish were both identified by the GMT for assessment consideration in 2025, given the time since the last assessment for each of these species. China rockfish was last assessed in 2015, and Aurora rockfish was last assessed in 2013. This means that the 2025 and 26 harvest specifications for Aurora rockfish, as well as English sole, I think that is an error on our part. Although this statement is also true for English sole, we probably meant to put Aurora there, or China, pardon me, would need to be determined outside of the 2013 stock assessment projections. The GMT points out that this has been done for other species in the past when a new assessment has not been conducted prior to the 10-year projection expiring. The GMT discussed how to prioritize such species given the amount of species in the FMP and concluded the species approaching their 10-year expiration with high attainment and the potential to constrain certain sectors should take priority over those that do not, along with other considerations such as data availability and assessor capacity. Yellow-eye rockfish was estimated to have a 50% probability of rebuilding to the management target by 2029. As yellow-eye rockfish approaches rebuilt status, the GMT recommends that the timing for a full or update assessment should be carefully considered to optimize the probability of the assessment estimating the stock rebuilt. Finally, quillback rockfish and yellowtail rockfish were both included in the GMT's preliminary species list for 2023, pardon me. However, we recommend waiting until 2025 to assess both species, which would provide additional time for data collection that could inform each of these assessments. In the final section on terms of reference for groundfish and coastal pelagic stock assessments, the GMT recommends that the draft terms of reference for groundfish and coastal pelagic species stock assessments be selected as final. As we discussed in March, the Scientific and Statistical Committee captured the GMT's ideas on how to improve future stock assessment processes. The GMT agrees with the SSC that the future data monitor assessments would benefit from a star panel review, or at least a process that allows for sufficient review time and formal advisory participation. And that concludes the GMT statement.
All right, thank you. Questions on the GMT report? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Chantel. Yeah, thanks to the team. As I said to Dr. Hasty, I'm impressed by the quality of the I'm not going to say that word right, deliberations that you all have been having to get the GMT gap. And I know you're part of Jim, as Jim said, you're part of putting that all together. So yeah, really impressed with the process. But as you probably just heard, what's on the top of our minds here is this question that we're in, copper rockfish being the one that seems most prominent of not knowing where our stock definition discussion will end up on whether that should be a coast-wide stock or something else. So I guess what we're thinking about from the 2020, from this round of assessments, we've seen that the conservation risk, the need looks highest in California. The Oregon and Washington areas would be lower conservation need. So the balance in my mind is we have this limited ability to assess stocks. Assessing 3 areas is like doing 3 assessments. So how do we look at this workload concern while also not prejudging where a stock definition discussion on copper rockfish should end up? So sorry, I'm trying to get this out clearly, but the question is, how based on leaving our options open in terms of where the stock definition should be, and hearing this discussion about what's advisable from the SSC for possible about combining 3 separate area assessments, did the team have a discussion about that? And I know you have wizard level understanding of this stuff yourself. So any thoughts you had on that general topic? And sorry for the long-winded way of asking. it'd be helpful to hear those.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Niles. The GMT discussed copper rockfish extensively, not surprisingly. I think the GMT generally agrees with the SSC that species should be assessed within the same cycle year across the whole coast when possible. But we agreed that in this particular situation, an exception to that could be made for copper rockfish in California, given the amount of data available in Oregon and Washington. Those age data are primarily the pieces that were left out of that length-based data model assessment, but they were used to inform growth of the models for those two areas. However, we did not have ages to inform the growth, particularly for the assessment of copper north of Point Conception. And so we thought with the opportunity to have new age data to inform area-specific growth in California, combined with the potential impact of outcomes from the workshops being held by the SSC this cycle, that they could result in different decisions in the modeling structure within California, particularly where we could look at just that area this in 2023. We also discussed the connection between doing just California and the stock definitions issue. I will defer to the SSC's judgment here, but I think we did have concerns about how the stock status determination from a California-only assessment would be combined if the defined management area chosen by the stock definition process differed from that in the manner that either it was at 40-10, somewhere within that assessment area, or that if it include Oregon and Washington. I think that is something to be carefully considered.
Okay, thank you, Corey. Further questions for the GMT? Okay, take a sit down.
Thank you.
All right. Next up is the GAP report. Yeah, Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good afternoon, or almost good afternoon, folks. Be reading from agenda item F3A, Supplemental GAP Report 1, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Stock Assessment Plan in Terms of Reference, Final Action. Dr. Jim Hasty, National Marine Fisheries Service, and Dr. Chantel Wetzel, NMFS, also of NMFS, briefed the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel on final stock assessment planning for 2023 and 2025. The GAP offers the following comments and recommendations on stock assessment planning, which are consistent with the Groundfish Management Team recommendations. For full assessments for 2023, the GAP recommends the following species for full assessments in 2023. That would be black rockfish, petrale sole, copper rockfish, California only, and canary rockfish. Black rockfish is an important species for the recreational sector and has new remotely operated vehicle survey data that may inform a new full assessment. Petrale sole is an important trawl target species. The most recent update assessment suggested a decline in recruitment occurring in recent years, possibly as far back as 2012. A full assessment is recommended to incorporate new information and to include a new ecosystem driver of recruitment. Copper rockfish is one of the more important nearshore rockfish species economically for non-trawl fisheries in California. They're a major component of the nearshore rockfish harvest in Southern California and are caught in both the nearshore and shelf rockfish fisheries. There is new data available, including data collected in the California Collaborative Fisheries Research Program, the NMFS Hook and Line Survey, and remotely operated vehicle data that could better inform a full assessment. Canary rockfish is another important species for both commercial and recreational fisheries. It is another stock assessment that has become stale, as it will be 8 years since it was last assessed. If not assessed next year, canary would clearly be one of the top candidates for 2025 where there's already a long list. Conducting a canary assessment at this time would relieve a bit of pressure for the next cycle. For data moderated assessments for 2023, GAP recommends short spine thorny head and Rex sole. Short spine thornyhead was last assessed in 2013 and is a high attainment species in both fixed gear and trawl fisheries. Rex sole was also last assessed in 2013. A length-based data moderate assessment for both species is warranted to better inform management in the future. For possible full assessments for 2025, we got the same list as the GMT: sablefish, quillback rockfish, China rockfish, rough-eye black-spotted rockfish, Aurora rockfish, yellow-eye rockfish, spiny dogfish, and yellowtail rockfish. Following are a few observations from the GAP regarding the 2025 assessments. A new sablefish assessment may be warranted to help validate what is believed to be numerous new year classes entering the fishery. Quillback rockfish is another key nearshore species for the recreational and commercial sectors. New data to inform a new full assessment is sparse. Due to the lack of new data to conduct a full assessment in 2023, GAP suggests prioritizing quillback for a full assessment in 2025. For rough-eye black-spotted rockfish was last assessed in 2013, thus that assessment is becoming stale. Though rough-eye tend to be difficult to age, there is the potential for a large amount of new age data to become available by 2025. New genetic testing has also been developed since the last assessment that will better inform the black-spotted proportion of that stock. This could lead to revisiting the current Category 2 designation of rough-eye and black-spotted and consideration of being Category 1. For 2022 workshops, Dr. Hasty briefed the GAP on upcoming workshops this year, which includes a hook and line survey workshop in late June or early July, and an August workshop that will focus on closed area data gathering. A pre-assessment workshop dealing with the 2023 assessments is scheduled to take place later this fall, and a GAP representative is expected to attend those workshops. Lastly, terms of reference. GAP reviewed the revisions to the terms of reference, finds those revisions acceptable. Particular importance, the GAP agrees with the Science and Statistical Committee that in the future, data moderate assessments would benefit from a stock assessment review panel review, or at a minimum, have a review process that would allow for sufficient review time and formal advisory participation. Mr. Vice Chair completes our GAP statement. Be glad to take any questions.
All right. Thank you, Gary. Questions on the GAP report? Okay, very good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right. And I think that concludes our management bodies or reports. So we're going to go to lunch. And I think there's any public comment, which we weren't going to do anyway right now. So let's take a little bit longer lunch. So maybe come back at maybe an hour, 1:15, and take up council discussion and action. So. If we could take our seats and we'll get going here shortly. Okay, everyone, welcome back from lunch. And we are finished with the reports and no public comment. And so we'll go to council action. So I'll open the floor up for discussion on F3. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Well, if no one else had an opening, I was hoping to ask questions of Mr. DeVore, but don't see him unless he's turned invisible, which I wouldn't see, but yeah. So, yeah, I don't know if Mr. DeVore is available. If we could wait, or if someone else has something else to go to first.
Marcy?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Corey, for the spool up there. I think I'm interested in learning more about how we keep our options open. We are just going to be taking up our first taste of stock definitions later today. And I do not want to make a decision here making a final recommendation on stock assessments that would tie our hands in any way or preclude alternatives or even substantially influence alternatives that we might be considering in the next agenda item and on down the road. So I certainly have some follow-up questions that maybe will help us drill down a little more about how we do that and how we provide recommendations on stock assessments that are complete, thorough, and clear, and give that direction, but yet don't affect decision-making in the other agenda item today or down the road when we actually take up the plan amendment discussion. So particularly for copper rockfish, it's noteworthy to me that there is broad agreement that a California or assessments off California, full assessments north and south of Conception are doable. They're a priority. There's new information to be included. There is I think a widely shared willingness and even enthusiasm to take up this assessment in 2023. It's not lost on me that we had a 2013 assessment for copper rockfish that actually was quite favorable. I think at like 77% be unfished. So the 2021 results are certainly inconsistent with that. So I know we're all looking forward to a new full look at the science on copper rockfish off California. So we hear that recommendation loud and clear from the GMT, the SSE, the GAP. But then hearing this kind of confounding question about, well, what do we do about the stocks off Oregon and Washington? SSC strongly advises that we do stock assessments in the same year if we're looking to inform status determinations on a stock, if we have a West Coast wide stock. So I think that brings up the question of what do we recommend as alternatives for assessments off Oregon and Washington, if it's necessary, if it's truly necessary, if it's the type of assessment activity that could be conducted very simply, given that they were just done. But I'm very sensitive to the question of, is this a good use of assessment authors' time and energy in light of a great number of priority species on the list needing attention? So, this is a new wrinkle that just surfaced in the course of discussions over the last few days. I'm just looking for a path forward that doesn't tie our hands and that continues to allow us to recommend full assessment of copper rockfish off California as one of our top priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Corey?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And Marcy led off with some of my same thoughts and thinking. We don't mean to skip to as we do to the one issue that we have, and don't want to recognize that I think the gap in GMT or in the science centers and everyone have really thoroughly looked at all these questions and are at a very similar, are making the same recommendations on what to do. It's just this one issue about the copper rockfish that we're thinking about, and as Marcy nicely said, this issue of doing the stock definition discussion thoroughly based on the science, et cetera, et cetera. It's gonna take time. And how do we keep our options open while that takes place, while also having to do this copper rockfish assessment, which connects to another point I think is important. If this was the plan 10 years ago, if a data monitor assessment were to come up or overfished, that it would be ideal to do a full assessment as soon as possible using all the possible data, just to make sure that result wasn't a false positive, false negative, and caused draconian restrictions unnecessarily. So agreeing with Marcy that that is very smart policy, and it looks like the depletion is coming from California, and that's where limited resources should focus. But again, realizing that in the end, this could be, something that we could define. We can define the areas different after we've had a good conversation. So I guess let that lead in, John. Before you got into the seat, told the vice chair had some Q&A for you as heads up. So yeah, on that train of thought Marcy was on. I think we're hearing some things from the SSC and the GMT that would benefit from a little more scrutiny. And so I think, in my mind, until we have the stock definitions discussion and it shows otherwise, that we should, what we've been doing for the past, I don't know how many cycles, is based on science and has a lot of benefits and it's doing smaller area assessments, especially for the nearshore species. So I think we should stay that course, and like we left in April with quillback and are going to be revisiting again later this week, we basically have a situation where we have smaller area assessments that give us a signal on local depletion, but then still allow the stock. There was some confusion, but lets it roll up to a coast-wide stock. So I guess, John, my question for you is, I think I better understand. We don't want to go into the assessment, but it might be preferable from the assessment point of view or other indications that the 4010 line at Cape Mendocino would be a better boundary than the 42 line at Oregon, California. So I see there are options there that I don't think we understand. What's ideal we hear from the SSC, but what's preferable versus what's possible. And Marcy, the other factor being doing updates of Oregon and Washington just so soon after when the status looks okay would not be the best use of time. Yeah, so my question, I'm getting reactions to any of that and all that stuff I just said, but also what if we were to outline some of the thoughts Marcy had, and I'm trying to get to here, others will speak to, but if we could come back in September with a little more information on how we achieve that general goal of taking a look at that California area while maintaining some flexibility get some more targeted advice from the science centers and everyone without have trade-offs to the process. I think you get where I'm going, so I'm gonna stop talking and look forward to your reactions.
John?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Corey, well, let's see. I mean, some of the feedback you really need from that question should be coming from the science centers and the SSC. But part of the question was, could we solicit that feedback in September? One of the questions that I think should be posed at this meeting to the science centers is a final decision, let's say on the copper rockfish assessment in September, will that cause a problem in their planning? So I can't answer that. But at one point you said, if I heard you correctly or understood you correctly, that something about the 4010 line being a better management boundary. I mean, I don't think anyone's made a judgment about that, or at least I haven't heard of a judgment about that. And that's really a policy call that you're going to have to make under stock definitions, exactly what these boundaries are. So I wouldn't say 4010 is the ideal management boundary for copper. I wouldn't make that judgment at this stage with what I know. But I think some of the complication that you got from the SSC, and I don't want to speak completely for the SSC because there are probably some other considerations that go into their thinking, but you can play out a scenario where you do a California only assessment, and then you've got the last year's assessments for Oregon and Washington for copper, and ultimately you make a decision that the best boundary for copper rockfish is 4010, for instance. If you have an assessment that's for California only without a model that shows what the status would be, north and south of 4010, I think that's one of the complicated and problematic issues that the SSC is talking about, based on my understanding of their discussion yesterday on this. So, but there are certainly other considerations, and it might be sage to, if I'm presuming that we still have Dr. Hasty on the line, and I see Dr. Wetzel is in the audience, to get a sense from them about delaying a final decision on how to do a copper rockfish assessment until September, what the consequences of that are, whether that's a problem from their perspective. They're the proper people to ask that question to.
Corey?
That would be great to hear their input. Just to clarify, I was just using a hypothetical about the 4010 line. I wasn't saying it was the better boundary, but I guess on Earth, my assumption is I don't think we would be comfortable deciding that until after the stock definition discussions are complete. And I don't think, well, who knows, but it doesn't seem a sure thing that we'll be comfortable deciding that kind of thing by the time the assessment has to be put together. So therefore, my thought was staying the course in terms of having the 3 or 4 or whatever it was, 3 or 4 areas, including Washington and Oregon separate, and then rolling it up to coastwide. I would, putting things out there for discussion is that the preference would be to stay the course until we learn the course should be corrected after the stock definitions discussions happened. But yeah, I think the more pressing question that as you said, to the science centers would be, what would be the implications for them if we ask for a little bit more information on what the flexibility was with copper rockfish for their planning purposes.
Thank you, Corey. Through the discussion? Marcy?
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think I am interested in hearing any other thoughts that we can hear today from the SSC. I heard a strong reluctance or, the incorrectness of lumping assessments together that were not conducted in the same cycle. But I just want to make sure that there's been a thorough exploration of that and that they've turned over all the necessary rocks, that we can't do some sort of proxy, borrowing, something, projection, relationship somehow that gets us some comfort with somehow combining the assessments across years. We had a brief discussion about that here around the table. I've heard what's been offered in the way of rationale, but I am just concerned, once we're on this path and once we make a decision to only do a full in areas off California, and then we dig into stock definitions more and we learn that now we're stuck, I just don't want to be in that situation. And if there's any other analysis or evaluation that could be done that would allow some relationship to be developed between 2021 and 2023 assessments, I'd just be interested in hearing about that possibility.
Thank you, Marcy. Troy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Corey and Mercy, for the comments. Largely agree with a lot of what you're saying, and so far as I was pretty happy with the GMT list and the gap list, and then we kind of got this thrown in our lap of the potential pre-decisional nature of going with only a California assessment for the stock definition issue, and I do think that is a concern. It's like Corey said, copper rockfish off Oregon is not a big conservation concern according to the last data moderate assessment that was done just recently. So it seems like a low priority from that regard to move an Oregon assessment into a full there. There is some additional data that could be explored, but not necessarily the same kind of data that you have off California for ROV surveys and things like that. They just not show up as much in our ROV surveys and lander surveys that we've done. So I also would be interested in hearing from the science centers about, what the potential options are, and also am not clear from the SSC question and answer about, the potential to combine those 2021 assessments with a 2023 assessment and or data moderate assessments with full assessments that are even conducted in the same cycle, or maybe an idea like that. So I don't know if Dr. Hasty is on the line to address some of these questions that we have.
I am.
There he is.
Mr. Vice Chair, would you like me to respond to these at this time?
Yeah, please. I didn't know if Troy was going to add to that, but please.
Okay. Yeah, I think one of the challenges we all recognize is that it's very difficult to play out all the possible scenarios on the floor of the council. And so I think that we could certainly come back in September with an analytical document that would try to lay out a variety of different possibilities or strategies for assessing something that falls between just California only and some larger amount of the coast for copper rockfish, and dealing with the stock definition alternatives as they might appear to be most likely by the September meeting or by the August briefing book deadline. I do, from the standpoint of when we'd be likely to start ramping up work on assessments, I don't think that delaying final decisions until September is a huge deal. We obviously, from the standpoint of the meeting that we're going to have in July on aging priorities and dealing with catch histories, we at least have the the frame of reference well defined at this point. So I think that those discussions can go on fruitfully based on, say, the GMT recommendations, as long as the council doesn't have additional species it would want to be considered. The concern, or, the one issue I can see at this point is if we were, say, to have to do copper on a coast-wide basis, that would then likely take up a full panel. And so we'd be, given our staffing, we would likely have to revert to the option that would be more like option B in what I presented earlier, where the grad student class would take on the petrale assessment. That would be reviewed with Canary. And instead of doing the length-based data moderates with copper, that would just be a copper only panel. And so that, of course, as we discussed this morning, would have some implications for how for aging. Of course, the other possibility would be that we would put Canary on hold for 23 and continue forward with the length-based data moderates, which would not have the sort of aging workload. And so there'd only be one species, Canary, that would have a heavier aging workload. And both of those then, since the class would be working on them, would get reviewed relatively earlier in that late May, early June timeframe.
Okay.
But something would fall off if we had to do copper on coast-wide basis, either the length-based data moderates or Canary.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Are there any other questions for Jim since we have them on the line? Okay.
One follow-up, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Dr. Hasty, I guess one follow-up to that would, if you can answer, would doing, basically, I don't want to call it a necessarily update. I'm not sure there's such a thing as a data moderate update, but just redoing the Oregon and Washington models as data moderates, which I think would be pretty limited in terms of what new data would be considered or put into the models, along with the California full. Would that have the same kind of impact on the STAR panel schedule?
That might be something that we could work around. I'd prefer to have a little more time to think about it, but I think that is a possibility. We come back to the question, though, of if the council at some point later were leaning towards a 40-10 line rather than a state line at 42, we couldn't really just update last year's length-based data moderate. We'd have to conduct a new one, at least for Oregon and the area of California that was north of 40-10. And so, but I do think that at least laying out all of those possibilities and providing us with more time to think about the amount of work that would be involved with those, I suspect that even that would not be as heavy a lift as developing the original Oregon length-based model. So I think all of those kinds of possibilities should be on the table for finding ways of how can we meet our objectives for copper and be able to handle whatever scenario might come up with respect to stock definitions and still attempt to minimize the amount of effort that we're having to deploy for that north of California.
Thank you.
Thank you, Troy. Thank you, Jim. Further discussion? Butch?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We heard a lot of testimony in the last few meetings on the hardships that this has brought upon people, and I agree with the previous speakers. I support that. I just know that this council has always strived to do its best, and I think, because of COVID, we might not been able to do that, not because we didn't want to, but because of the circumstances we were under. And I certainly think that this is an important issue to take another swing at. It might be exactly what it showed, but it could be the other way, where people that are going through really a lot of hardships and a lot of pain and suffering can be relieved. And I for one was a victim of the 1994 salmon closure, sit on the dock with a pregnant wife and a lot of bills to pay. And I certainly know that our state fought for everything to see that we had to get a season, but for conservation reasons that we didn't. And I think this is the same thing. If it's conservation's reasons that we got to go and do what we got to do, that's great. But if we missed something, I think it's a big enough issue where it's well worth doing another stock assessment. So sorry for a salmon guy getting involved in groundfish, but anyway, I decided to jump in head first on this issue, and I really am. I really support doing that. So thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Butch. Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I guess in synthesizing the response from Dr. Hasty, what I heard from him was an interest in affording the Science Center some flexibility in terms of copper rockfish and what is necessary in terms of assessment to be able to keep open that prospect of a West Coast wide copper rockfish stock. So I heard that there would be some thinking about this and reporting back, I think is what I took away from that, and that something would have to come off the list in the event that there was a determination that some assessment needed to be added for copper rockfish off Oregon and Washington. So at least my thinking is, I think they're understanding the quagmire and appreciating our intention and our desire. And I'm certainly comfortable with giving them that degree of flexibility, and then also to report back to us after further thinking about what might come off the list, if there's a need for something to come off the list, if it's better for the length-based data moderate assessments or assessment, or the canary rockfish full. So I feel like there's more thinking to be done and more discussions to be had. But I'm optimistic that we can get there. I can't say enough how far these discussions have come since our preliminary lists were developed in March. What we have in front of us today looks different. There's been a lot of communications, a lot of outreach, and a lot of coordination between agencies and looking at what's possible. So I feel like more of that can continue over the next few months, and that we might have more clarity in September about what the final list will look like. But I feel like we can move forward with what we've received back. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Keely?
Thank you. And I want to thank Dr. Hasty for chiming back in with some more answers. I think, thinking about pushing off or perhaps revisiting some of this decision in September, I think, the one piece that I would hope the council would be prepared for in September if we're going to push off that decision is some initial direction on stock definitions for copper. Black rockfish as well. I think you've heard from the Science Center and you've heard from us that they really need to know for the assessment structuring, primarily if the council is going to go with something like 40-10, something that would not work with how they've set up assessments already, that we need to know that sooner rather than later. And I know, this is a really complex and challenging issue, but I do, and we'll talk about it more under F4, just want to hold on to that part of it. And the copper part of things, the potentially different years is slightly different, but black rockfish is also in the same boat where we need to know sooner rather than later whether or not we're looking at trying to maintain what we've had in regulation, which is 3 state-specific stocks, or if we're potentially looking at a coast-wide, which you could roll up, or if there's some other iteration that would really change how that assessment needs to be structured. I think, there's we heard from the Science Center that they would be prepared to come back in September, but I would hope that the council would be ready to weigh in on that as well in September if we were going to hold that open.
Thank you, Keely. Troy?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks for that, Keely. I guess I just wanted to say that this, whole conversation feels to me that we got the cart before the horse a little bit in some ways, and that, we heard from the SSC that our stock definitions should really be driving the stock assessment structure, but we're trying to decide on stock assessments and what areas they're being done for right now. So that's certainly challenging. And I guess, just to note that it would be important that we have to make any kind of decision in September about what that even preliminary stocks definition might be. We'll really need to get to work with a work group or however that may roll out under F4. And I know that's for that discussion, but it's pretty difficult to think about what those decisions might be in September until we learn more about what the options are and what those methods might be and what's available in terms of adding things back up together to a coast-wide or a regional status determination from smaller area assessments.
Thanks, Troy. Corey?
Yeah, just briefly, I think on Keely's question, I already kind of gave one answer. But yes, in September, we could be ready. But just to kind of restate more concisely what I would say is I'm looking for, not to phrase it in burden of proof language, but we've been on the course that we've been listening to science for a long time. And I think we would want to stay that course until we get an answer that we shouldn't be differently. So for example, black rockfish, we've been doing state by state. And then if we want to say we're rolling it up coast-wide, right? But yeah, so yes, I think we could be ready. I think we have a basis for what we've been doing for a long time. And I'm thinking that it's very rational what we've been doing, has benefits for understanding where local depletion is coming from, et cetera, et cetera. And we've been on this, doing these smaller area assessments for I don't know how many cycles now, but it's been based on the science, and it's been beneficial over just defaulting to coast-wide. So back to the short answer, yeah, I think I agree with Troy's sentiment. It's cart before the horse. But I think we'll doing a little bit of back and forth both ways, horse, cart, horse. But we could be ready for September. And yeah, I'm getting ready just to jump into F4. It seems like, so I'll stop there.
Thanks, Corey. Anyone else? Troy?
Yes, the push button, almost as bad as mute on the Zoom meeting. But I guess moving on a little bit from the copper discussion, if that seems to have played out a little bit here, I did have a few thoughts on, in particular, the quillback rockfish and not doing it this assessment cycle, but prioritizing it for 2025. Just to note that does remain a priority for ODFW to get that assessed and a full assessment in 2025. I agree with that recommendation. But the primary thing we're looking at there is that has the potential, even though it's in a healthy status, the catch limit's quite small, and it does have the potential to constrain fisheries for healthy stocks like black rockfish and lingcod. And we've already gone to non-retention at quillback rockfish in all our fisheries except for the trawl fishery through state rule. So we're already managing under the results of that assessment, but the jury's still kind of out on if that's going to be enough. If non-retention by itself will keep us under a quillback component OFL, which is our goal. And so would definitely want to keep that as a priority for 2025. I think we'll have some additional data that we'll be able to provide at that point. We do have age structures, but not a lot of them have been aged for quillback. Both the SSC and I think in the assessment, it's apparent that some age and length data, particularly from smaller fish, could be valuable. And I think we could have some opportunities to collect that in the meantime, and then explore some fishery dependent and independent abundance data that we have, some of which was included as appendices in the data moderate assessment, but obviously it wasn't incorporated directly into the assessment there. And so, yeah, I just wanted to make a few notes on our priority for quillback rockfish. Thank you.
Thanks, Troy. Okay. I see any more hands. Are we ready for a motion, or do we have a motion out there? Marcy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I've been thinking about a motion here during this discussion. Hoping we might take a brief pause for a confab. Thank you. So 5 minutes would be great.
Sure, that sounds good. So we'll take a pause of 5 minutes and come back here at 1:56. Whenever you're ready. Okay, we are kind of back in session. The motion has been sent in, and when it comes up, we'll start off here again. So. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I move the final recommendations of species to be assessed in 2023 and preliminary recommendations for species to be assessed in 2025, as shown in Table 1 and Table 2, respectively, of Agenda Item F3A Supplemental GMT Report 1, June 2022, including the recommended assessment type, full, data moderate, or catch-only update, and the recommended assessment areas. For the 2023 copper rockfish line item in Table 1, include a possibility of conducting a data moderate assessment for this stock off Oregon and Washington if needed to maintain a full suite of alternatives on the matter of the copper rockfish stock definition. The council shall consider information and analysis on this topic in September in order to inform a final council recommendation on copper rockfish stock assessments and areas. And in the event such assessments are added to the list, an item or items would need to be removed from the 2023 stock assessment list as directed by the council at that time. Additionally, adopt 3 terms of reference documents to guide the stock assessment process as described in the situation summary. Number 1, adopt the methodology reviewed terms of reference and the tour that guides the development of rebuilding analyses used to develop harvest specifications and rebuilding plans for overfishing and rebuilding species. And 3, adopt the draft tour for the groundfish stock assessment process for 23-24 as final, which is Agenda Item F3, Supplemental Revised Attachment 6.
Thank you, Marcy. Is the language on the screen accurate?
Yes, with one minor edit, if I may, to include a number 2.
Please.
In front of this. Nope.
Okay.
There we go. Thank you. It's correct.
Wonderful. Do we have a second? Second by Butch Smith. Thank you, Butch. Marcy, please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I want to just thank everyone that participated in the discussion here today. I think we've made a lot of progress and talked through a path forward on copper rockfish that preserves our flexibility in the stock assessment item, but also clearly prioritizes the need to get that copper rockfish assessment off California underway as a very high priority, recognizing the significant conservation need to do a full assessment that evaluates the complete suite of available data to inform us on the status of the stock off California. So we had a thorough discussion on copper. Troy spoke to quillback. I also want to speak to quillback and support the recommendation that this be on the list for 2025. And just to acknowledge that data collection efforts are underway in the state of California. Certainly appreciate a lot of work behind the scenes that has been going on both by our partners at the Science Center and Pacific States to really beef up our collections of quillback rockfish in California's sport and commercial fisheries, and our ability to process fishery independent data that's collected through other surveys is something that we'll be taking a look at over the next few years in hopes that we will have a better suite of information upon which to move forward with an assessment in 2025. Black rockfish, certainly acknowledge that that's been a high priority need and focal point. Last assessment is now quite stale, being in 2015, certainly is the #1 rank in the NMFS scoring that we've been considering throughout this process. It's a key stock for recreational and commercial fisheries coastwide. And the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife has done so much in terms of advancing the data and the knowledge on this particular stock. And I think we're all very interested in seeing their hard work culminate into this new West Coast-wide assessment. Certainly appreciate all of the folks that have been talking about rough eye and black spotted and the state of work on that species and what information will help ensure that our next assessment is as robust as it can be. I think we'll be, we've heard about the need for additional aging work to be done, and there would be significant benefit in putting this on the list for 2025 rather than 2023 in order to complete that aging work. I think that we've had some discussions about the data moderate assessments, the short spine thorny head, and the difficulty with aging this stock, but how important it is that we get an assessment to update that sigma clock. And then with Rexol as a second data moderate assessment that is on our list and would be another priority for data moderate assessments. So again, I just really want to appreciate or acknowledge the work that the teams have put into this and the science centers over the past 4 months, with starting with our initial list and really digging deep to see if our preliminary recommendations were on track, and we were close. And anyway, with that, I'm pleased to offer this motion.
Thank you, Marcy. Discussion on the motion? Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Marcy. I think you captured it really well. Again, I'll repeat the thanks I made during question and answer. Just the process has worked better and better each cycle. Thanks to the Science Center, GAP, GMT staff, everyone. But yeah, I think Marcy's really captured well the discussion we had. I think Dr. Hasty very much understood, and when in our Q&A with us just during discussion, what type of information we're looking for, and I forget how he phrased the objective, but looking at the objective of really addressing this, and the trade-offs you talked about really were what are in our minds of we want to address this conservation issue in California. Butch spoke to that nicely, but while minimizing the what we have to give up for the other assessments, and I think Dr. Hasty said it really well, and I'm just saying it less well, and Marcy's captured it here, so very supportive, and thank you for putting that together, Marcy.
Thank you, Corey. Further discussion? Phil Anderson?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Marcy, for the motion. Very well done. In the interaction I had with Dr. Hasty relative to slide 9, where there were those two different options for panels and species, there was a discussion around the difference, one of the differences between the two being the additional 6 weeks that would be provided for aging for Petrale and Canary. I don't know that, I'm not looking to change the motion, but just wanted to ask if there was anything in this motion that I'm missing that was directed at that issue.
Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Phil, for the question. We did have some discussion about option A, option B, and what the trade-offs were. And obviously allowing more time for aging is one pro on that side of the equation. But I don't think I have enough information to weigh in on the option A and B because there are pros and cons for both. And I kind of view those decisions as left best to our science centers in conjunction with council staff in terms of what, trying to maximize flexibilities and efficiencies. I didn't feel like it was worth us trying to weigh in on that topic at this time. Thanks.
Thank you, Phil. Bob Dewey?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I assume we're now in discussion. We're not in questions on the motion. Is that correct? Yeah.
We're having discussion on the motion.
Okay, perfect. I want to reflect a little bit on what Marcy was talking about this morning on a check-in in September, potentially November, on this as we go forward. I think part of the problem where we find ourselves, particularly with copper, was we went into that assessment with an assumption that we had the data, and then COVID got in the way and other issues, and we ended up with what a lot of people think is not a good result, and it's going to hurt people, and like Butch was talking about. So I'd like to avoid that in the future, and I think by doing that, if we adopt stock assessments now and push them off the dock, the next time we see them, we as a council don't have anything to do about them. It's the SSC's purview. And I'm not asking to make a decision on the validity of the stock, the results, like the SSC talked about on page 2 of their report. I'm not looking for what the result might be. I would like to check in to understand if there's something that's happened or something that we anticipated happening, like to support these stock assessments, like aging, like all of those things that we've been talking about today that are going forward that are not done yet. And if you look around the room, there's still a few COVID masks around here, and there's probably more coming. And I worry about we might not have the data we need to do a successful stock assessment and it may not produce may not be what we intended. So it would be helpful, I believe, to have an informational check-in in September and November too, if possible, to just make sure that the assumptions that were made, and I heard some of those assumptions today that, yeah, we're doing aging and it's on the way being done, but we don't know what the future brings here with our ability to continue doing that. That if it isn't what we assumed was being done to support the stock assessment and might end up with a totally adverse result, that we as a council have the ability to put the brakes on before it gets out of our hands in the SSC and is deemed best available science, not best science, but best available. So I worry about that. We've seen the result of it, and I support what Marcy was thinking about this morning about doing that check-in and then proceeding. But it gives us at least some ability before we get to the point of no return next year to potentially react to that. So I'll stop at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Further discussion? Keely?
Thanks. On Mr. Dooley's point, I think there's a distinction to be made there between an informational report and then something that the council would potentially weigh in on. I think we would be concerned about the latter. And while I appreciate Mr. Dooley's comments about not being based on early results from the assessment, I think that's a real risk and a perception risk for us to consider. I think, I've heard before from the Science Center that they would be willing to bring a report, but be wary about trying to switch directions in November and that lost time on assessments. I trust that they would bring forward issues if there were major data discrepancies, but would be really concerned about the perception of walking away from an assessment that's halfway done that indicates there's a problem that we don't want to deal with. So I think that's really a fine line that I'd be worried about, and we'd want to be really careful about how that was set up for September or November.
Thank you, Keely. Okay. Further discussion? If none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. All right. Thank you very much. John, I'll look to you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. Good job. You've accomplished the task under this agenda item. You've had a very thorough discussion on some of the uncertainties regarding stock definitions, especially with respect to copper rockfish. But we have a list of priority assessments for 2023 and one more process step in September to make before the list is final. But I didn't see any real scary things in the motion that indicated that that list could completely change. So it's in September. I think you'll have the ability to make some limited action regarding copper and perhaps another assessment, given the way the discussion went. And you adopted the terms of reference as recommended by the SSC and other advisory bodies. So with that, you've accomplished the task.
Very good. Thank you, John. Great work, everyone. There was a lot of work that went into that. Well, we'll go straight into F4, John, and you can just start us off there, I guess.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Council members, agenda item F4 has to deal with initial scoping on stock definitions. With your indulgence, I'll spend a little time on attachment 1, which is the initial scoping document. I won't belabor that because I know you've all faithfully read every word that was in there, but I will spend a little time going over it, but promise you I won't spend too much. The need for this agenda item became evident in March when you received word from the National Marine Fisheries Service that we need to have stock definitions in our FMP for them to make proper status determinations. And it's in the attachment 1, you'll see what that really means. It's not just a matter of determining the depletion of a stock or a management unit, but it's defining that a priori so NMFS can determine whether the stock is, what its status is with respect to relative abundance, which does speak to depletion, but also whether the stock is subject to overfishing or not, among other things. So, just to be very clear that without that guidance, the National Marine Fisheries Service has for quite a long time had difficulty making full status determinations for some of our stocks, especially those stocks that are managed in complexes. And the problem there, among others, is, and it became very evident when we were facing the results of last year's copper and quillback assessments, and somewhat, were maybe rushed decisions on what the stock definition should be, and really not without a thorough analysis to really look at all the policy implications of such. But beyond that, the other thing that is really the factor here is that those stocks that are managed in complexes, even those that have been assessed, even in a couple of cases as Category 1 assessments, NMFS cannot determine whether the stock is subject to overfishing or not, because according to the rules in our FMP, it's exceeding an OFL. And the OFL for a stock complex is at the stock complex level, not at the contribution stock level. So they have never made a status determination for such a stock that's managed in the complex because of that. So as presuming that this FMP amendment, well, I think it's a safe presumption it has legs, and you'll be spending some time on this because it's a critical need. That'll be a big issue as you go forward. But one of the things that's confused a lot of people early on is the term stock has been used rather loosely. And, we've used it to determine, talk about a subpopulation, an assessment management unit, or, so many different ways. I just want to make it very clear, in this case, it's defining the stock so that the status determinations can be made with the rules about what you would do. And when we get into it, one of the things that you'll see, and it's in that initial scoping document, is in attachment 1, is, the National Standard 1 guidelines give you a lot of information about how to manage, stocks that need conservation and management, but also how to design stock complexes and manage with that. And that'll be clearly a big focus going forward in this discussion and in this initiative. I won't go too far down the road with attachment 1. There's a lot of background information regarding stock management history in the West Coast. And there, the National Standard 1 guidelines, the relevant ones are shown here in this initial scoping document. But I would like to draw your attention towards the end where we talk about scoping considerations and scoping questions. And again, I won't go deep into the weeds here because, the advisory bodies will speak to this, but I do want to make the point that these considerations and questions are not, they're not completely inclusive of all the questions and considerations that come up. Really, the intent of this was to get this discussion started. And if there are other considerations and questions that come up, I freely admit I would encourage others to bring those considerations forward. And you'll see some of that in the supplemental advisory body statements. So as you get into it, you'll see those scoping questions. There's this concept of perhaps defining stocks in the FMP in phases, and in which case you'll see that there's some priorities laid out recommended by the different advisory bodies, the GMT, GAP, and SSC, regarding what the most important thing should be done in the first FMP amendment, if that's a compelling process to go forward. As you will see, and as a lot of the advisors were encouraged to remark on, we saw, and by we, I mean council staff and the National Marine Fisheries Service staff who put this attachment 1 together, see that, one of the critical priorities, not that they're, again, more important than other priorities, because that's your judgment, but getting stock definitions for those stocks that were assessed last year, because we have not got status determinations from any of those assessments, given the need to define them in the FMP, but also those stocks that are going to be assessed next year. And you've had quite a long discussion already about that, so I don't need to belabor that. But there are other considerations and questions in there, and I would just encourage you to look at that and think about how you might address that. I don't think I need to go further down the road with attachment 1, but I can certainly, I'll be here all afternoon to answer any questions you might have on that. You do have supplemental reports from the SSC, the GMT, and the GAP as well to help you on that. So at this stage, I think maybe it's time for me to be quiet and let others speak up and give their recommendations. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have on that brief overview.
Thank you, John. That was a good overview. Any questions for John on that overview? Okay. Well, with that, we'll go to the SSC report. Dan Holland. Dan?
Hi, Dan Holland, Chair of the SSC. I'd like to read into the record agenda item F4A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on Stock Definition Scoping. The Scientific and Statistical Committee discussed scoping for Amendment 31 to the Pacific Groundfish Fishery Management Plan that defines stocks, focusing on the scoping questions and considerations in agenda item F4 Attachment 1. Amendment 31 will provide refined definitions for actively managed stocks, ecosystem component species, stock complexes, and the area delineations used for determining stock status and harvest specifications. The definitions of stocks involve scientific and policy considerations. The SSC discussion addressed scientific considerations only. The SSC endorsed a multi-phase approach to establishing stock definitions and notes that priority species should be those assessed in 2021 and that are planned for assessment in 2023 and 2025. It was also noted that stock definitions for several species, for example, sablefish and petrale sole, are coast-wide, and there is no evidence for changing these definitions. Assigning these stock definitions should also be a priority for the first phase. Similarly, it may be possible to select stock definitions for stocks that constitute very small OFL components, Attachment 1, Table 2, and could be designated as ecosystem component species during the first phase, given lack of evidence that they require conservation and management. Subsequently, the Council could consider a more comprehensive evaluation of species co-occurring in the nearshore, shelf, and slope, as well as delineation of stocks in each. As part of this process, the Council could evaluate the current stock complexes to determine whether they comply with NS1 guidelines and can benefit from sharing of information on connectivity and distribution among species, with stock definitions being refined over time. The SSC supports the establishment of a working group to work on analyses informing stock definitions that include members of Council advisory bodies and outside experts, including scientists from the science centers. The working group should review the approaches used by other councils and whether their approaches can be applied for the West Coast groundfishes. The SSC is willing to review the products produced by the working group. The SSC encourages the GMT to lead an update of the productivity and susceptibility analyses, PSA, which is needed due to the rebuilding of shell stocks and associated increases in ABCs, expanded access to some rockfish conservation areas, and climate range shifts. Agenda item F4, attachment 1, states that the SSC had extensive discussions on aggregating assessments across stock boundaries in November 2021. However, those discussions occurred on a limited timeline and were focused exclusively on copper, quillback, and vermilion and sunset rockfishes. Stock delineation should take genetic data, adult movement, and larval dispersal into account, but other factors, including the ability of available data to distinguish biological stocks, should be included in any biological framework for stock definition. The biological factors used for stock definition and how they are ranked should be considered broadly by the proposed working group. The SSC recommends the working group follow National Standard 1 guidelines to take into account economic, social, and ecological factors in determining management units and stock complexes. Analysis of stock complexes conducted in 2013 by the GMT are still informative and provide a starting place for consideration of additional analyses by a working group with subsequent review and comment by the SSC. That concludes the statement of the SSC. I'd be happy to take questions.
Okay. Thank you, Dan. Questions on the SSC report? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Dan. I don't want to get too into the weeds here since we were just talking about scoping. And I think what you're all doing is just referring to attachment 1, but on the statement about stocks or species with small OFL contributions and the determination of whether they need conservation and management. I just wonder if you had any more elaboration on it. I think we've had this one. Do we have a small OFL because it's a really rare species and needs more conservation and management? Would be one conclusion. But yeah, so a small OFL would be to the contrary. But yeah, just to help understanding scoping type questions, could you just briefly elaborate if you could on what the SSC was meaning there?
I can try. Yeah, I think what we're referring to is not a small OFL relative to other OFLs, say in a complex or something, but these stocks with absolutely very, very small, de minimis kind of OFLs, ones that were in, that are listed there in attachment 1, table 2. So, things where there's basically, a ton or less or whatever of OFL, and where there has been no indication that those stocks are either being targeted or caught at levels that are of a concern.
Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Further questions? Okay. Thanks, Dan.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next up is the GMT report and Joe Peterson. And I guess we're supposed to wish you a happy birthday today, Joe, I've been told. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and the members of the council for having me here today. I am the Vice Chair of the Groundfish Management Team, for the record, and I will be reading to you Agenda Item F4A, the GMT report on Groundfish Management Team report on stock definitions and scoping. The Groundfish Management Team received an overview of this agenda item from Mr. John DeVore, Pacific Fishery Management Council staff, reviewed the materials in the briefing book, and provides this report with information for council consideration. In November 2021, the council adopted a new stock assessment and draft rebuilding analysis of quillback rockfish off of California based on the outcome of that assessment. The council also recommended quillback rockfish off California be removed from the northern and southern nearshore rockfish complexes and the stock be declared overfished. the council received a report from the National Marine Fisheries Service in March 2022 that no formal status determinations would be made for Quebec rockfish off of California pending an amendment to the Pacific Coast Groundfish Fishery Management Plan to define stocks, populations of actively managed groundfish species for making status determinations. The overarching issue identified by NMFS is that while the new assessment separated Quebec rockfish into 3 assessment areas, there is no language within the FMP that Quebec rockfish should be managed as 3 separate stocks. NMFS recommended and the council decided to proceed with an amendment to the Pacific Coast Groundfish Fishery Management Plan to define stocks in the FMP. The council decided to pursue an FMP amendment, Amendment 31, independent of the 2023-2024 harvest specifications process to define stocks within the FMP. Purpose and need. Since the process will be culminative in the FMP amendments, the GMT suggests having a well-defined purpose and need statement at the onset, which would help clarify what the specific task is and why it is needed, easing confusion on many fronts. It could also help put sideboards on what is included and what is not included in this task. The overarching questions the council should consider addressing in the purpose and need are: what is the council's objective of this item? At what scale, coastwide or area based, does the council want to determine status, overfished, overfishing for each species? What are the criteria the council intends to use to define stocks, such as movement of adult larval fish genetics management? And do we have sufficient information to inform stock areas? Definition of stocks. To move forward with this analysis, an agreed upon definition of the term stock would need to be identified. Attachment 1 contains some details on this topics for consideration, and Table 1 shows an example of how one species, Quebec rockfish, could potentially be defined as one or more stocks. The GMT's understanding is that the stocks for which the council intends to continue managing as coastwide stocks do not need to be revisited as part of this action or formally codified as coastwide within the FMP. Timeline and schedule. Since this action will require an FMP amendment, at least a 3-meeting council process is necessary. The GMT reminds the council that when this item was discussed in March 2022, the council signaled their intent to take the time necessary to conduct a thorough and thoughtful review of stocks and how to appropriately define them. However, the timeline laid out in Agenda Item F4 Attachment 1 diverges from the intent of taking the time necessary to complete this action. If it is now the council's intent to complete this action in time for implementation by January 1, 2025, final action would need to be taken by the June 2024 council meeting, which coincides with the final preferred alternatives for the 2025-2026 harvest specifications and management measures, in order to allow NMFS sufficient time to complete the rulemaking. Combining stock definitions and harvest specifications concurrently would constrain GMT capacity to consider new management measures that are not a direct response to stock assessment outcomes. The GMT notes that there are short-term needs in regards to status determinations for species that were assessed in 2021 and will be assessed in 2023. By November 2022, the council will need to identify the stock definitions they intend to use to inform the 2023 assessment. These short-term needs might support a phased approach that allows them to be addressed sooner than the long-term needs of this agenda item. In March 2022, NMFS pointed out that while this process is ongoing, the council should continue to manage the groundfish fisheries using the 2021 assessments as best available scientific information. We would also encourage the council to consider management measures to reduce fishing pressure in areas of concern as suggested by the assessments and noted by the SSC. It is the GMT's understanding that in the event that a stock assessment produces concerning results for a stock or portion of the stock that has yet to be defined for status determination, the council can result or can request that the science centers provide an analysis similar to those used in rebuilding analyses to guide harvest specification decision-making, akin to what is currently being considered for quillback rockfish off of California. This would allow the council to respond to the potential local depletion with precautionary management measures while the stock definitions items is still given thorough review and consideration. The GMT requests that the preliminary preferred alternative and final preferred alternative actions not happen at consecutive council meetings, as this would not allow the GMT and others sufficient time to conduct any additional analysis needed. This is particularly true for the March and April or September and November council meetings due to the short time between those meetings. The GMT also requests that when scheduling this item, other groundfish items with heavy workload be considered, especially the 2025-2026 biennial harvest specifications and management measures process, meetings, and analysis. Ad hoc work group. As we have stated previously, the GMT believes that the workload and expertise needed to complete the necessary work to define stocks are beyond the capacity of the GMT alone. Additional expertise will need to be brought in to conduct the necessary analysis, including experts on biology and life history, population genetics, habitat associations, geographic ranges, and productivity and susceptibility analysis. To ensure that the workload is manageable and conducted in a timely manner, the necessary expertise is included in the various interested groups. GMT, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, GAP, National Marine Fisheries, West Coast Region, Science Centers are all part of the processes that GMT believes that forming an ad hoc work group may be the best path forward. The GMT does not have formal recommendations on the full membership for the work group, as that is up to the councils to determine, but suggests the membership at least include the following. At least one GMT representative from each state, ensuring there's at least one commercial and one recreational representative, one commercial and one recreational GAP member, NMFS West Coast Region policy or regulatory staff, NMFS Science Center staff with a variety of expertise, tribal representative or representatives, state agency staff with needed expertise as needed, conservation representatives, and representatives of the ecosystem working group, or someone with similar ecosystem expertise. The GMT thinks that some of the work and associated meeting should be able to be accomplished virtually to save on travel times and costs. However, one in-person meeting may be necessary to accomplish the task and finalize any analysis and reports. The GMT urges the council to establish this work group as soon as possible so that other workload capacity can be considered and work towards this action can begin. The GMT considered the possibility of incorporating a workshop in addition to the proposed work group and provides the following options and sub-options as possible ways which the council could delegate the work required to define stocks in the FMP. Option 1 would be work group only. Option 2 would be a work group plus a workshop. And so the sub options of that would be to use the workshop to scope topics of stock definition and the work group to work through the topic and take a deeper dive using more targeted group of experts. Both the workshop and work group would need to address short-term and long-term needs. Sub option 2 would be to use the workshop to address short-term needs and use the work group to address long-term needs. The GMT notes that option 1 would still require a consideration of short-term and long-term needs, given the immediacy of the 2021 and 2023 assessments pointed out by NMFS. Additionally, consistency should be maintained in separating the work of the short-term needs from those of the long-term needs. The GMT is not providing a recommendation on these options, but merely provides them at this time to help council discuss next steps moving forward, given that there are time constraints associated with this topic. If the council decides that a workshop is appropriate, the council and or council staff should clearly state the objectives of the workshop along with who should participate, how long it should take place, who will facilitate it, and when it should take place. Similarly, considerations apply to a work group approach as well. Additionally, if thorough consideration is not given and flexibility is not built into defining the 90+ groundfish species as stocks, it is likely that new information suggesting that a new stock delineation is needed would require another FMP amendment. FMP amendments require a 3-meeting process and can involve significant workload by the GMT, council staff, NMFS, and others. Therefore, the GMT suggests that the form and format by which the stocks are defined incorporate adaptability that accounts for the possibility of range shifts, new genetic information, and management changes. Scoping document questions. Attachment 1 contains a non-exhaustive list of scoping questions. The GMT did not attempt to answer them at this time, but appreciates the chance to consider them as we continue to think through this action. We anticipate that those questions and others that come up will be addressed by the ad hoc work group or whomever is tasked with conducting the work. Soup fin shark. The GMT reviewed the public comment letters concerning the status of soup fin shark as an ecosystem component species and considers it one of the many things that may be taken up as this process proceeds. However, we do note that soup fin sharks are largely incidentally caught by sectors not managed under the Groundfish FMP, limiting the council's ability to manage those catches. And with that, that concludes the GMT's report on F4A, and I will field any questions from the council.
Yep. Thank you, Joe, on a very thorough report for the GMT. Questions on the GMT report? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Joe, for that thorough report. In the ad hoc work group section of the report, there's a list of bullets of folks that you suggest membership should include. And you note, I think it's in the 4th bullet, someone with expertise in economics. And I was curious sort of what the group discussion behind that was, if there was any discussion of economist versus a social scientist, just what the thinking was. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's a great question, and thank you for that. In the past, the GMT has had multiple projects where we have worked with economists before, and the value that they can bring and additional insight from just a different perspective is increasingly important, for our discussions. We focused our discussion basically around having an economist and not any social scientists and stuff on board the team membership. But I would also like to point out that this is not prescriptive, and it's the council's purview to choose who they think is appropriate for any workshop or work group formed by the council.
Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Anyone else? Tribune.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Joe, for the thorough report. My question relates to the options that the GMT laid out for work groups and workshops. And just noting under sub-option 1, it sounds like the workshop might be used to scope the topic, which is nominally why we're here today. And seems like that might delay the process more than in a way that we would not be able to meet some of the timelines laid out, although I will have questions for NIMS and council staff about what exactly needs to be done by those timelines. But the second part of the kind of sub-option, option 2, sub-option 1 and 2, is that the workshop under sub-option 1 would address short and long-term needs, but under sub-option 2, it only address short-term needs. So trying to just understand why, if under sub-option 2, there wouldn't be able to have a discussion on kind of, address the short-term needs as much as possible, and then, but also include some discussion of the long-term needs. And what the work group would need to do down the road to kind of complete the process, kind of assuming that we're going to be using some type of phased approach of addressing high priority needs first.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And so the discussion of the GMT focused around, around like paths forward for this agenda item. And we really, if you look between our options include both a workshop and a work group, but there's no option for a workshop only. The GMT really defined that as this moves forward, there needs to be a dedicated group of people working on this as it goes. Option 2 was an attempt of getting as many people into the room as possible with the option of using a workshop to get the ball rolling, start to tackle some of those stocks that the council wants to do as immediately as possible, but not having them focus on the longer term goals of the project and letting that be at the discretion of the work group after it was formed. Noting that many of the workshop participants will probably also be work group participants under that management structure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Troy. Further questions for the GMT? Butch Smith.
Yeah, I have a couple sheets of questions, but I won't be asking those. I'd make a statement. I just want to tell Joe happy birthday.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. Seeing no one else want to ask a question, Joe, thank you. And we'll move on to the gap statement and Gary Ricker. Or actually, wrong one. Merritt McRae. Sorry, Merritt. Look at the wrong agenda item there.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Pettinger, council members. I'm Merritt McRae with the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, and I'll be reading from agenda item F4A Supplemental Gap Report 1, the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel's report on stock definitions, final action. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, or GAP, discussed this agenda item with Dr. Chantel Wetzel of the Groundfish Management Team and Mr. John DeVore, council staff, and offers the following comments and recommendations. The GAP understands that the issue is ripe for council action at this meeting to develop a plan for reviewing how stocks are defined in the Groundfish Fishery Management Plan, especially relative to making stock status determinations. The GAP supports moving forward with this initiative. The GAP supports the concept of establishing an ad hoc work group on groundfish stock definitions and requests that if this work group is established, that it includes 2 GAP members. If another approach is pursued, such as a workshop, the GAP recommends that GAP members be included as formal participants. The GAP also discussed challenges with the 2009 productivity and susceptibility analysis and recommends that this analysis needs to be reviewed and, if necessary, updated as the first order of business. Finally, the GAP thinks it's important to prioritize those species assessed in 2001 where status determinations have not been made, and those slated for possible assessment in 2023 and 2025 for consideration under the groundfish stock definitions effort. Thank you, and with that, I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Merritt. Questions for Merritt on the GAP statement? Okay. Thank you, Merritt. Okay, with that, I believe we go to public comment. And I believe there are a couple of signups, which we'll see here shortly. Okay. And Merritt, I think you're up next.
Here I am again.
And I'm getting there, honest. All right. So I'm Merritt McRae. I'm a Groundfish advisory subpanel member, but this is my personal statement here, and I'm not representing anybody else but myself. I have a fairly strong background in both in fisheries and in the scientific community for the last 15 years. And so I'd like to offer these insights. I find two considerations in defining stock complexes most important. The first is the importance of grouping species that are concomitantly caught in concert within a species complex. This is essential as both spatial and seasonal closures to reduce a catch of one species negatively impacts fisheries access to the entire suite of co-occurring species. The second is careful consideration of which co-occurring species are unlikely to contribute to sustainable yield in a meaningful way. Unproductive, non-target fish might be best managed for non-fisheries goals instead. For example, seabirds are not managed for optimal yield population levels, but are instead managed to prevent the possibility of extinction. Functionally, every species of co-occurring sympatric rockfish has been held to the same standard of conservation, irrespective of their ability to contribute to the fishery. All species are equally held to the goal of optimizing productivity by targeting optimum yield and population sizes of 40% of unfished biomass. As outlined within Attachment 1 under this agenda item, management has slipped incrementally down a path of considering each species within a complex for stock assessment and management measures individually. This includes many rockfish species which could provide little benefit to the fishery, either due to growth-limiting life history traits or they're being historically rarely encountered. And a few of these are so uncommon we know of them from less than a handful of observations. Management has slipped incrementally down a path of serially removing underperforming rockfish species from their management complexes, then adopting management measures to bring that species to its optimum yield population level. That has often resulted in restricted access to the entire co-occurring rockfish complex. Let's see, I lost my place in scrolling. Coming up. All right. So that is often resulted in restricted access to the entire co-occurring rockfish complex through shortened seasons and limited fishing access. This de-optimizes the yield of the complex as a whole. It reduces the catch of healthy populations of co-occurring species. It focuses fisheries impacts and data availability on areas and species and places remaining open. Limiting access in these ways has in the past and could in the future cause long-term damage to fishing communities and the public's direct and indirect access to our rich fishing resources. In support of Magnuson-Stevens Act National Standards 1, 3, and 8, there is a need to consider fundamental changes to the stock definitions within the Groundfish Management Plan. I thank the National Marine Fisheries Service staff for recognizing this need and bringing the issue forward for council consideration. Ultimately, we have arrived at a system which manages co-occurring species to optimize the productivity of the least productive species in the bunch, foregoing the sustainable yield of the rest. This needs fixing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Merritt. Questions for Merritt on his testimony? Okay, thanks, Merritt. Next up is Ben Knapp. Welcome, Ben.
Microphone. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. I'm Ben Knapp representing Oceana. It's real nice to see you again. Oceana is an international organization dedicated to protecting the world's oceans. We have over 250,000 members here on the West Coast alone. And I wanted to take the moment to speak with you today about this agenda item. I think it's really important for conservation and appreciate that you're taking it up. Appreciate the staff report that's in the briefing book, as well as the reports from your advisory bodies. The truth is, with roughly a 90 species in the groundfish FMP, this has the potential to be a highly complex issue. I think the most important thing is to follow the science, follow the stock assessments, and follow the advice of your SSC in determining the status of stocks or whether or not overfishing is occurring. And this hasn't prevented the council or NMFS from taking action in the past. In fact, NMFS has made a number of overfish determinations in the past without having to go back and redefine the definitions of these stocks. And so I'm not entirely sure that this is absolutely necessary. If you follow the science and follow the recommendations of your SSC, a determination could have already been made with quillback here. But I understand that you're heading down this path now and wanting to look at possibly all 90 species. The FMP doesn't say one way or the other, whether it's managed at a coast-wide scale or whether it's managed at a geographic boundary that's less than coast-wide. There's just been a lot of discretion, I think, in making those determinations. And I guess now maybe people want more guidance on how to define those stocks. So if you're going to do it, I suggest that you first start with a core principle. Any changes to the stock definition should be grounded in the best available science and ultimately enhance the council's ability to prevent overfishing, rebuild overfished stocks, and minimize risk to vulnerable populations. Any changes to the groundfish FMP or stock definitions that would weaken conservation and management should be rejected in this process. And so for the criteria, if you're going to maybe narrow this from 90 species to something that's slightly a little bit more manageable, I suggest some criteria. And those would be to consider those species from recent stock assessments where there might be an overfished determination or a stock that's really depleted. The examples would be quillback off of California and copper rockfish off California, where there was the stock was not necessarily overfished but depleted. Focus in on those species because there's a very real conservation concern. The second criteria that we would suggest would be to focus on those species in stock complexes where the OFL contribution has been repeatedly exceeded in recent years. The GMT has provided you that information last November in a report, and there's a number of species that kind of rise to that level where they're managed in a complex, but their OFL contribution has been repeatedly exceeded, raising concerns about overfishing. And that includes copper rockfish north of 4010, quillback rockfish north and south, vermilion north and south, square spot rockfish, and aurora rockfish. These are stocks that you might want to focus in on now. Next is to manage species that are vulnerable to overfishing. And we included in our written comment a scientific paper published by actually many of your advisors on an approach to defining stock complexes for U.S. West Coast groundfish fishes using vulnerabilities and ecological distributions. And in that paper, they identified 5 rockfish species that were of major concern due to their vulnerability of overfishing. And so again, there's another criteria. You can look at that information and help hone this project down into a slightly narrower scope. My last point that I want to make, and this was actually raised in the staff report in the briefing book materials, was consider changing the designation of soup fin shark or taupe shark from the ecosystem component species category to being in the fishery. It was pointed out that there's a recent petition from the Center for Biological Diversity to list taupe shark as either threatened or endangered under the Endangered Species Act. The IUCN Red List has recently come out to say that soup fin shark or taupe shark is critically endangered, meaning that it's at risk of going extinct in the wild. And we know that it's taken in as bycatch in groundfish fisheries as well as in other incidental fisheries. And so there is a real conservation concern. We ask that you look at this and ultimately move it into a management structure where you can provide more conservation measures for it. You know, we're really concerned about this ecosystem component category as this being a bucket to get rid of species or reduce conservation and management. And we don't want to see that to be the direction of this action before you. We'd rather see it go the other way from ecosystem component into active management, where it can get better attention, conservation and management measures that ultimately promote the long-term sustainability of these fish populations and our fisheries. So thank you for your attention, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ben. Questions for Ben on his testimony? Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Ben, both for your testimony and for your letter. Just reflecting on your opening remarks and the recommendations you make in the first paragraph about your letter to make sure that any changes to stock definitions should be grounded in the best available science and ultimately enhance the council's ability to prevent overfishing, rebuild overfished stocks, and minimize risk to vulnerable populations. I read that and I think about it and I say, it sounds like they may be suggesting that we should proceed cautiously. And I guess, you've mentioned a few things that sound like good focal points, good areas where there might be some work done to enhance our understanding. But would you characterize the approach to be one that should be viewed cautiously and maybe make fewer changes than more changes? I guess if you can just kind of give me a sense of your thinking about how big a task we should bite off here versus surgical changes that fit the recommendations you've made here.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pettinger, Ms. Uremko. As I was trying to say, and maybe didn't do it very well, I think that the agency could make a determination now for a species like quillback without doing this action. I think it's certainly in their purview. I think the FMP as written does not specify one way or the other, whether a stock is coastwide or not. They could do that. If you're going to do this though, yes, tailor it so that you're not trying to take on all 90 species all at once. Tailor it to those stocks that are likely in most in need of conservation and management. And I think that the criteria that we laid out here can help get there. And it's mostly those stocks in complexes. Some of the stocks that are vulnerable to localized depletion that would really benefit from your attention now. And so that's the intent of those comments.
Okay, thank you, Marcy. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Ben. And yeah, a lot of good ideas in there. I think I'm taking that to mean if the council were to hold a workshop or work group, you'd be willing to show up and participate. But my one question for now is on soupfin taupe shark. We did see the notice from NMFS, the exact nature of that I forget at the moment, and IUCN information, but not too long ago. But my takeaway was that was a true global stock almost. It's found all over the world's oceans, and the IUCN information and the information I remember seeing was that the West Coast, there was an indication that it was bad off. There are concerning signs elsewhere in the world, but the West Coast seems like fishing pressure was high a long time ago, but not what be concerning. But are you saying there's evidence that the West Coast is there evidence that the West Coast is as bad off as elsewhere in the world? Just looking for any new information you had there.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Niles, I guess what I'm saying is that what we know about soupfin shark or taupe shark, whatever you want to call it, is that it's vulnerable to overfishing. Like a lot of elasmobrakes, they're long-lived and slow to mature. There's this real kind of vulnerability. We are seeing them. They are taken as bycatch in the West Coast fisheries. This is something that maybe to get ahead of. And what we've noticed about this ecosystem component category is, you get a species in that category gets less attention and less conservation than when they're in the actively management category. there's more of a priority. And so we'd rather see it go that direction than to be ignored as an ecosystem component species, especially if there is this conservation concern.
Okay. Thank you, Corey. Anyone else? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Ben. You noted in your letter and here on the floor to focus on the high vulnerability species. We heard from the GAP and the SSC, both of them recommended redoing the PSA analysis. And you specifically recommend using a Cope et al. Methodology. Can you speak a little bit to the differences between those? I noticed the Cope et al. Is actually based on PSA, but I'm curious what you think are the advantages to using that methodology over just PSA as it is. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Ridings. I've recommended using the Cope et al. Because that's something that's available to you now. If there's a need to update that and a desire to update that, I certainly wouldn't oppose that. But this is something that's available to you now. I just don't know how long, how much workload that is, and if that's going to happen to do a whole nother analysis, or just use the one that's already available. That's all. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you, Corey. Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Ben.
Great, thank you.
You bet. Okay, that concludes public comment, and we're going to take a break for 10 minutes. So before we come back and for council discussion. So we'll see everybody back here at 3:25. Okay, we're going to start it here in just a second. Okay, we're back and had a good discussion there in the sidebar to have a plan. So with that, I'll open up the council floor for discussion. Keely?
All right, the silence was hurting me. I just wanted to make a few general remarks, mostly things that have been covered, and I recognize the well-written scoping document that council staff and some folks in my staff worked together on, the grade statements from the SSC and the GMT and the GAP. I think, we acknowledge the numerous challenges that are at issue here, a variety of different pieces that will come to play in how we look at this. I'd want to bring us back up to the top, which is that really at issue is defining stocks in need of conservation and management. And this is the highest level of differentiation possible. And I want to remind the council that, there are a lot of tools, many of which we already use below that level of a stock that can be used to zoom in on specific geographic areas or specific management concerns, things like sub-ACLs. And that really, right now we need to focus on that highest level, the level at which we're making status determinations. Consistent with the SSC, the GAP statements, and the scoping document, we strongly recommend that the council provide initial guidance on stock definitions for stocks that were assessed in 2021 and those that have been scheduled or prioritized for assessment in 2023 as a first go. We think these are really time sensitive and urgent definitions that we need the council to make some decisions on. There's a lot of other issues here that are certainly important, but I think trying to be realistic about what can be accomplished in the first, accomplished in the same time, thinking that might be a phase one type action. And then some of these larger issues, especially a lot of the stock complex issues, may need a little bit more time for development. So I'll stop there. I just wanted to make some kind of introductory remarks, kind of where we are right now.
Thank you, Keely. Anyone else? Trivial.
Yeah, thanks. That's a question, I think, for NMFS or maybe council staff, but just trying to make sure I understand what status quo here is. And so going forward for those stocks that don't kind of get addressed in that short-term timeline, which I understand is the January 1, 2025 kind of timeline, having things ready by then, that anything that isn't addressed there defaults to a coast-wide status determination and a stock complex status determination, but we can do management more specifically within those categories. Is that right?
Keely?
Thanks. I think it's the same status quo as we are in right now for the 23-24 specifications, which is that not necessarily changing what's in regulation, which is different than what's in the FMP for some of the stocks. It's really come down to an issue where when we're trying to make status changes, that it's become a major issue. For those other stocks that are not in a changing status position, and ones that we're not going to assess for 2023, I think we're in a period of stasis, that things don't necessarily have to change. And I think if a lot of those stocks aren't ones that we are changing, if they're coast-wide in regulation, we intend to keep them coast-wide, then the bar of additional work is pretty low. Really, I think a good start on this action would be going through that list of species in the FMP, assessing which ones are coast-wide, going to stay coast-wide, don't need a lot more work, and then working from there on what are the ones that we actually do need to work on. So I think, we don't have to start with all 90. We don't have to revisit all 90. It's really those ones that aren't coast-wide, haven't been coast-wide, need a status change, are the ones that we need to focus on.
So quick follow-up on that. So for stocks that are on the assessment list, that haven't traditionally had less than a coast-wide assessment, any kind of area-specific assessment, it might have a status change, but NMFS would be able to make a determination on a coast-wide basis for those stocks.
Thanks. I think it would be a different situation than one we faced right now. I would want to have a little further conversation before making a firm decision or firm statement back to you on that. But it is certainly different if we're talking about something that is coastwide, staying coastwide, and a status change. It is very different than what we've been dealing with on Quillback.
Yeah, thanks.
Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And Keely may be coming at it from a slightly different angle than Troy, and this is where we're taking up tomorrow, but how to ask it. So if I can't even remember the timeline, but it was sometime in the past fall where you highlighted this issue to us. And yes, we all realized that maybe the regulations and the FMP, the relationship wasn't clear. But had the council figured that there was the time to do it and was consistent with the rationale, we could strongly recommended, for example, that Quillback, although having area-based assessments is given uncertainty a coastwide stock, we could have made that more clear as part of the action we'll making final recommendations on it this week, the specs action. So you would have been willing to make the FMP amendment had we been ready to take it all on, but the council said, well, this is complicated, let's think about it a little bit more. So that's why we're kind of leaving it as is with maybe some different understandings of what status quo means. But so I guess my specific question is, we could have changed if with the rationale and analysis there, we could have changed the FMP as part of the action we're recommending later this week, which if I had my agenda open, I would say which F it was, F6.
Thanks for the question, Mr. Niles. I think what you're asking is if Quillback stayed coastwide, then we wouldn't necessarily have to reevaluate it. I think with Quillback having been managed in a complex, it's probably fair to make sure that we're dotting those I's and crossing those T's. I think the piece that, because it took so long for us to decide kind of what we were doing with Quillback, one of the pieces that I think will come up as part of defining stock definitions is if we do continue to assess at a smaller scale than what the stock is, we need to be sure that we're getting all of the information of that rolled up stock assessment. I don't know that we fully got there with looking at Quillback actually coastwide, rather than just adding together the assessments for the purposes of defining our harvest specifications for the biennium. So that's the piece that I'm hedging on a little bit, is that I don't know that we got that same picture of all of the same data points coastwide, rather than just kind of late in the game trying to decide that was the different direction we're going to. So I think maybe we could have gotten there, but I think with all of these challenges, and I certainly recognize the lateness of us coming back to the council with that change and what we were expecting did not help. But I think it would have been challenging to get there just with dealing with all of those issues at the same time.
Okay, thank you, Corey. Healy, further discussion? Okay, Keely?
One other issue, I know, at this stage we're talking about planning, it is our general desire that as we look at the stock complex piece in particular, that we really evaluate, the evolution that has happened in our stock complex management. I think, other councils have gone through similar processes, which is that a lot of these stock complexes were created before we were assessing any of these stocks. And I think it would be really good for us to be assessing whether or not the way that we're evaluating status for stocks that are going to remain in complexes is in line with national standards. And evaluating whether or not we should be evolving along with the fact that we have started assessing a lot of these species. And there's a decision point about whether they stay in a complex or not. And if they're going to stay in a complex, do we need to, evolve our management of those complexes to make sure that they're working exactly how we need them to work? So I think that's, one of the pieces as we look at the stock complex part of it, that I think, none of this will be easy, but in particular, I know that'll be a challenging issue. And so thinking through when we set up this process and plan, do we do phases? Is that enough of its own issue that we separate out how we approach the plan for trying to figure that out? I think that's a piece for today that I'd be interested if there's thoughts about dealing with that in any different way.
Okay, thanks, Healy. Anyone else? I'd ask John how we're doing, but I think we all know right now. So,
Well, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think we definitely need a little bit more guidance here. Right now, we've got some ideas about a work group being formed and whatnot. And, if you do want to follow that GMT recommendation to form a work group, then I believe you would really need a motion to do so and provide some guidance for that work group to begin. And then, given that it's an ad hoc work group, Chair Gorolnik could appoint members to that, so some guidance on the makeup of that work group would be helpful as well, beyond just the charge of the group, and some guidance on the priorities for, at least the first blush of, or the first step in the workload that, you would anticipate that group to take on would be helpful.
Thank you, John. Corey Niles.
Thanks. Just to maybe articulate what's bouncing around in my mind a little. The GMT and others put some really good thought into this, and that we just to oversimplify the choice. Maybe we have a work group or we have a workshop or some combination thereof. I've kind of liked the thread of a workshop allows bigger. It's more inclusive at first and gives us a better idea of what a work group might first tackle, and then who should be on that work group. So it's still the scope is somewhat unwieldy, and so some more focused attention by a smaller group seems to be what's popping to mind now. Yet, and I think the only reason I would not be really strongly advocating we start with a workshop now is based on the this morning, I believe it was, when we saw the NMFS report, and the Science Center has laid out all the workshops that are going on in the rest of this year. That's the only reason I'm not strongly recommending, hey, let's get a planning team together, start with a workshop, and then have a work group follow from there. But it recognize the challenges, and yeah, we just need more scientists, more folks is the common theme here. But just again, those are the ideas bouncing around in my head. A work group will eventually be needed to actually dig into the work and I think the GMT had a lot of good outlines here. I think a little more planning on exactly what to do. The scope could be huge, and Keely's brought up some really good points about from the stock complexes to in the fishery, need conservation management. So if we just get a group together without even a more clear charge, which I don't think I would be capable of at this moment, it could get really unwieldy fast. So yeah, again, just articulating the messy thoughts that are in my mind more than suggesting a way forward at this moment, but could be collecting some thoughts here quickly.
Okay, thanks, Corey. Troy?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Also kind of struggling with what the scope of the work group should be. I mean, we just heard that NMFS is not really sure if it should include species that are coastwide defined, but might have a change in status, because we don't know if that would, be something they could make a status determination on or not. I guess, personally, I think that a focused work group might be a way to go with kind of at least initial membership as suggested by the GMT in their report. I think that we could ask the council chair to make appointments to the work group, and additional expertise could kind of be brought in to that group if it doesn't cover the scope of what they need to talk about. But I do think that, I don't know, I'm struggling to really define what their charge should be and their scope should be right now. And it's also then awkward to talk about forming a work group without telling them what to do. So those are just, some of my thoughts as I sit here now.
Thank you, Troy. Marcy?
Yeah, the more I hear and think about this, the colder my feet get. I want to echo Corey's remarks on the workshop concept that originally I kind of thought was a good idea, that we'd all get together and talk this through in a little more detail with with all experts and be all inclusive and just have an initial vetting on where this needs to go. But then folks have cautioned that the plate is full on workshops through the fall, and that is certainly true. And it would also be, I think, difficult to come back from such a workshop with, any more clarity than what we have right now about where to go. So then that puts me from the all-inclusive side of the spectrum over to look at the other side of the spectrum about, okay, how do we make progress and get some clarity and a path forward with a small group of folks? And I'm not hearing any consensus on who that small group of folks is. And I think there's some that are obvious and then some less obvious. And I think I'm struggling with, as Brad was asking, what it would be that we would define as the objectives and duties of such a committee, and an indication of the duration of the committee. I'm not at all equipped to do that right now. I feel like we need some more percolation on this and refinement in thinking. I'll say this, I'm encouraged with some of the dialogue that has occurred offline between agencies and Science Center folks on what we need to do to accomplish the objective. And I think, there are a lot of different thoughts out there. I mean, here we see quite divergent recommendations. One is to establish a purpose and need. The GMT is talking about that. And then you see the SSC recommending that the GMT go off and work on a productivity and susceptibility analysis. So that just suggests to me that maybe we would do better to ask the National Marine Fisheries Service to give us a little more clarity in the direction. I know that when this landed in our lap back in, November, I think it definitely caught me with deer in headlights. And as Corey described, I think our immediate gut reaction was to say, okay, let's think about this in a more detailed and lengthy process that doesn't attempt to achieve the needed objective in the 23-24 specifications process. So we all agreed, yes, let's pause, let's give ourselves the space to think through this a little better. But I'm not sure if in doing that we've made the task more difficult for ourselves. So then hearing today that maybe the approach is that we keep the stocks West Coast wide, except for the few exceptions where there's clear science indicating that there's a need not to do that. And I think I'm interested in that, talking about that more and really hearing where and identifying where those clear cases are, where there's a need. And my hope would that would be phase one of this, or the phase that we would do to meet the request that's come to us from National Marine Fisheries Service. So I guess, my summing it all up, I'm certainly not ready to make a motion to establish an ad hoc group myself, just because I'm unclear exactly what the group would be tasked with doing and how we would comprise that committee. Thanks.
Corey?
First time I forgot to press the button at this meeting. But thanks, Marcy, for those thoughts. Yeah, I think we're really close to having, we have some really good ideas about the work group. I'm sharing some of the same thoughts as Marcy, but going back to we wish we could do a workshop, but no one's available. I'm also wondering, who's available for a work group. So what I'm seeing is more need for those type conversations. We have GMT core. We have talked about gap in some NGOs involvement, but the agency staff is kind of up in the air, from all agencies. So I'm wondering, I know some quick side conversations and how we've done in the past. What discretion? This would be an ad hoc group. If we were to establish one, what discretion the chair and executive director would have to get a small group together, figure out who's available, with the intent of getting a work group together. And I just think job number one is going to be what can be accomplished over these timelines and what really needs to be accomplished over these timelines, because on that Cope et al. Paper that Ben Etanab mentioned, I was one of the authors of that, but probably just because Jason Cope was nice and put all of us on it in alphabetical order on the GMT at the time. But that thing was a huge effort. And I don't know, that's not what I would spend my time on updating. It was a great exercise, but that's just an example of, wow, that would, if we were to take up that as a task, that is, and the stock complexes, as Keely mentioned, and these are all huge tasks. So job number one is going to be, let's get a manageable scope and plan. Even more, we have a really good start here, a bit more is needed. So to circle back to what I'm trying to say is, what kind of discretion could we have to look at these staff availabilities from the science centers and elsewhere, and the agencies advise the executive director and the chair on establishing the work group, sometime in this summer would be, we always say this summer, which it's very long, but between now and September would be a goal.
Thank you, Corey. Keely?
Thanks. So just a question to you, Corey, on your statements now. Would you see the definitions for quillback, copper, and black rockfish being part of that, or being addressed separately more quickly?
Well, I think that's the question for the of scope, but yeah, I would presume so. But that's the if there's again, there's a lot of good thoughts out there. I'm not able to articulate them, but yeah, if that's going to be the priority, that would be maybe more of a manageable scope than all the ideas that are out there. But I think the idea would be, and I would obviously, if I didn't say it, NIMS would have to be part of that small group advising the chair to say what the staff and the staffing could be and what the scope could be. And we could get to a purpose and need objectives, like the GMT telling us needed a little more specifically with a little more time and information on staff. So long way of answering your question, I would presume so, but that would be part of the conversation. And I would hope you would be in on those conversations, of course.
Director Burton.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Just listening to the conversation here and trying to think about how to help us make some progress on this item. I don't think there's any question that we need to make some progress. The question is probably one of time and when we're ready to do so. So, Corey, I think you're starting to answer a question that was in my mind, but I'll still pose it, and that is perhaps it would be beneficial to pause this item and come back to it later this week and let it percolate. I think what you're describing, Corey, is bring it back in September, which would be a second item. But what I'm gathering is that we're not quite there and that a little bit of time would be helpful. And so the question for you all is at this meeting or at a subsequent meeting?
Phil?
I don't know if, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I don't know whether my thoughts are going to be helpful or not. But I find myself in the same place that Marcy is and maybe a lot of other people. Cold feet in terms of trying to define exactly where it is we're going here. So I came up with a different label for the group that I'm thinking about. It's a think tank, and that we get in that small group that I would leave to the discretion of either the executive director and the chair and vice chair. But I'm thinking of a small group that can help us map out where we're going here, particularly in the short term with the species that we need to make some decisions on one way or the other in the near term. And I was thinking about having that small group come back in at the September meeting with a recommendation as to a path forward. And that could be a work group, it could be a workshop, I don't know what it could be, either one of those or something else. But in terms of, okay, here's what we need to do in the near term, here are the species we need to focus on in the near term. Here's a path forward to make progress on that. And maybe we can, if the right people were to get together sometime this week before we adjourn, they could come back with that. But I think that would be a tall order. But my thinking is you need a rep from the states, from National Marine Fisheries Service. And I'm not saying just one, but get the right set of expertise to come and brainstorm this thing a little bit more so that they can bring something back to us that is more concrete in terms of a recommendation, in terms of how we're going to move forward and over what timeline, with a focus on the species that we need an answer to in the near term.
Thank you, Phil. Anyone else? John?
I'm going to take a bit of a bold step here and share a couple of thoughts. I won't get too far down that road, and certainly you can yank my leash if you think I'm going a little too far. But as far as the purpose and need is concerned, I don't think that would be too hard to prepare a draft purpose and need for the next time the council meets for your consideration for adoption. I mean, it would be something to the effect, we need to find stocks in the FMP so that NMFS can make status determinations and it'd be a little bit more than that, but I mean, it's status determinations that include how they decide whether a stock is subject to overfishing or not. And that becomes a little bit more complicated when you get into the complexes. And I view that as a challenge going forward, but not an insurmountable one. Another kind of broad recommendation that I believe all the advisors made was to update that productivity and susceptibility analysis. I was also on that list of folks who did that list or did that analysis back in 2009, and in subsequent conversations, and and it's not just from me. I mean, others have to weigh in on this, but my impression is that the main focus there would be updating those susceptibility scores, recognizing that the fishery has changed since 2009. For one, we're getting more access to shelf stocks. I think you'll see under agenda item F6, there's some recommendations to start reducing pressure in nearshore areas in response to the copper and quillback assessment results from last year and that sort of thing. But that clearly speaks to, and the SSC speaks to it in their statement, that clearly indicates that the susceptibility has changed since 2009. And that susceptibility, just to be clear, is all about how the fishery interacts with these stocks. And since the fisheries changed dramatically since then, that's going to be the bigger lift. And I remember from that original PSA analysis, which I think we can build on for sure, is there were a select few people that did it. Jason Cope did an awful lot. He helped to invent the methodology, but he also really, he and his colleagues at the Science Center did the productivity scoring. And it was really the GMT's charge to work on the susceptibility scores. And a few people took the initial shot, and then there was an extensive review, not just by the GMT, it was by the GAP and everyone else. It was a public thing. I don't view that as huge, as big a lift as it was in 2009, because we're not starting from scratch. And I think it would be helpful in this process, and this is where I'm taking a bit of a bold step, if we started work on that this summer and didn't wait till a subsequent meeting to at least get that ball rolling. Not that it would be completed, but at least to get a product that people could really start to review and evaluate and look at and make recommendations on. And I think that a select group of people that certainly would include some GMT and GAP representation. And I personally didn't have a problem with the GMT list when I saw what their recommended composition was for that work group. But you could even take a select bit of that list to at least get started on that part of it. And then expand as needed, and I can't speculate what will be needed as this unfolds. I mean, I can, but I mean, I don't know how useful that would be. So it might be helpful to do that, but that's certainly your call.
Thanks, John. Corey?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. And I guess I just have a difference in view or missing it, John. But I don't. This is not the time or place to get into it, I don't think. But I like Phil's suggestion. But it begs the question, and it begs the question every time we use it to prioritize stock assessments, is it doesn't answer the question of what the right area of it. The PSA is a coast-wide stock look. We got into just whenever that was about, when we rank importance of black rockfish, for example, it doesn't treat differences between Oregon and Washington or California, for example. It's not getting the more important questions in my mind are local depletion and our ability to assess that versus, a coast-wide overfish thing. And the PSA doesn't get at that. But my point is, that's I would have asked the SSC more strongly about their thoughts on it, but I think, for example, the more important thing is to get at what, this is my phrase, not theirs, what was short shrifted this past fall, which was the criteria we use on things like stock delineation, genetics, adult movement, larval dispersal, so on and so forth. So that to me is where you start with the science. And, you know, in public testimony, Ben got really kind of the heart of it, I think, too, of it gets back to what does overfishing mean versus what is local depletion. And yeah, differences in views. And I think we're not quite there. And the PSA is with the last place I would start, which is maybe I'm being, you know, unreasonable, but there's still differences in views out there. And backing up to what I said, I think Phil's idea, yeah, maybe this week would be possible, but it's probably better to wait for the next council meeting.
Okay, thank you, Corey. Okay. So, I don't see anybody else talking here. So, John, do we have guidance? Oh, Corey.
Yeah, just to back, I think before Phil weighed in, I think Merrick had a specific question of me, but I think Phil answered it. And so just Merrick, you were, I don't know if you're still on that train of thought. But yeah, again, I think the answer to Merrick's question that Phil gave was the one I would give. We could try to talk more by the end of this meeting, probably better to in the next month or so do it. But I didn't know if you had any reactions to that what Phil said, Merrick, but you did ask me a question I didn't answer directly back to you, but Phil gave a better answer.
Merrick?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Niles. As I'm sitting here listening to the discussion, I think everyone's converging on September as a time to bring this back, but it does raise some questions. You pull on one thread and a lot of other things start coming with it. And so this item relates very closely to our stock assessment schedule. And so I guess I would turn to John, or maybe there's someone online that can help us think through, if we start to delay this effort, how does that affect and overlap with the stock assessment schedule? And does that jeopardize our ability to get to where we need to go in time for the 2025 specs? I'm just trying to think down the road here about the implications of pausing this until September. John, I don't know if you have an answer to that, but that's what's on my mind, and I think everyone would benefit from that understanding.
Yeah, thank you, Merrick. It's on my mind too, and that's the reason that I have some concerns about at least delaying initial work on this, because, you know, as you heard from the region, you've heard from our advisory bodies, getting an initial indication this fall of the stock definitions that you're leaning towards for those stocks that are going to be assessed next year is a big concern. And you heard quite loudly from Dr. Hasty and others that they really need that to be able to prepare their stock assessments to align with the direction you're wanting to go with the stock definition for those particular stocks. And so I'm concerned that if we don't at least start getting some analysis that will be helpful, or start getting a group together, that we may not be able to do that well. But, you know, this, again, I'm not going to substitute my judgment to the judgment of folks around the table here, but that is a big concern. My timing concern is making sure that we have enough information on the table so that you can comfortably give that, give that preliminary decision to the National Marine Fisheries Service, so that we don't end up repeating the situation we had with our 2021 assessments. And again, you know, as you heard from Keely earlier, and from quite a few others, that those stocks that were assessed last year should probably be on that first phase priority too. So, I mean, I'm not trying to indicate that the 2023 stock assessments are more important than the 2021, but the fact is that, you know, we are going to really start getting into that this fall, or in the National Marine Fisheries Services, the science centers. And so they need that direction. They request that. And I'm worried about kicking the can down the road and not getting to that point in a timely fashion. So that I share that concern about delay. At least the initial work. And so whatever it takes to get to a point where you're comfortable to make a decision on those stocks by this fall so that you can give that advice to the science centers, I think that would be really important.
Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Well, I wouldn't call what we're suggesting kicking the can. It's having a discussion about agency staffing availability that could very well result in a recommendation to the chair and vice chair to establish an ad hoc group. So I think we just, and maybe I'm thinking about it a little differently than everyone else, but that's to get it, like the kicking the can down the road is the metaphor, but I'm kicking down just heading down a messy road is what I'm worried about. So I think these conversations I have in mind could have a prospect of forming a work group, if not, at the chair's discretion, I guess it would be, if not this summer, at September. So I would just object to saying it would kick the can down the road. It would help us understand better what these timelines are, what the near-term needs are. I still don't hear agreement on what those near versus short-term, long-term agreement is. Like I said, I still think we need to have a framework type discussion, as the SSC says, of how do you delineate a stock? Again, not kicking the can down the road, having a small group, I think, as Phil said, with the agencies that have the staffing and the expertise, getting together, making recommendation to the chairs and executive director, who also has staffing, about how we do this in an organized fashion, not kicking the can down the road. And we heard about some of the threads already in the last agenda item about what do we really need to know in November for the copper. And so we're going to get smarter about this when Dr. Hasty and colleagues bring back the analytical document that was asked for in our last agenda item. And I think similar to Marcy, what she's saying about the default we're using now is going to work, until we see some more scientific evidence that it doesn't. She said it better than me, but that's kind of the gist. And I think that's a productive way forward, not tearing threads or kicking cans.
Troy?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. So I think follow up on that, Corey. So just a clarifying question: Are you intending, in the thoughts that you're having right now, to leave the door open to having an ad hoc group formed before September? Because I also, have concerns with, I know I'm not ready to make the stock definition decisions as I sit here today. So, having the council have more information to make those kind of initial, at least guidance to the stock assessment authors, it seems like waiting until September might be pretty late in the process for that. So just want to clarify if you're intending to kind of leave that possibility open to have a work group actually start before September.
Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I don't have a definitive. Yes, I would leave the door open, but I was trying to just get the discussion going with staff on whether they thought that was possible. I think Mr. Anderson said it was more likely that it wouldn't happen to September. I think there's a possibility it could happen before September. So yes, leaving the door open, but was looking for others' thoughts on that.
John?
Again, I'll maybe take a bold step. If it would be helpful, I think maybe if you gave the executive director and council chair a little guidance about at least starting that conversation, and we always have a coordination call with the National Marine Fisheries Service directly after these council meetings. And we could start talking to some of the principals and about a plan going forward. And even in the event that you do schedule stock definitions on the September agenda, for instance, which might hip shot advice is that might not be a bad idea. You might want to do it. Then we could start to talk about what kinds of analyses, what kinds of information we could bring for the September meeting to get you a little bit further down the road to at least initially meet that objective that that Dr. Hasty talked about of giving some an indication of those stocks to be assessed next year, so that we can at least get that those assessments started right away. And you did talk a little bit under F3 that you wanted to have some time on the September agenda to resolve the copper rockfish issue. So perhaps with that flexibility, we can start talking, with others and get a better idea of what to do, and even start to work on some analysis that we communally believe would be helpful for your initial decisions on this FMP amendment in September.
Merrick?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. And then teeing up off of what John said and maybe what Phil was suggesting 10 minutes ago, I'm just being slow. But our office has worked quite effectively with the region and the Science Center and trying to flesh out this effort here over the last few months and what it is. And, I saw a good working relationship in some of the documents that are in the briefing book, and those came together. So I would feel comfortable, of course, obligating council staff to keep working on this and trying to address some of the concerns that you've been raising, Corey and Marcy, about the lack of clarity. And I would look to colleague Keely Kent here to see if NIMS would be willing to work with us to keep trying to flesh this out and make some headway so we don't get too far behind without getting out in front of you, but helping you to get some clarity, make the progress that we need to make. And in September, maybe we'd be in a position of establishing that more technical group that would flesh this out in more detail. So if you're following, I guess that's what I would offer this body for some summertime effort.
Phil?
I never like walking out on thin ice, but I'm going to. I'm pretty sure I'll fall through, so give you something to talk about this afternoon at the party. And I may not be thinking about this right, so I apologize if I'm wasting your time. But we have a couple of stocks that we need to make some decisions on for this stock assessment cycle. And those are the most immediate concern. We have some other stocks that were scheduled in 2025 or beyond that we probably want to make some decisions on too, but we don't need to get at that right now. We can't take this big, we can't do it all at once, nor should we. So my suggestion was not to preclude any work that could be done between now and September and November, so that we have the information in front of us to make the decision on the stocks that are right in front of us right now that we need to make decisions on. What I was hearing and reading was trying to build a process by which we could address the larger set of stocks over time. And we're struggling with trying to figure out how to do that. And I'm suggesting that we aren't going to figure that out today. We've got a lot of good thinking that's gone into it. And in my view is that we're going to have to look at all that good thinking, take the good pieces that we think and fit them together and put together ourselves a process by which to make these determinations as we go down the road. Whether that's whether it's a workshop as part of it or a work group as part of it or whatever, that's yet to be decided. And I was thinking that a smaller group of people that have that requisite expertise and good thinking could take all of this good information that we've got up to this point in time and come back with a recommendation for us as to how to move forward. But in the meantime, we're under a bit of a crunch here, at least, and this is, again, me being out on some thin ice relative to copper, relative to black rockfish in particular for this cycle. And we have to make some decisions there. So if there is some additional work that needs to be done, which I think there is, to help us make that decision, let's make, and I don't know how to characterize what that work is, but I know there are people in this room and there's people online that are listening that do know what that is. And I'm saying, let's give them the green light, continue to do that work, put this piece on the agenda in September, focus on two pieces, the piece that we need to make some decisions on in the near term, and a process by which we're going to use in the longer term where we have more time to more arguably, thoughtfully work our way through the balance of the issues that come with this. That's how I'm thinking about this. Again, I could have this all wrong, but that's what I would, if I'm anywhere close to right, or I'm somewhere in line, that let's make sure that the work gets done to do that further analysis and bring that information forward. Put ourselves in a position of making I guess we have till November to make the decision. Is that correct? Or we could have as long as that. But we'd be able to look at that information on those couple of stocks that we're going to make decisions on soon. Give us time to think about that, make that decision in November, and then in the interim, we can build a process by which to do the rest of them as appropriate and as needed.
Corey?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Just a quick follow-up, which will, if you're on thin ice, that's the good skating, but I think that's what we're going to see, as Mr. Vore said, in September already. If assuming the Science Center, as Dr. Hasty said he could do, is pull together that document focusing primarily on copper rockfish. That's one example, which then leads to, I think, what Phil's saying about having a process for the rest. What I guess I'm not seeing clearly is, do you have a common set of principles that apply to a lot of species, or do you focus species by species and end up being different? And it's probably going to be a combination of the two. But yes, the point I would make, yes, it's already coming back in September with some more information, and that's very much what Phil's articulation is possible, and work is going to be done this summer, and getting some folks thinking about it this summer on how to really take up the process. That's going to happen, and it's going to be not going to happen today. But yeah, I think we are already, from our last agenda item, going to have some really good information that's going to help.
Butch?
Well, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. As Switzerland here, I kind of see we're going around in circles here quite a bit. And we're kind of sometimes saying the same thing, and Phil had just an absolute amazing idea. But I think Executive Director Burden had a great idea, and taken a time out, and let's collect our thoughts and maybe come back later in this process and see if we can get any closer. And if we can't, nothing's lost. But we've sat here for quite a good time, and I think if the states could get together on the side and discuss this and cuss this, and maybe Noah and Johnny D over there could maybe work something further out than trying to do it on the fly. Have some more time to think about it. So that would be my suggestion. I don't think that would hurt this process at all if we came back a couple of days later and said, hey, this is what we came up with, or no, we're still where we're at right now. That's just my suggestion. Or we can stay here another couple hours.
Keely.
Thanks. I did want to kind of shift this conversation a little bit just on the one piece that I'm hoping we can walk away today with. We had heard previously from the Science Center that there is a window of opportunity of their stock assessors before they really shift into that work. I think that window is starting now. And I would like, from my perspective, and see what the council thinks, to ask the Science Center for the folks that have availability that they could start gathering as much species-specific information on stock structure that they could. That, whatever direction we end up, if we end up with a work group that, we'll want that scientific information, and that could be collected now while we still kind of figure out the plan and the process. I think it would be good if the council agrees that we want to ask for that, that they could be working on that. We don't lose time on that window that those folks might have to be engaged at this front end of this process.
Thank you, Lee. Corey.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I would say that's the exact type of conversation we think we could have. And if Mr. Smith's telling us we could do it off the floor and come back on day last and report back, yes, that's exactly what I was hoping to hear. Meaning by staffing, like who's going to be available. You're hearing that this is a busy time. Who's going to be available? What can they do? So yes, if that is the possibility, and apologies for missing it in terms of that being in our reports and all. I mean, that's what exact example of what I was thinking we could talk about a little bit more off the floor and come back. But sounds like a great idea hearing it now.
Marcy.
Yeah, thank you. I won't repeat anything I've said on this topic already. It all still stands, but I appreciate Keely raising that point of utilizing these stock assessors in the brief window of time that they have. And that's exactly what I was hoping would take place in these offline discussions between agencies to advance the thinking and to talk about what we really need to, I think, refine our objectives and bring something back in front of the council that's a little more discreet. So I just want to support your recommendation, and I think that should advance us quite a bit in preparation for September. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. So we're talking about is suspending this item here and come back later in the week. John?
Not to force a decision on that last point, but I thought that the guidance that Phil offered was very helpful. I agree. He characterized the short-term timing issues that I had very well. And from my perspective, I think that the biggest of the stocks that are to be assessed in 2023 are on that list. I agree that copper rockfish and black rockfish are probably the most challenging. The others have been managed coastwide for a long time, and I don't see that as a hard decision to make even early on. So I don't think you are on very thin ice there, Phil. I think that's a kind of guidance that I would judge to be very helpful, and it would at least allow some, and the other guidance we received on from Keely and whatnot, to at least get started on work that, in the judgment of I and others who will collaborate with, probably will help on some of these initial decisions this fall.
Okay, Phil.
Yeah, I mean, I would answer Keely's question with a loud yes. Nothing precludes, in fact, I would encourage the states and NIMS to get together and have those offline conversations that we just talked about. If we need to table this and come back and revisit it again before our meeting week's out, okay. I'm not sure what else we're going to add to it, but I think we've got kind of a plan here, so to speak, and it'll move us forward, put us in a position, I think, in September that we hoped we would be. But I mean, if I'm not opposed, if people want to come back and talk about it again, I'll try to remember what I said so I can say it again.
So maybe if John, maybe just kind of summarize what Phil said and what ties in with Keely, so we maybe have a plan out of this and see if everybody can agree with that. So if you could.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So what I heard is that there was sort of the green light to start these conversations with NMFS staff, Science Center folks, and others that we routinely collaborate with to at least immediately provide some information that will help you make a decision perhaps as early as September on those stocks that are going to be assessed next year, so that we can not be faced with a decision of making an ad hoc discussion or getting an assessment that doesn't align with what the council's decision on stock definitions ultimately will be. So I think that that's good guidance, and I think that we can have those discussions amongst a broader group that we routinely collaborate with immediately after the council meeting, and even start to work on some analysis that we think will be helpful for presumably a September decision. I know that whether that gets on the September agenda will be made later in the meeting on the last day. So, but unless you think there's some benefit of, us having these conversations this weekend, probably not. I don't know, because we're not going to be able to contact everybody that we probably need to. I think that that's enough guidance for us to get started. I really do. And so I don't know that you need to keep this open at this meeting.
Well, talking with Director Burton, things are pretty tight here, so it'd be kind of hard to do it right. So, but I mean, does anybody have any disagreement with going forward with what we just heard?
Yeah, thanks. Not really disagreement, but just hoping for a little bit of clarification on who's leading this effort, and would it, this small group that's doing the planning, would they also be trying to come up with like the purpose and need and things like that? And I think I heard it would be including advice on the process, maybe membership of an ad hoc group down the road, things like that.
John?
Regarding the purpose and need statement, I think what would be a more efficient way to go would be for council staff and West Coast region staff to propose a straw man or a draft purpose and need statement for the next time this comes on the agenda this fall, and then everyone can evaluate that and make a recommendation. And I think that might be I don't think that that's too tall a lift. And I think that we could, as part of September or November action, depending on when it makes it on the council's agenda, we could adopt a purpose and need statement if we collaborate, specifically council and West Coast region staff. And I think that could be a product that could be in the advanced briefing book, and people could evaluate, and we could get to a point where you could adopt that. And it's certainly the first step in an FMP amendment. Yes.
Yeah, thank you for.
Thanks, right, Phil?
So the addition, or what I didn't hear in John's response in terms of the who in the small group is I want to make sure the states are involved in that, have the opportunity to be involved in that smaller discussion. It's not just council staff and NIMS. That's an important piece. As far as who's leading it, I'm looking to our executive director and have the council staff lead the organization in terms of pulling the group together to have that conversation.
Thank you. Anybody else? So we have some guidance established here. Okay. All right. Well, John, back to you.
Well, thank you. I don't know that I need to go back through it all, but I do appreciate the extra time to have that discussion because I think that'll really be helpful in the long run. So I'd say at this stage you've completed this agenda item.
Okay. Well, thanks, everyone. The tough one. So, a lot of work ahead of us. And with that, I will hand this gavel back to our chairman and let him finish the day out.
All right, thanks, everyone. Just got a few seats to change here. And I'm going to ask Executive Director Merrick Burden to offer some comments.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and everyone. We do have one thing to bring to your attention here at the end of the day. We do have a couple of special guests in the audience. So hoping to invite Sam and Chuck up to the testifying table. And then I guess I'll invite our colleague Ryan Wolf here to make any other introductory comments that he thinks is appropriate.
Yeah, thanks, Merrick. Nope. Before I turn it over, I think everyone knows that our former executive director retired in a virtual setting, which deprived the National Marine Fisheries Service of our ability to acknowledge his tenure in person. So we'd like to do that today, and I'll, without further ado, turn it over to Sam Rauch.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that indeed was my opening statement. So I appreciate you ruining my talking points. It is one of the regrettable things about this pandemic, among many regrettable things, is that there are a number of transitions where people have, after a long storied career, moved on, and we've not had an opportunity to formally recognize them. And I know that there was some recognition, so it's not like this is new. But we as the National Marine Fisheries Service, NOAA, did want to take an opportunity that we hadn't had to do something in person for you to recognize your career. You've had a very long career going back to when you were Salmon Halibut Staff Director up to Deputy Director to Executive Director. You led this council in the Executive Director slot through some very trying times. And it is, for those of, I think everybody on the council is aware, the council votes, the executive director and staff do an awful lot and have an awful lot of leadership. It is a tough job. And one of the reasons the whole system works is because of the leadership you did and that your staff has done. And we recognize all of that. Your accomplishments are varied. You were instrumental in leading Amendment 16 to the Salmon FMP when we had to do that after 2007 to meet their new standards. You were instrumental in the deep set buoy gear EFPs, which really set the path for the future of using that new gear type. You have been tireless in working on groundfish regulation streamlining to expand opportunities while at the same time improving habitat. And these are just a few things of the things that you have done that we really appreciate that you have done. And I think we, as the federal government, have had a great working relationship with you. We've appreciated how you've led through these things. It is almost impossible for the federal government to use taxpayer money to provide a plaque or anything like that. So we did get you something, and it was a personally gift from all of the NOAA and General Counsel staff that they contributed out of their own funds to this. Headquarters staff, West Coast Region staff, Science Center staff, General Counsel. We'd like to present this to you, and then I'll tell you if you don't know what it is. Once you open it, I will tell you something about that. Do a little bit more work for us. So this is a framed rockfish print from the renowned Oregon artist Bruce, and I'm going to probably mispronounce the last name, Koike. He grew up in San Diego. He went to the Oregon State University, Hatfield University of Marine Sciences, and attempted at that time to do this art style called Guyutaku, which I think is right. Where you take the fish and you basically do the rubbing of the fish on there. And he is quite well known in the area and in the field, and we thought it appropriate to do this for you. So as you and your wife and your grandchildren go off into all the various endeavors, I hope you think back on your legacy with the council and the working relationship we've had with you fondly. We are going to miss your leadership and steady hand at helping facilitate the council process, and it has been a privilege to work with you, sir.
Thanks, Sam. Thanks, Sam. Thanks, everybody from National Marine Fisheries Service and General Counsel for the generous gift. It's beautiful. I've always wanted a fish print, which I have not added to my art collection yet, so appreciate that very much. It has been a great career for me, working with the council, with National Marine Fisheries Service, General Counsel. I'm going to mention a couple other highlights of my career. One of them was helping with the region and General Counsel to defend one of the council decisions that was challenged and went all the way to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, which we were successful in defending. I had a consultation role there, but Peter Dygert and I think, worked hard on that, and that was a real highlight of my career. Working with the headquarters folks and council coordination committee meeting business has also just really been a great honor, a thrill. Getting to know the other councils and their staff and how they do things has really been was fascinating to me and helped me a lot, I think, in my both personal and professional growth. Worked on a number of projects there, NEPA alignment and electronic monitoring and a few things like that. But, the best part of the whole show is the relationships and the people you get to know and learn about and learn from. And that has been exceptionally rewarding for me. National Marine Fisheries Service staff, again, the region, headquarters, science center, all, relationships I will treasure, value my whole life. I know that I could, walk into a room with any of those folks and get a hearty handshake and have something to talk about, and some fond memories there. And then, of course, council staff, Pacific Council is a great council. The staff is what makes it what it is, our dedication. But it's also the council members and the advisories bodies and the public that all come and make the whole process really special. I mean, we are all so fortunate to have had an opportunity in our professional lives to be associated with the council process and a open, transparent, science-based decision-making process that really works well. And there's not many processes that work this well. And I don't think many people in the government or in the citizenry of the United States would
would be able to point to anything that works any better than the council process. And for that, I'm just eternally grateful and very happy that I've been able to learn and share and be part of that with all of you. So with that, I will say that I'm very happy to be retired and enjoying myself. I'm also very happy that Merrick has come in and taken the leadership position for me. And I think he's the right person for the job. And I look forward to the council's continued progress and performance. So thank you all.
Well, thanks. I guess we'll have plenty of time to thank Chuck during the reception, and of course, presumably at our Thursday, or rather at our November council meeting. But if anyone wants to offer any words right now, they would be welcome. I guess I'll start. I started with the council as a stakeholder in the Salmon Advisory Subpanel. This during tough times, the Klamath River salmon closures, the 08 and 09 closures. Chuck was the salmon staff officer and handled it as well as anyone could at that time. I've obviously moved on to deputy director, and then when I came on the council, was director. So it's been great working with Chuck. And while Merrick has filled in and is doing admirably and doing a great job during our challenging times now, we're all always miss Chuck. So anyone else? All right, well, you'll have your time later and often, and you want to throw in a roast, that would be fine too. I know that Butch is working on that as we speak. I can sort of sense the wheels turning in his head.
I'm just saving mine for November, Mr. Chair.
So that concludes our business for the day. We do have a reception at 6 o'clock in the foyer right behind us there. So we'll see everyone there at 6 o'clock. I imagine there'll be food and a cash bar. See you then.